Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th iteration of PGL Wallachia. We are here with another LAN event. Lizard, we've got some amazing teams ready to go. Firstly, how are you doing today?
Doing fine, doing fine. You know, it's beautiful, sunshiny day outside. Woke up, ready to watch some Dota with you, my man. How are you? How's everything in the land down under?
Everything's good in the land down under. You know, we got some good weather here as well. You know, it's perfect. So we are perfect day and environment for some incredible games that we're going to be covering here over on the B stream. It's going to be a fun showing.
Yeah, we've got some really good teams, by the way, really good games as well coming up. Like I know that we've been covering some other events as well, and one of these teams that is coming up for us today has been literally destroying everyone up to the grand finals. But of course, that team, you guys probably know who I'm talking about, is not going to be in our first series, right?
No. Our first series is actually going to be the boys on PVISION taking on Yellow Submarine. We'll go through the PVISION roster. Of course, the new addition with Triple S. I know they did just play at Dream League and had a okay showing. I think they lost in groups 2. I believe their score count or series count was 2 and 5. So definitely not the results they were hoping for. Is still a little bit of a shock to me personally, considering they got rid of DM. It was after they didn't qualify to Blast 6, and they're like, okay, we need a change, bring in Triple S, and we'll see. We'll see. Of course, it's going to take a while for them to be able to adjust.
Yep. For them, I think this is a tournament in which they kind of have to step it up a little bit, you know, because they also have a guy with a machete behind them, forcing them to step it up as well. Of course, changing the offlaner, especially someone as prolific as DM, is never easy. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see just what they can do in PVISION. I feel like this is a team that is, they owned the majority of the last season. They kind of fell short at TI and post-TI, but we'll see what they can do here. On the other side, Yellow Submarine, man. You know, like when I'm going through, I saw they qualified versus Pipsqueak, right? It was the derby. There he is. You see, authority right there. But when it comes to when it comes to Yellow Submarine, I feel like this is also a team with a lot of potential. Like they have a very interesting coach as well. Maybe not as popular as this guy here, but back in my day, Illidan was a pretty big deal in Dota. You know, I'm not sure if he's here with them. We'll see. But like he's a pretty interesting character with a pretty interesting take on the game. Let's put it that way.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this man is an OG, right? You know, so it's crazy to see him still around and still helping out the boys. And I think he has been coaching Yellow Submarine for quite some time.
Yep. Like they like I said, like he has a pretty good take on the game. I'm not seeing him here right now, but we'll see. Maybe he's there in spirit. When it comes to the opener, by the way, so far nothing really too crazy. Beastmaster and Puck being opened up with super popular heroes. When it comes to the bans, Largo, of course, being the first one. Besides that, Razor on the other side, two heroes that to me right now look like they're in probably their best spot ever. I mean, for Razor, of course, but for Largo, it is his first meta. So it's yeah, it's fine. On the other side, we have Treant and SF and Bet. SF, like, I don't know. If you don't know why this guy's banned, just pick him a couple of times. Go to safe lane, build Mask of Madness, Pike, maybe a Manta, and just right-click away, and you'll understand very quickly why he's absolutely busted.
Were you able to watch some of the games with Morel playing for Team Spirit? Were you impressed with kind of, if you were able to see any of them, were you kind of impressed with his performance over there? Because I know he stood in for a couple of tournaments with them.
Yeah, I did. I mean, he was fine. It was good. I think this is like a very high potential player. Like there isn't, very rarely do you see anyone standing in for Spirit that isn't right exactly like that. Like when you remember Malik standing in as an offlane, kind of a similar thing. So he was good. Like he had some pretty strong performances, had some weaker ones as well, when he got just completely shut down and centered on. But yeah, I think his puck is pretty legit. Yeah, we'll see. The hero doesn't really have... It does have some counters, but actually they're not banned. Like, they're still left in the pool. If you really want to go all out at countering Puck, you can on PVISION right now. Like, they do have some options, but Ringmaster is an interesting choice. I mean, versus the boars, it's always good, right? Like, you get that dart to slow them down, kill them off very quickly in the lane. Your right click's hurt. You have escape act versus the roar as well. Like, there's a couple of pretty cool things that you can do, but overall the hero did get nerfed. Like, Ringmaster was a little bit OP, and then it got nerfed in the last patch, I believe. And Shadow Shaman, of course, just to secure themselves versus this Puck a little bit. And look at that, by the way, PVISION picking a normal support on position 4. Like, who could have guessed?
Yeah, it's just like, how did you feel, of course, with the changes with Triple S coming in for DM? Because I think there were a lot of critiques with the fact that maybe like DM worked really well with the hero pool or that 9 class had, and kind of the play style and how PVISION played, but this was a concern with Triple S that maybe he wouldn't match. And do you think this is maybe like they might have to go for some of the more conventional supports because of maybe the difficulty that they may have with Triple S being able to match 9 classes play style?
I think that's a pretty good shout. I think that's one of the reasons. Like, overall, I do think that like Triple S has a very specific set of heroes. Like, it's some Centaur, Mars, right? Like these kind of guys, like very primal beasts, like these forward-esque offlaners. Meanwhile, DM is that, but he also has his sneaky Enigmas and Venos and, you know, like these green heroes that he can employ. So those kind of sneaky heroes enabled 9 class to you know, just have a different approach to the game, to have a different kind of a position for like Slarks and stuff. So overall, yeah, we'll see. I think DM, of course, enabled them previously in different ways, but now they have to find the same way to work around Triple S, and they can because they have this dude to kind of pull the strings and give some info, which is always valuable. Like one of the biggest brains in Dota for sure. Jakiro, by the way, one of the, well, two big brains in Dota right now that are really easy to play. Like you just absolutely demolish most lanes. What do they have now? They have like a Shadow Shaman with Shackles. You've got some Hex. You have some Ice Path versus Puck. You can even put Beast mid, and I think you're absolutely fine on PVISION. Like you can pick something else on offlane, put him on mid. Like this hero has been played mid more often than not. And by the way, on the other side, Earth Spirit. I mean, this is actually my... I know that he's been picked quite a few times in Dream League, but it is my first time to actually witness this hero. Like I haven't really seen too many Earth Spirits. I know that he's been kind of played as a support. Falcons played it right as well, so they were the ones like Crit, of course. Whenever this hero is, if the hero is playable, Crit is gonna play it. So
10 seconds remaining.
Position 4 has always been the best position for Earth Spirit. I mean, sometimes it's mid, but yeah. Overall, Ursa, good pick versus the Underlord, decent versus the Earth Spirit. Struggles maybe a bit versus some silences and stuff, but overall, shouldn't have too many issues. And this Ringmaster into Beast makes me think like, okay, you picked that into Beast, why won't they just put Beast mid and pick something different for their offlane?
10 seconds.
But I feel like that could be a very simple approach from PVISION right here.
5 seconds remaining.
EA being banned out next on the other side. And there you go. This is the Yellow Submarine's read as well. They're banning out the MOUZ, so they're expecting some shenanigans here. If you can even call Beast mid shenanigan. I guess it's not really a shenanigan. It hasn't been for a couple of months. It's been since January, I guess. It took over ever since the Dominator nerf. It's been more mid than off, as Wild Hunt isn't really the facet that you go for. TA and Windranger, so two carries basically banned out that are kind of good, kind of nice versus Ursa. So they have to find a different position one that works well against him. I don't even know what works well against the bear. I swear I feel like this hero is just good into anything. He's just a hero stomper, hero killer. Nightfall brought it back into the meta through the big gates, like especially because SF was meta. So you get this Ursa, you constantly have heroes that you can chew on. Like Windranger sure is a good approach. It's a hero that can like keep distance, and this is basically what you want. You want heroes that don't really care about stacks. There's there we go, the Centaur, by the way, that we basically mentioned 2 minutes ago on Triple S, which is kind of interesting though, because this makes me feel that they're just focusing on comfort zone more than on like what's best for the game, because this to me does not look like the most impactful Centaur game ever, or the game that where he can have most impact, I should say, because you're playing versus Roots, you're playing versus Dreamcoil, you're playing versus the Circus thing, whatever Ringmaster's ult is called. There's a Wheel of Wonder. There's a lot of little things that can be a problem for him. On the flip side, maybe something like a Lifestealer isn't that viable for Yellow Submarine. You are playing into Beast, you are playing into Ursa, so some of these counters that are good versus Centaur aren't also good versus Ursa. They really need to dig deep to find the right hero here for their position 1 on Yellow Submarine for Bottega.
Yo, I'm back. Was good.
Welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
I've been monologuing. I'm sure people are sick of me. What do you think about the drafts?
Just trying to catch up with what we got. So yeah, we got Beast mid, like you were mentioning. We're gonna put Centaur offlane. So what they banned out Windranger, banned out TA. Windranger is a little bit of an interesting ban considering if they're gonna put the Centaur off. We've seen previously some people have kind of like this matchup in particular.
I guess they banned it before they picked Centaur, and they also have this like Ursa versus her, right? So maybe a little bit harder to play. But I'm struggling right now. Like when I'm looking at the carries that are being played, that are meta, like a lot of them are that are good or banned out, and you can see that they're taking their time. Like, what do you pick in this? Like a PA or something in this kind of situation? Or what do you go for? Zeus. I mean, yeah, sure. I wouldn't have called for that one.
So they actually ran this. They ran this recently. Actually, there was a third-party tournament that they played. I saw the Zeus, but I didn't actually look too far into it to see where it was played. I'll double check now, but damn, that's very interesting. So it's going to be a carry Zeus. What's up with that? What's up with this?
I mean, it's a live wire carry Zeus with some pike and shard and manta or something. We'll see. I mean, what else could it be, right? Like, I honestly, my honest take is, it was super difficult to find the right carry into the Ursa here. Like, you could say, yeah, sure, why don't you just pick Troll or something? But these heroes are dead, man. Like, a lot of them that feel good into Ursa are just absolutely dead right now. So, or are hard to play. They go with the they go with the Zeus. I mean, this is a little bit out there of a pick. I'm gonna give them that, but let's look at it this way. You have Underlord in front of you. There's Stampede to get on top of Zeus, but at least you can do the little Mario jump to get away. So you've got some nice things for Zeus as well. Like, you've got a lot of mobility on the hero, or decentish mobility on the hero. You're protected up front. You can deal percentage-based damage as well. You deal a lot of damage. What are the downsides? The downsides are they literally get BKB and they press Stampede, and you're probably gone every single fight. So you're gonna have some problems on this yellow submarine squad if Zeus gets jumped often.
How would you expect him to itemize? I'll ask that question, and then I'll tell you how he did actually itemize in that previous game.
I don't know what the build right now is besides the shard and like the classic live wire right-click build. What do you go for? Pike, shard, manta? Is Parasma build on him? I don't think so. Maybe it is. What do you go for on a right-click Zeus right now? Like, this hero he's kind of dead as position 1.
Yeah, I was not even aware this was a thing, but in the previous game that he played, it was the EPL Championship. So it was in the grand finals actually recently, where they got a 3-0. So he went Yasha and Kaya, BKB, Silver's Edge into Pike, Refresher, and Skadi. So
okay,
let's see.
I got one item. That's the Pike. I was correct about one of those items at least.
They have a couple of similar heroes, honestly. That game they had an Earth Spirit and a Puck in their lineup. Their offlane was a Brewmaster as well. This time, of course, they have the Underlord. So kind of a similar dynamic that they have to play behind Bottega. But this is kind of what we see often out of maybe some lesser known teams, or teams, you know, that maybe just a slight tier below some of the top dogs, where they got to come in with a bit of a different strategy to surprise them in some way. And definitely the Zeus is one of them. We'll see. Like you mentioned, though, there are some big concerns around just the BKB timings. So on ParaVision, once they get these, and with the Stampede, with the Ursa Blink, the Beastmaster is going to have this as well. You're really needing some of your supports to help protect you, and we're going to find out. I mean, we'll see. This is interesting. They're a great way to start, though.
I mean, it's a fun way to start. It's definitely fun. It's ballsy. I like it. Keeping like true to their strengths, to their take on the game. Unfortunately, Dota has evolved so much that right now I feel like in most circumstances, when you try something out like this, you just get instantly dumpstered most of the time, and then you never try it again because you lose all your confidence. And why that's like that? Because every single one of these teams has some nerd coach behind them, scouting everything, seeing everything that's going on. So if you even get caught off guard by a pick, something is wrong. And what I mean by this is Dota has transcended the stage in which you could last pick a Meepo or something, there's like one hero. There is one hero that can surprise you, and it doesn't surprise you. You just forget about him sometimes, and then you get dumpstered. That's the Huskar. Like, that's one hero in this game that you can pick, and in a good game, he solos it. Like, it's uncounterable. Everything else, you can kind of work against. Like this Zeus, you buy a pipe, you get some BKBs, you get some blinks, you get on top of him. Is it strong? It probably is. That's why they believe in it, but definitely playable against.
Do you think the changes with the recent, I know it's been a little bit now, we've been on this patch, but the changes to the draft where they moved around like the ban into pick, the last phase in particular, do you feel like that changed anything in regards to the 24th pick? Because I know previously there were a lot of people talking about that 24th pick is nowhere near as strong as what it used to be, like you're just mentioning now. It's very difficult to get cheese. Do you think that the draft change kind of made it a little bit easier, or it still is not the case?
I think the draft changes made it more balanced overall. I think it's easier to not get absolutely picked off by or surprised by a singular pick that can destroy you. So I think the draft changes in general were good. I think that no matter what you do with the drafting order right now, you will not get some crazy picks that take over the game most of the time. Why do I think that? Just because there's way too much info. There's a lot of tournaments being played. Meta is literally changing every 7 days. I'm not even kidding. Like you might see the same heroes on your screen, but meta is changing all the time. Like, the reason why you see the same heroes, you see them, but in a very different order. And there are some slight adjustments all the time that are being made.
The battle begins.
Yeah, let's see what those adjustments are going to be. This is a long run here for PGL Wallachia. Of course, we're going through the Swift stages where we have 5 rounds, 16 teams to battle it out. And then, of course, the 8 moving into the playoffs. And even the playoffs, we're going to have metas changing from team to team. And once we get towards the later stages, it'll be maybe a little bit more decided. But, of course, we'll see coming through from that recent Dream League event of what some of the similar heroes are going to be.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a time where a lot of people were complaining about, we had this one patch for such a long time and the meta's not changing. But I don't know what's going on, but exactly like you're saying, we're just getting so many slight meta changes from all the different teams and players that just adapting. I guess it's just to showcase like how many options there are with the map and everything else, and neutral items, the facets.
Bot lane, we might see first blood. Ringmaster.
Okay, yep. Ringmaster, yep, there we go. 9 class going to be able to strike first here in our game 1. The combination with Triple S's Centaur. Level 1 is actually all they need. This is a classic combo, right? Shaman Centaur before the times of like where the Centaur had that upgraded Hoofstorm to be able to move. This was always a nice lane pairing.
Yeah, it's just a lot of damage. Like 70 damage on Centaur, almost 70 on Shadow Shaman, more or less. They hurt. Ringmaster that's out of position is basically dead without any of his one of those strongman tonics maybe, or a whoopee cushions or something to jump around. It's hard for you to stay alive if they get on top of you. Like, what's Zeus gonna do? Not really help out a lot.
No, absolutely not.
Although, I gotta say, like, this bot lane is the lane where, seeing that they picked Zeus into this, I expected them to maybe start it off with a bang, just have a decent showing, because they picked this interesting pick, and like they're both ranged. Like, they also have some damage top lane.
Yeah, problems. Is going to be run down as well. So the side lane starting well. Now, Satanic does take a pretty heavy beating here going under the tower range. We'll see if he has regen to continue to play the lane.
This hero right here, this slug, this big slug that moves with 300 movement speed is... I mean, when it comes to the offlane, of course, one of the biggest winners in the patch. It has been just dominating one tournament after another. I don't think that anyone has found like the best way of dealing with the Underlord. It's just like even when you pick something like this, like an Ursa into him, yeah, sure, like you can try getting those Fury stacks on him, but he hits you for 100+ damage from level 3. Good luck trading hits.
And it's also, if you do actually finally get a good lane matchup versus the Underlord, well, cool, he's just going to go treads and fall back and farm the jungle. Like this left side of the map, or if you're playing on Dire, the far right side where you've got the camps, you're able to catch up so easily with these new treads builds that we've seen for a bit now.
No, absolutely. You can catch up even if you're out of the lane very easily. Can you go back into the game with a couple of good ults? And this is a very hard lane, by the way, when you consider a melee core. Like this lane right here that we're watching is easy for a Centaur. There is like, I mean, sure, you can get harassed, but you shouldn't be dying as long as you play with the lane equilibrium. Top lane for Underlord, like you're out of position, you're playing versus Jakiro or Ursa, you're probably just dead.
We are going to see some of the support start to rotate mid. No one's health pool is a little bit low. Problems connects on the roll. Ra's going to be able to follow up with the orb damage, and I'll secure a kill. So a nice movement out of the Earth Spirit. Now Ducalis might be able to find a rebuttal. Problem still has the Fairy to work with. Even 9 class over to the other side actually denied himself. There was a separate fight going on between the two supports.
Yeah, they were chasing him. Both Zeus and Ringmaster were chasing 9 class, and he manages to deny. So space, basically. Space created right there.
What do you want the build to be this game for the Centaur in particular? Are there any auras that are standing out to you?
Dominator Pipe, very straightforward, I think. Is Blade Mail a thing in this game? I mean, you can, but I feel like Pipe has higher priority. We'll see. Triple S, I think this is his most played hero, if not like top 3 most played heroes. He knows what's up. Ducalis.
Yeah, I think he was venturing pretty deep to try and block some of the camps from Infernal, but nice positioning with the Underlord, was able to scout that out. I mean, it was daytime as well, so they had full awareness of what was going on, and they're making great moves with this Earth Spirit as well. This is a hero that we're seeing rise a little bit in popularity recently, but has always been a hero that is kind of difficult to execute. Feels like it really plays off the back of these rotations and getting pickoffs in the early game, and he's done a great job at that so far.
Yeah, pretty cool to see. Top lane, Shackles.
9 classes in, Infernal. Slowed down here with the dual breath. This is going to allow Satanic to go to work on the slug. One more right click is what they need, though. We should have the movement speed. Is Infernal going to get any assistance, though? Satanic's going deep for this. Doesn't secure the kill just yet. Tries to dance around the trees, but no one is here because they're making their own play on the other side. Coil used aggressively from Morale. No one's still only level 5, but the two supports, they sack their offlaner to try and make their own attempt onto no one's life, and they're not going to be successful. Now, they will get the power rune at least.
I think this was a good play from Yellow Submarine. Well, the play wasn't good in the end. They lose their offlane. They don't get the kill on mid, but the idea was good. I don't think that in this kind of circumstance you can just TP and save the Underlord. I think it's much better to make your own play. Underlord, though...
Yeah, this time it's not going to work.
You have to.
Yeah, absolutely. Satanic still pretty low from that previous dive onto the Underlord, so the assistance of the Earth Spirit and Puck teeping in. Now, they're also going to try and run down 9 class, who will be scouted thanks to Hatred's use of the Paleman Arts. So they do have to bring 4 members in total here. 9 class is going to make them work for the kill. It will take a little bit of time, but the kill will be there nonetheless.
Eventually it will be. Puck is chasing him, so he's not going to survive.
He's so... Dude, it's so much space.
It's space. Hashtag. For sure. Like, he used 10 sticks, he used a healing salve, used the range, healing lotus. A lot of itemization wasted. A lot of items wasted from Shadow Shaman, but a lot of time wasted from Yellow Submarine. So it checks out, it evens out.
With all the kind of aggression that we've seen so far in the early game, this extra global potential with the Thunder God's Wrath could be pretty important here for the side of Yellow Submarine. We do see Bottega's going to be zoned away from his own safe lane though, so Triple S with Jakiro coming down will start to put some pressure on the tower.
And they have Stampede, and they might have Ducalis. Yep.
Might even get another one. Cole's gonna break. Problems will kick back no one in the river. Now this time they will have the Stampede as an answer, so ultimate for ultimate, and no one is gonna be able to get away.
Yeah, a little bit sad for Yellow Submarine because their move was probably aimed at Ursa, but pesky Jakiro steps up front instead, eats another gank. Level 3 Ducalis, not great when it comes to levels, but definitely playable. He's gonna hit 4 in a couple of creeps, and he will recover. And he ate a couple of ganks that could have went towards his course.
I see for you.
See that one person is trying to get some of the catch-up is Inferno back into the jungle. And meanwhile, Yellow Submarine have brought some extra heroes down to bottom. This time they're going to have 2 supports with Bottega. Triple S is the new guy on ParaVision, playing pretty safe and aware that something may be going on.
Bottom tower is under attack.
One hero that has been sort of shut down is the Beastmaster. Like, he is not really having the best start, and this is a hero that generally doesn't play the game all too quickly from the mid lane unless he's playing versus something like a Storm and he's just dominating the lane. So there's like a clear difference between the activity that they can provide to their team on the 2 mid laners, right? On one side you've got a Puck that is top of the network, having a really good start. On the other side you have a Beast that just needs an Aghanim, so we might not see him for a bit, or we might see him use Aurora and then disappear again.
Well, how do you play with that information then on Yellow Submarine, knowing that the mid lane is going to be a little bit more passive and farm oriented? Do you want to see them be super aggressive with their 2 supports in the Puck?
Well, yeah, Yellow Submarine should do exactly that. You know, where he's going to be farming, you can pressure the tier 1 tower mid like they're doing right now. If you take down the tier 1 mid, then the map kind of opens up for you. Just gotta be careful not to throw it, because right now, like, they don't really have any sort of a lead. It's more of a nature of their hero that they've got and how they play. The network lead isn't there, so you still have to be very careful not to go too deep. You are playing versus Stampede.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So far, it's taken quite a bit of time to actually get the damage onto the tower. It might be a little bit different now with the catapult. That one does drag the wave away, so some of the heroes on Yellow Submarine are going to have to try and tank the tower.
They missed.
No, they don't keep it alive.
They missed one of the right clicks. They allowed tower to get an extra hit on the Carty, and this push is kind of done, I guess. Like, just the spam. I think 9 class did a good job. He read the move. He read what he needed to do. He just stood behind the tower using extra shocks, just dragging the creeps away. Even, like, look at the positioning from Shadow Shaman. It's really cool, by the way. He's gonna leave the river right now, but it's really cool what he was doing. Like, Zeus is farming and so is Beast, but I guess Ringmaster doing kind of the same thing, just covering the core that is farming in case any smoke ganks happen, any approaches happen from across the map.
And they've been able to pick up 2 towers early on for ParaVision, so it wasn't even really that much with the Jakiro helping out. We saw just the chip damage with the kill onto the Underlord. They got top previously, and the Satanic was able to dwindle that down, and then we just saw the tower go down bottom as well with the help of the Helm of the Dominator creeps from Centaur. So this network lead is up to 2k, and importantly as well, Satanic is having an incredible time. No one has come remotely close to the Earth, so he's just loving life on this, you know, far northern side.
Yeah, he had that one death, and that's it. Like, how do you kill him exactly? Like, what do you need? You need Puck, you need Earth Spirit, maybe level 6 as well. So a lot of damage, a lot of silence is necessary to take him down comfortably. You are playing versus a Stampede and Rage, of course, so maybe it's not even possible to take down.
Radiant are scanning.
They know where Centaur is, and he's going for Pipe, of course, after Dominator, like we said earlier.
It's with the roll being off the mark, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Thinking that even if they connected on that without the damage from the Magnetize, maybe Triple S was actually going to be able to stay alive, but he walks away. That first attempt in a while from Yellow Submarine is going to be shut down. So continuing to enable ParaVision just to farm whatever they want. This Beastmaster is catching up. No one's getting towards his items, pretty close towards the Scepter now. About 1,300 gold necessary.
Right now, I'm kind of struggling to see how they connect on the map. Like, they need Underlord, they need the Salt from Underlord, I feel like. And he's just chilling farming his Ags, so he's not really bringing a lot of utility as his first item. Isn't a Pipe or something like that, which is arguably not like amazing this game, so he's just going for more control with the Ags. I can see it. I can respect it. I just like my Underlord to be more of a tank with the first item, more of a utility bot, at least with the first one.
Yeah.
But they also could set up with Dream Coil into Fiend's Gate anywhere on the map. They just have to make a move.
No, they're not going for heroes just yet, but Problems is going to be able to sneak by and yoink the Wisdom, so that is something. Helps with the levels problem that they were having so far. It was just level 6 at that 14-minute mark. They're going to get a D-Ward as well, which will help secure this bottom side.
Both team, like, what the hell is this Dota?
Yeah, I know.
It's just chilling.
All right, here we go. We got some action now. They're going to be able to run into Triple S. He does get the Stampede off. Out of range of the pip. He's going to look to TP up, but they've got the core. This is 5 heroes down bottom, though. So Yellow Submarine, all the boys are required for the kill, which does leave this mid tower completely vulnerable. You know, 9 class is not going to hesitate. Serpent Wards with the use of the Jakiro as well. This tower will drop.
That's Dream Coil, that's Underlord ulti and Ringmaster ulti. So 3 out of 4 ultis that they've got available for them right now were used. And they lose their last tier 1 tower as they get the kill on Centaur. Like, this map is looking really rough for Yellow Submarine. They're kind of losing map control. I don't even know how to put it. Like, by default, it's not like PVISION are making any crazy moves. They're just playing the map properly. They're pressuring the towers when they need to be pressured. And maybe one of the reasons, of course, is this Zeus position 1. Kind of has to back out. Whenever he gets aggressed on, he needs to back out. He cannot... If Stampede is used for him, that's most certainly a kill.
You see now they're just going to give up Roche for free. So not aware, or at least not in a position to be able to contest. So Age is given over to no one, and it's an instant smoke from them as well. They not run into anyone inside the triangle of Yellow Submarine, but they're still continuing to hold the area, just hoping that someone does blindly walk up this high ground.
I'm just waiting to see the power spike of this Radiant strat, right? Like, at what point do they actually, like, come online even? You know, like, they've got the Axe on Underlord, got the Kaya, almost Yasha on Zeus, with the Shard, of course, I gotta say, so it's like he's got a bit more than his inventory is showing. He's level 12, has that level 2 ult.
Damn. Kind of forgot how fast this hero can farm with the Shard.
Yeah, he farms really quickly. He farms quickly. He deals a lot of damage in fights, of course, because of static field, the innate. So he should, on paper, he should be really strong. And he's got a lot of AoE control in front of him. They just gotta kind of combine that all together. Pre-BKBs, because once BKBs are up, that damage, yeah, it really drops off.
Yeah, and even like you mentioned before, right? Like if you compare the offlaners, you have a pipe on Triple S, and you have a scepter on the Underlord. So this is something that even before the BKBs, they're going to have a bit of a team fighting advantage here for ParaVision. And they will run into the Underlord as well. The Deep Observe Ward, Ducalis assisting with the dive. Namural will look to try and TP him. But is there really a potential fight to be had here with the pipe activated? It's going to help mitigate some of the damage, so they will go through the light pool of Ducalis. So 1-for-1, but ParaVision, of course, feeling incredibly strong with the Aegis.
Yeah, they're feeling strong, but they did use Roar as well. And, okay, on one side, there's no Dream Coil, on the other, there's no Roar. Maybe because of that, they're kind of happy and even with this. They will take down the tier 2 tower as well, which puts them up there. Yeah, definitely in a winning position. Underlord is up in 8 seconds, and he does have ulti. If you want to make a play somewhere on the map, you can do that with him. I think this is the play between the Earth Spirit and Puck, what they're doing right now. They expect someone to go back, to maybe defend, to play this side of the map. But there's also Tormentors. If you kill this Jakiro again, does he really care? It's a good kill.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
Something.
attack.
But yeah, like you said, does he care? Do the ParaVision care as well? Probably not. His current map state is heavily favoring them. They can still do whatever they want with the Aegis. See if they... would you honestly like to see them play more aggressive on ParaVision for the last like 2 minutes of this? Or are there some items that you feel like are too necessary?
I don't think they needed to be more aggressive than what they have been, like no one with the Invis and the Axe, but he's way too... I mean, it's a tanky hero still. Like, they killed him last time, but they had everyone there. I think they're playing aggressively enough. Like, you've got Blinks now on Shadow Shaman, on Centaur, you've got the BKBs on Ursa. Tormentor, of course, is next up, because you took Aegis at minute 16, so you're gonna have it until 21. Tormentor will not be contested. It's all kind of coming together. This is like stock standard Dota from them.
Bro, might be in an awkward position down in the low ground. Ducalis. Well, they even tried with the Thunder God. It's 9th attempt, but the Tentacles is healthy enough.
And Mirelli did snatch Arcane Rune, which is, you know, not a bad thing. As Aegis will be reclaimed in 40 seconds. Maybe they can find a fight around it.
See if they can put themselves in a position there. They've got an okay ward inside the lane in mid. ParaVision actually going to try and force a fight as well with the Aegis expiring. They will smoke together. The Satanic's not going to be involved in the smoke. Noble Triple S. Let's see what they're going to run into though. Known Class will lead the charge. He's got the blink. Ready to hopefully jump the puck. That would be the ideal target. Maybe no one's just going to be happy with a free kill over towards the Ringmaster, though. He's kind of close to the tier 2. Nice leap over the tree line. Now the response. They do get the Hex over towards the puck. The will might be enough to help dissuade, but it's not in the end. The cancel, the shackles is not going to keep him alive. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Satanic's even looking for a solo kill, but the Earth Spirit has to roll past the tier 2. But 9 Class has already TP'd back. He'll cancel the TP and add another kill in a quick sequence of events from ParaVision.
Oh, disaster for Yellow Submarine, and poor Ringmaster, he played them. Like, he made a circus out of all of that with Whoopee Cushion just completely playing the Beastmaster. Of course, he probably dies there anyway. But instead, Puck was like, I got you, Mr. President. Jumps in. Dies instead of the Ringmaster. I'm pretty sure Ringmaster would have been happy to take that kill over so that his Puck survives, but yeah. It was... If there was no BKB on Beastmaster, by the way, that's a massive play, and they probably turn it into a winning play, but just the fact that he's got all of these items already, he's got tags, he's got BKB, it was very simple for him to just pop the BKB and, yeah, what's the Puck gonna do? Especially with the Shadow Shaman nearby as well.
They are going to try and force the issue, but Yellow Submarine, they're going to be off the mark, or maybe not. Is Satanic actually going to run into this triangle area. Looks like he's
They have
a bit cautious.
They have a BKB on Zeus. Let's see. Well, to me, this still doesn't look like a huge power spike, but it does enable you to maybe fight. Maybe.
Satanic's actually just going to jump in over towards Inferno. They will get pulled out of the low ground. They've got the Stampede, though, to easily close the distance, and now Triple S is onto Hatred on the other side. So Inferno will drop, and now they're looking for more, but the Hex before the BKB. He will continue to be kicked away, but the Earthspirit's putting in some goddamn work here to keep the cause alive, but it's not going to be enough, and no one as well finds him with the Roar. And Problems is doing everything he can possibly do to keep some of his heroes alive, but the lead from PVISION is too much at this stage.
Yeah, the lead is too much. The Earth Spirit, by the way, his first item was the Shard. He went Brown Boots, Windlace into the Shard just so he can do what he just did. And it was nice, like he almost saves the Zeus, but like you said, the lead is a little bit too much, and this draft just works versus Glass Cannon heroes, and Zeus is a Glass Cannon after all. Like, you love picking Ursa into these guys because you can hunt them down, and you can hunt down these big boys, not only Glass Cannons, like an Underworld. Much easier game to play if you're PVISION, just off of the draft that they've got, not only because of the net worth.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing that prove to be the case inside some of these team fights. I mean, they are just running down the members. Very difficult to get this formation set up on Yellow Submarine, which you absolutely need to when you have this Zeus as your position 1. You need the team to play in front of you, and the 15,000 deficit, it's going to be very difficult for them to position accordingly on the map. I mean, this is where the remnant of that tier 2 top was, and PVISION, no fear. There's nothing that need to be worried about if they are. Yeah, Triple S is a little bit vulnerable at the other side, but I mean, you think that's the case until Satanic jumps in, and they've still got a tier 1 tower, so Dakalis has TP'd in. And they're also going to be able to run him down. It's a nice timing out of the BKB from Bottega, so won't get stunned, but Satanic's Blink is going to be up pretty shortly with the Basher as well. Satanic is going to be able to get lucky enough, is continuing to find Bottega behind the T2. It's a nice leap away, but it just doesn't matter. No matter where are you running to, there's just so many stuns, so many ways for them to stay on top of the Zeus, and meanwhile, I mean, your high ground's under assault as well.
Yeah, the tower is almost gone. Can Puck maybe punish this? He's got the greater healing lotus. He's not dying. Roar in 15. He's got BKB. He's just baiting here.
Gonna drop the ward on the high ground to give them some vision. 9 cost. They will lose the ward though, so maybe unable to make a play. He'll still try and go for the shackle. And the Park's gonna have to be a bit too cautious here. Won't be able to jump in with the silence to help his Earth Spirit and get away.
It's like, on one side, they're going on the Underlord, easily killing him off because they have this Ursa and everything. On the other, they're going on a Centaur. He's not using Pipe, he's not using BKB, he's not using Stampede. The only thing that he used against them was the Wave. For me, it's Ctrl-Alt-1. I don't know what hotkey it is for you, but he was just running around and waving at them, basically trolling them at that point. And once they got on top of him, he actually soloed the Earth Spirit. Like, he turned and killed him alone. And then Ursa connected. So it's like you're using 3 heroes and you're actually losing 1 against the enemy offlaner. Meanwhile, your offlaner is dying on the other side of the map. It's kind of rough. They really have to... I mean, I don't know what they have to do right now. They're 20k behind. But they gotta make some sort of an advantage on the map with the Underlord.
Satanic. I can always just BKB TP out, I suppose. Is going to use it now. And should be able to cover the duration. They don't have the damage. Vega's right clicks. Doesn't have the items.
Those impalement arts, man, were... Try not to panic a lot.
Just flying through.
Yeah. What's the... Maybe one silver lining that I could take for Yellow Submarine is that the BKBs are running lower. 8 seconds on Beastmaster. I mean, technically lower, 8 seconds on Centaur. I think Ursa might have 6 seconds on Ursa. So there you go, something to play around.
Yeah, I thought with the BKB actually getting used from Satanic that maybe they might consider about taking this Roche fight. And even, PVISION were kind of aware of this as well, or at least concerned about this. They backed away and smoked. But no, Yellow Submarine have wanted nothing to do with it. So Satanic will end up getting the Aegis. They're going to have the Bennett now to be able to crack high ground. And Inferno will just avoid that smoke attempt.
Honestly, that could have been a pretty good play. Like if they went into the pit, and even if you killed yours, he's not the only problem though. That's the problem. Beast has nullifier, by the way.
Oh wow. Really? We'll see the Shaman. No one's going to try and jump in as well. It's a pretty good placement out of the wheel. They didn't give the Aegis to no one, but at least he's got the BKB, which kind of gives him some protection in the end, so he's going to be able to scurry away.
Not bad, not bad. BKB forced. Mid lane, maybe they can take this fight now. There's no Beast, no Shadow Shaman. This could be a 3 against 5 if Zeus goes back, but he's still just farming.
Yeah, but Morelli's going to be careful if he steps up too far, if they get a bash as well, which they didn't. So a little bit unlucky. He does still get stunned, but Spirit's going to pull him away.
Palace.
Yeah, okay. Another free pick off onto one of the supports as well. And class him to Carlos. Give some gold over. Morelli's getting up there, but still, of course, some of the big one we're looking for is what is this Zeus impact going to be like? But maybe it's a game where we might not feel have an opportunity to really test the hero. Satanic is in the trees and ready to go. Now they are nearby. Satanic is just trying to poke, force out some reactions.
I like this disperser build that everyone is going for right now, by the way. Like you can see it on different heroes. There was a PA disperser as well recently. Underlord.
Another jump in. A little bit slow there with the Nullifier. Weren't able to find it onto Inferno, and that's an early death on the Aegis as well. They will chuck everything out over towards the Underlord. They're doing their best to try and secure the kill. They should be able to get away, though. Once again, Problem's doing a great job here with the Earth Spirit to help protect. And even with the escape act as well for the Ringmaster, who's really the only casualty in that little skirmish.
Yo, the high ground defense on Radiant is kind of hard to deal with. I mean,
Yeah.
what can you do against it? You have Roshan's banner, of course, and Shadow Shaman's wards. I think that should do it because they also have a 20k lead. But just fighting them mano a mano and trying to take down heroes, I think it's a little bit difficult because of the Earth Spirit and the high ground and the Pit of Malice. They kind of, they kind of caught no one on his left foot a couple of times, right? Like they managed to force out the BKB on the right side of the map. This last fight, Nullifier was a bit too late.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's definitely showcasing that there's some things that they have to be speaking about and concerned about inside some of these fights, even with this large lead that they've had for the majority of this game. So it's only getting more and more, and these fights might get easier as well with the scepter from Triple S. At least in regards to maybe if you overcommit a bit too far, then you've got the workhorse to escape. But if Yellow Submarine are able to put themselves in this high ground position where ParaVision go for the push and they're not perfect, then who knows?
They are hunting though. Earth Spirit is prime meat right here to take down first. If they can find him.
That they will. Easy pickoff, of course. And now it's going to give them an opportunity to be able to get on the other side of the map here. Try and reclaim some of their jungle, get a little bit more farm here towards Bottega. BKB, Pike, Sunjin, Kaya. He's going to be working on the Lincolns next. Feels it necessary, considering some of the single target control. Shaman doesn't get the perfect start. A little bit awkward coming through from 9 class Triple S to the rescue, though. Gets the workhorse out. Raw from no one once again isn't the greatest. They need Satanic for the damage, and where is he? Satanic's actually coming through from the southeast instead, so it's going to be a backstab, and he's not required in the end for the kill on the Underlord. They've got too much of a net worth lead, and 9 class, who they started the fight on, will end it with the control holding Morelli into place. But Take is able to scurry away, but and that is a consolation prize at best, only keeping a Zeus alive when everyone else is dying.
if he stays alive. They are kind of close, and refresher is, I believe, almost complete. It is like he could just send it to himself. The courier is actually AFK, never mind for the beast. I guess he doesn't need it. He can just pressure the high ground. There's like a huge disparity between the two carries right now. One is basically Ursa looks at the Zeus and Zeus has to run away.
Yeah.
You know, like the ultimate bully. Doesn't even have to do a lot. The Kalis.
Oh, they got the Yules, Bottega. Okay, we'll get the BKB off at least. Raw's still going to be there from no one. The supports are once again doing a good job to try and protect them, but is he actually going to be able to make it away? No one did go a bit deep inside the base. They're going to get a buyback out of the Earth Spirit, but still with the deaths, some of the heroes aren't available. They're up in a couple of seconds. No problems. But we actually kept the Zeus alive. Triple S is trying to get the last little bit of damage, and he will be able to do so. Zeus is gone. That's a dieback out of your Earth Spirit as well. And meanwhile, some of the other members of PVISION, they're just happy with dealing with the objectives. They will have the Fiends Gate out to hold them into place, but there's still a Stampede to work with. The colors will drop, so it's both supports that are taking a spill for PVISION, but this should be the end of the fight.
Yeah, two supports dying on one side, but two supports having to buy back on the other, one of them dying as well. Unfortunately, Zeus died, by the way, by the splash of Bat Fury's pipes, I believe, and a little bit of some extra damage on the side as well. In his own fountain. As if he maybe survives there, you could say that the buyback from problems is worth it, but as his carry dies, it truly isn't. They still don't lose a single side, though. Like, one thing that I gotta say, of course, they're 30k behind. This game is almost as good as over. It's just a matter of time. But, you know, they still have all their sides. Maybe they can put up some sort of a high ground fight.
This is the fight that we're hoping for from them. So I want to see what the Zeus can do, man. You tease us like this, like you pick a Zeus last pick. Like I want to have the opportunity to be able to see, like, is this actually a hero that is potentially viable again? But it's been a very quiet game from Bottega.
I think this Zeus is a hero that needs a good draft around him, but he also needs a bad draft against him, like a draft that doesn't really work into Zeus. And
oh man.
Well, that
I thought he knew. Actually, yeah, went the other way. Runs into problems. Who has chucking blood grenades 35 minutes in.
Just so he can
escape. They're under a ward. No, wasn't. Good guess.
They had a ward. They had a ward right there on the low ground, though. So, yeah, good blood grenade, by the way, just to prevent the blink. But yeah, I think that they have a pretty solid draft around the Zeus as a carry this game. I think it's cool what they drafted. They cooked. All that thought. He's gonna survive. But I think the draft against Zeus is way too good. And you've got Stampede, you've got Ursa that can run him down. Roar as well through BKB. Just too many heroes that can deal with him.
I really wonder then what the decision and I guess thought process was with the Zeus. I mean, you must have some other carry heroes available for Bottega.
They definitely did. I'm sure that they did, but it's just that it's a last pick into Ursa carry, Centaur and Beast. It's kind of hard to find the perfect pick here. It truly is.
Or maybe another game, another day, we'll see the Zeus carrier attempted again. See if it can work out. He's just been farming up. Meanwhile, PVISION continuing to inch their way closer to a game one victory here, which is a roster that, again, like you were saying, kind of needs to have a really good performance at this PGL Wallachia. We have seen them, of course, third place at TI. And you have some okay performances in the tournaments after TI, but then you get a roster change with DM out and Triple S in. So this is, again, a team, like you said, who pretty much were super dominant last year for a good portion of it. And then I know some other teams kind of took over as well. But these are some names that you would expect to be at the top and winning some events.
So far, so good for them. So far, so good for this Ursa. Like, what? Of course, Zeus is out there. It's not really the hero that most people pick at all on position 1. But I'm trying to figure out, like, back to your question on what they could have went for as one. I mean, there's like PA, Weaver, Kez, I guess, these kind of heroes, but none of them feel that great into all the catch on the other side. So let's still give this Zeus benefit of the doubt. Like, the game is not over yet. They're 30k behind, but he's queuing up some Lincolns. He's got some Witchblade after as well, it seems like. Soon he comes online and everything changes and we realize it.
The true power of this hero, it's just growing by the moment. Which they are losing Roshan, also losing heroes. Nice Tumblr's toy. Glass actually leaps in front of problems, and now they are just all making sure they stand on top of him.
Mid lane, Underlord. This is not a kill, is it? He already used BKB, but he's got Refresher. Zeus.
Okay, so able to get the force away, but he's actually looking to try and TP out, so everyone else is kind of left to their own devices here. There's no one's going to run into the Underlord. Infernal killed off easily. It looks like they should be able to get the Ringmaster as well. Danik had that early death in the laning phase, but since then, 11 kills in a row. Quite the performance from him.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Has that Swift Link as well. Refresher shard on him. And this is a point in the game in which you can just like hit your keyboard with your forehead and you're probably gonna kill someone as Ursa.
Radiant structures are falling.
They would use the glyph. I don't... Okay, so... The big objective that's even used as well. They're trying... I don't know if 5 Centaurs dying.
Yeah, just 5k HP on the Centaur. Level 25 almost. You're not killing. This is not a hero that dies. Although his 5k does work against him.
True.
When he's playing versus Zeus.
Yeah, but you know, you've mentioned that just the lineup on ParaVision feels so incredibly good against the Zeus. The Ursa, the Centaur, the Beast all on top of you. We've seen the Shaman has not been hesitant at all. Their own positioning. Rally actually just jumps straight on towards the Ursa. So I mean, usually it's your Satanic wanting to be the one that's getting the jump and hoping to find the puck, but he puts himself on a silver platter. They lose the gem.
Yeah.
He's got no buyback as well.
Yeah. And that means the supports are basically free to do whatever they want to. Shadow Shaman can do exactly this as well.
Actually, just like they have to use the wheel kind of defensively, but now it means you don't have this toolkit to stop the Ursa ripping another hero apart. This is your last full set of barracks as well to withstand the mega creeps, and it's going to be a difficult showing from them. Satanic. Use the BKB turn with the Abyssal. And down goes Problems. They're not on to Bottega just yet.
9 class, mid. He might die.
Okay.
Maybe? No, not even
What?
him.
And he's...
They gave cheese.
The Thunderclaws didn't kill him, and meanwhile Triple S gets a nice stun in the backline. So that'll be the game ender right there. ParaVision. A clean victory and a nice start here in their run at PGL Wallachia. Game 1. See if they're able to be able to continue with this. Of course, the Zeus carry. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it really come into play and get to see the potential power of it.
Yep. A pretty clean play from our boys on ParaVision. Like, the draft was good. Everything was kind of solid. Like maybe the laning stage was the silver lining for Yellow Submarine even, and when I say the silver lining and the laning stage, I mean mostly mid lane, because they did manage to make no one's life a little bit harder, but in general this was still a very how to put it, like stock standard textbook game from PVISION. Like they took every single tier 1 tower without even having like a big fight around any of the towers, right? Like they just fell as collateral damage. Creeps hitting it a little bit too long, then Jakiro coming in with some liquid fire, Shadow Shaman of course as well, using wards here and there. So they took full map control and then they rolled with it. Like they just farmed. Like you remember around minute like 15 we were asking ourselves what the hell is happening. There is nothing going on the map. Like these two teams chose pacifism, but PVISION definitely the team that comes out on top because of that. Why? Because all they needed were first initially blinks, of course, but then BKBs as well. BKBs just rendered this Zeus pick absolutely useless until later portions of the game.
Yeah, we saw that maybe the scary period that there was for PVISION with the early game, like this beast mid that was just farming up Scepter, right? We were kind of questioning on if Yellow Submarine were going to play aggressive as well with the two supports in the puck. And we did see, I think, early on, I mean, Problems overall, I think, had a pretty good game on the Earth Spirit. You know, those rotations that we saw from him, and then inside some of the fights just with the saves. Of course, unable to get help out with getting a victory and making it close, but it just felt like we needed a little bit more out of them. Some of the smokes weren't connecting, which I think was a big thing, right? You were going for these plays, but PVISION were always avoiding them, and then that's when they were able to find that farm. And like you mentioned, that 15 minutes, and you know, it was all chill from there. But I think we needed those smokes to actually connect from Yellow Submarine to have a competitive game.
You know what I think you actually need? Like when you're playing versus the Cersei, you need a hero that isn't scared running into him, and that has something against him. Like let's say a PA with some mischance that she can blink around and play around with, Kaz that can just cast a bazillion spells, go in with, you know, crit him, kill off the Ursa, the Viper that doesn't really care anyway. Like you need the right solution to him. Like for them, this game was, the solution was, oh, we have such a beautiful draft, we're going to use our Pit of Malice, we will use our Dream Coil, it's all going to be so beautiful and straightforward for us, and Zeus will get to right click. Well, he ain't gonna get to right click because nothing happens the way you envision when you have these heroes with all the blinks just playing around you, like outplaying you in team fights. They're not going to run at you as a unison 5 team that will allow themselves to get controlled by all these spells. So overall, I feel like you need a little bit more pizzazz versus Ursa. It's like this Zeus doesn't how to put it, like it felt very much like an SF into Ursa matchup, just worse. The right clicks don't go through BKB, you know, so you don't even have the damage through BKB.
Well, they tried something. They experimented. Unfortunately, again, we didn't really get to see the experimentation kind of come into play and get to see the full potential of it. Now, hopefully there is other opportunities. But again, Swiss Age is that you really don't have a lot of room for error here. You know, three defeats and you're out. It's, you know, very, very competitive with all the teams that we have going at it. But we've got 16 teams. So got to get those 3 victories and see if you can make it through. Unfortunately, game 1 is not the start for them. For PVISION, it absolutely is. So we'll have to see. We'll see if the Zeus is going to be on the cards again or not, and where they'll play. But overall, of course, what do we? We'll see. We'll see. We've got to break ready. When we come back, we'll have all our questions soon answered with game 2. We'll see you guys soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, Slacks here with a very special treat. We have from Yellow Submarine, Mr. Problems. Problems, how you doing?
I'm feeling great.
How's the team feeling? You guys rested up? You ready to go? Have you prepared a lot for the event?
I mean, yeah, my boys are very excited, and also me. It's for them first Tier 1 tournament, actually.
So let me ask first a clarification for me. What is your relationship to Yandex? Are you still on that team? Are you officially on Yellow Submarine? Are you on loan? What's the deal?
I'm benched on Team Yandex, and I'm playing like low-on.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. So does that mean that that's a team you're gunning for? I mean, would it mean a lot to you to be able to beat Team Yandex now here?
Maybe to prove just for my ego that I'm good.
I mean, we know you're good. I mean, you've done very well. In fact, you guys qualified in this tournament where other teams that many people think are good, Nigma, did not qualify. I mean, you beat that, so I mean, got to be great, right?
Yeah. It's always great to qualify.
Well, good. So what do you think about your competition? What are you guys kind of feeling in this tournament? Is it relaxed, like, hey, you know, we get as far as we go, or is this, guys, we are going to win this? What's the team's feeling?
We actually think that we can go through group stage. It's 100%.
Great.
And then we're just going to test our limits, I think.
All right. That's a good answer. Very humble, very smart. Don't look too high. All right, so I have to embarrass you here. I need to know your whole story. Your Liquipedia page, it's got a picture there. That's nice, but people don't know the tale. How did you get into Dota? Tell me from the beginning. What interested you? Give me the whole story.
So basically, I was just playing Dota my whole, not life, but maybe from 8th grade to 11th grade in school. And then...
well, slow down. Who got you into it? Because nobody just starts Dota. There's always some sicko that gets us addicted to it, you know?
Yeah, and I got like maybe 1K rank, like in a month. It was really fast, and then I thinking like, I can join this. Like, it's very easy for me, I think. Yeah, and I just decided that I want to join cybersport. So yeah, that was my goal. Like from 2022, I think.
Wow.
And then I was just grinding pubs till 2024. I was rank 100, I think.
Damn.
Yeah, and my first team was DMS. I don't know, you know about it or no. But it was with The Hack. The Hack was the creator of the team.
Ah, yeah, that's a legendary name there.
And
so
kinda. When they invited me to tests, I'm looking at nicknames and I'm thinking, like, that's my chance. Like,
yeah.
I should try it. Yeah, and it went good. Like first 3-4 months, I learned a lot. Like they improved me a lot, like in Dota in general and in my personal skill.
Yeah.
So, yeah. then I was just playing for standings. Virtus Pro invited me on some quali, and then I just like sometimes I pop off on some teams on standings, yeah, and then Team Yandex found me.
Pretty interesting story. Why are you passionate about Dota? What keeps you playing? So why are you still motivated?
I'm actually glad that my first TI was 2017 that I watched by myself. So this team was really motivating me. Also, I mean, I just got really inspired by JH. And yeah, I just wanted to be like him. I just wanted to be my name, to be there in the Dota history. So, yeah.
Can you talk to me about Yellow Submarine as like a group?
If I would describe them, like each of them, R5, in Russian it's called, his nickname Mechta, which is dream. So he's basically just a good 5 in pubs. He's really high rank. So yeah, he's very talented in micro. And I think he's gonna be, maybe he have a good potential to be a good mechanical position 5 player. So yeah. So on carry we have Prodigy, I think, Russian Prodigy, 17 years old, Bottega.
Damn.
I mean, he's playing well.
Yeah.
He's playing well. Then Mirelli, I know him from pubs, so I knew before that he is very talented, especially on mid lane. So he basically a good laner, very good laner.
Now I know him from pubs is a pretty dangerous statement. Is this a good I know him from pubs, or is this a like?
I mean, no. When you're playing pubs, it's actually, most of them, like 80% of people are not trying. And then there is a few more, 5, 3, 2%, and you just know that he's good. Like one micro strafe, you already know that he's good.
Agreed.
And Infernal, he's also a very talented player on position 3. I mean, he's high rank, like maybe 2 years. Like he keeps rank 50, rank 60.
All right, last question. If you had to sum up your team in one word, in one kind of play style, you know, Liquid, super aggressive early game team, you know, Navi, the comeback team, what would you call yours?
In the future, I would say that we're very disciplined because we're working on that and that's our goal. So I would say we're trying to be very disciplined.
All right, the young but disciplined team. I'll take it. Well, thank you so much for sharing so much about you and your team. I'm super excited to see how far you guys get, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw you guys in those last final days. So thank you so much. Tune in right here to see more of Mr. Problems as he solves all those other teams with Yellow Submarine at Wallachia Season 7.
Ploaie ori din soare, ori lacrimi de fate mari. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Floriciche dalle flore, șai la la. Mi-a trimis necastri soare, să-i dau voie să-ți însoare. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Să-ți fie de păcat, șai-rai-ra. Să-ți fie de păcat, mai iubit și mai lăsat. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Mai iubit ca pe o
ParaVision with a good start here in their run at PGL Wallachia Season 7. We'll see what the young guns and the new team with Yellow Submarine were able to do to come out in our second game. We get potential different strategies, some different ideas from them, but already one thing that they're going to respect is no one's Beastmaster, which they want to remove in the second game.
Yep. They removed the Beast, they removed the Largo, and they removed the Jakiro as well. Jakiro that has been dying a lot in the early stages of the game last game, but overall, whenever a game is defined so heavily by a single hero like a Zeus on one side, I want to see it again. I want to see it again from Yellow Submarine, but I want to see it maybe protected a little bit more when it comes to the bans that they use against ParaVision, or when you're picking it and you know that there's an Ursa possible to jump you and stuff. Maybe you can. I honestly, you know what? I think the focal point of ParaVision, that the hero that made the most issues for them was actually the Centaur. Like, if you remove the Centaur out of the ParaVision's draft, I think that Zeus lineup is maybe playable. The Stampede threat was always a problem, and it was never like, whatever move you make across the map, you have to keep that in mind, that there is a possible Stampede available somewhere that he can run you down. So I'd like to see that single change on Yellow Submarine if they pick it again. But another option, of course, is when you try something a little bit wild, it doesn't work, you can just go play Standard Dota and see if you can win with Standard Dota.
All right, well, we're gonna trade Protector though. So as here was banned out in the first phase of the previous game, I feel like I haven't been seeing that much tree honestly at the moment. Maybe it's been banned out in a lot of games, so
yeah, he's just
not really slipping through.
It's a stupid hero. It's a hero that is like really difficult to lane against, combos very nicely with a lot of supports. Also, of course, you've got your Eyes of the Forest that did become a little nerfed, right, ever since they started giving 50 gold. But overall, I feel like 90% of position 5s right now, if you start a game of Dota on high level, like all of your games, the first picks on position 5s are Jakiro, Treant, Warlock, and those are the top 3. After that, you've got like Shadow Demon and stuff, but those are the top 3 for sure. Maybe I'm forgetting a single hero. I don't think I am. I think those are the strongest ones. Just like the offlaners are your like Underlord, Centaur, Tide Hunter. There's like a couple of heroes that are defaulted on the default picks, I should say, on every position right now. Just the position 4 is a little bit wonky. I feel like position 4 is... I don't think there's anything broken on a 4, actually. I don't think there's anything absolutely like, you must pick this hero. I don't think there's like a must pick for a 4. I know a lot of teams are going straight into Hoodwink right now, but this is a hero that hasn't been buffed and was ignored for the longest time. Like, there's just nothing better, so they pick Hoodwink all the time.
Yeah, I feel like partly that, like you said, we're just not really being anything better than Hoodwink, but it's just like, it's a very safe pick.
Yep.
Kind of does a lot, like relatively good laner, stun. I think the big thing, right, is the boomerang is definitely
of course
one of the
Shard
the biggest factors of this hero. Yeah, I mean, Shard is ridiculous. And the Shaman, I think last game actually, you mentioned the Centaur. I felt like the Shaman for me was really pivotal for ParaVision. I mean, I know it was a pretty
that's a good yawn right there.
There are some good ones. There's some good yawns where it's just it kind of hits the spot, man. No one's it's not a moment when you tell him to go wash his face or nothing. That's a yawn that kind of wakes him up. That gets him ready to go.
I yawn all the time whenever I'm nervous as well, or when I'm in like a high stress environment. I don't know what, it's like some sort of response, but I also yawn whenever I see someone yawning. Do you have the same thing, like this empathetic yawn?
I just yawned. I just yawned.
But that's a good yawn. I love a good yawn. I love a good sneeze. You know, there's so many people that take that away from themselves. If you're out there somewhere, cover your mouth, sure. Use a handkerchief or your hand or something, but sneeze. You don't have to do that. You know, where you kind of sneezed inside of yourself.
Yeah,
it's not good for you. I'm sure it's not
hold
good
it
for
back. You don't need to hold it back. Let it go. I mean, dude, imagine this Underlord sneezing. I don't know if he's got a nose, or I don't know how he's going to sneeze, but dude, some snot would be flying out.
Okay, man, I get it. Like, if you're Underlord, don't sneeze. Like, that's the one outlier. You're forbidden. But yeah, like they picked the Underlord. Unfortunately, what's their combo with it? It's like a Ringmaster. It's not too bad. Ursa, of course, gets instantly picked after. Warlock Ursa as well, just a very strong lane. Not a lane that has as much kill potential as Jakiro Ursa, but a lane that is a little bit more stable. Like, you just spam Fatal Bonds, Shadow Word. Ursa should be very happy in the laning stage versus the Underlord.
Yeah, so honestly, not a lot of flair in this draft though. Like, nothing too crazy. That is flair. That is something a little bit out there.
That's a really good entrance, by the way. I thought I saw all of these, but I guess we're getting new ones. That one is actually legit. Like him running in infested in a creep. I actually didn't see that one before. I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't think I have. I mean, we don't get Lycio. This year is might get dead.
You know what? Like last game, I thought it's like maybe a decent Lifestealer game. Like there was a Centaur offlane. This game, it's also not bad. Like you're playing a Lifestealer into Mars. Like you don't really care too much about the arena. There are some BKB piercing spells, of course, like Warlock Golem, maybe Ursa with the Basher eventually. So overall, it's not bad though. I think it's better, maybe easier to play than with Lifestealer, than with Zeus. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like the Zeus is just a bunch of question marks on that hero and how you need to play. I mean, again, I'm just basing it off one game, so I don't want to go too far ahead of myself here, but yeah, I feel like the Lifestealer is just it's a bit of an easier time. With that being said, though, like, what is a matchup versus the Ursa like? I imagine the Radiance evasion is a little bit frustrating for the Ursa because you're not really an MKB builder, but isn't a man fight like still pretty good for the Ursa?
It is. We'll see what Lifestealer goes for, because it could just be like an agonist build, right? You get the Ags and then you can infest the Ursa. We'll see. We'll see. Like overall, like you said, it's not a bad matchup for Ursa, but one thing that I'm seeing, by the way, from these two teams is one team has an abundance of straightforward catch and stuns, even through BKB. Like you've got Shadow Shaman, you've got Underlord, you've got Warlock Golem. On the other side, when it comes to stuns, it's very wonky. Like you don't really have any reliable catch. Like you have Pit of Malice, you have Overgrowth, but these are all things that can be dispelled by a user himself. So this last pick from mid lane, it doesn't usually bring that, right? Like there aren't heroes besides Dragonite that can give you like a point and click stun from the mid lane. So yeah, we'll see how they adapt. I would like some silence maybe from the mid lane anyway, because they don't have any versus the Ursa. Maybe even something like a Void Spirit is available for them. Ember banned out. Yeah, maybe they banned out the Void as well. Oh, the Kotl, the good old Kotl mid lane is what they ban. Okay. I mean, it would press the tempo. Yellow Submarine obviously have a couple of cheese picks in their pockets.
Definitely seems like they know something on PVISION. Looking for some potential Storm here for Yellow Submarine.
Also,
but pretty difficult. I think of course with the Mars Shaman Ursa makes some of the mid laners a little bit less viable. Slaughter was something I was looking at as well with the life source Slaughter.
Actually, good
combo.
call.
I'm not sure if we're getting. Yeah, I just don't know if the priority on that hero is as much as what it has been previously, but it also could have some problems with not seeing no one's hero.
It's the Void Spirit for who took it? Yellow Submarine. Okay, yeah. So this, like, why I mentioned the Void Spirit earlier is because it's the hero that cares. Like out of the others that we mentioned, like Storm Spirit, like Puck, he cares against Shadow Shaman the least, like playing against Shadow Shaman. He brings you some AoE silence into the Ursa and the backlines. These are the nice things. But I liked your Slardar called. The only question is, like, would you get Huskard or something mid lane and your game is unplayable? Which is maybe still an option for PVISION. But it's on no one now to choose his hero. Like, you called for Storm Spirit. It's a lot of roots on the other side if PVISION picks it. Puck into Void Spirit as well, like the laning stage itself, not that incredible. They could pick one of those bulky boys for themselves, maybe.
Yeah, I think they have a lot with already the heroes they have. Like, you have Tower Push, you have Team Fight, you've got a lot of control. I kind of just want a hero that honestly is just simply good versus the Void Spirit in the lane. Because I think Yellow Submarine really have to play through the Void with the tempo. Like, he starts and then the Underlord can ultimate in. You know, the Void Spirit's going to go in front of the Ringmaster, the tree. So I feel like if you just have a really strong laner from no one to... I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. So this is what you were mentioning previously. If you go for some of the other heroes for Yellow Submarine, you might just get Huskered. They will anyway. So this is exactly what I was wanting. Just, this is the hero that you have to play through on Yellow Submarine with the Void Spirit. And now how are you going to do so with a rough lane against Huskar?
Yeah, it doesn't really change a lot. Like, if you go Void Spirit or if you go Slardar, like, this Huskar is still a very annoying pick no matter what. Like, when it comes to the Huskar here, what do you have? You've got some right clicks from the Lifestealer, from the Underlord eventually, so you do have some plays. But in general, like, this hero, if he's last picked, just get me out, man. Like, I'm done with Huskars. Can this hero be removed? Like, it's just... This is the only hero that can be last picked and that it completely just makes you feel miserable, like the game is unplayable. I swear, it's the only hero in Dota right now. If last pick, you feel, okay, this is unplayable. Everything else, somehow you can itemize for, somehow you can find a way of dealing with it. But, like, I don't know why does this guy have 2 built-in dispels? Like, I'm on a rant right here. I'm on a Huskar hater train.
Go for it.
HHT right here. You can join me. It's my guild in Dota. A Huskar hater train. It's a new guild. We're making it for everyone out there.
Does everyone need to get on with this game as well? Like, how good of a Huskar game is this actually here for no one?
It looks like a good game. It looks like a pretty good game.
Right.
They've got some right clicks, right, with the Lifestealer, but overall it still looks like a pretty good game for Huskar. Like, of course, when you're picking Huskar mid, you're missing something that casual Spirit would give you. The playmaking isn't really there, but the pressure is. Like, pressure is 24/7. Maybe they can duel him mid or something, like put Ringmaster there a little bit. Make life a little bit easier for the Void Spirit the first couple of lanes. Waves, that is.
They're going to have to try something, though. One thing I like always with Dream Protect the lineups is that, or games where it feels like we always see these early skirmishes down the tree lane. Yellow Submarine are kind of ready for that with some of the 4 heroes that are actually playing behind, but it's going to be late. Triple S will come down by himself to cut some trees, but everyone else on PVISION are actually still hanging around the mid.
Yeah, you can see what they did. They waited with the smoke, and now that they sent Mars, like, he's gonna cut some trees, but he will be late to the room because of that. So you're kind of getting something out of this 5-man move down bottom.
Is Huskar one of those heroes that you have in your ban list? It feels like he must be, right?
I wish I could show you my ban list right now, because it's only Huskar. I haven't banned anything else. It's literally, I'm true to my words, it's only Huskar. I don't have a single other ban.
Look at this. I mean, this is what you're asking for, right? This is a super late smoke from Yellow Submarine. So Hatred and Problems, it seems like Decisive is kind of aware that something might be going on. I mean, this is dirty. You pick Huskar last pick and you got a support that's even... You're potentially dual laning as well? Like, come on, guys. What are we doing?
How did they know? Like, where did the read come from? Like, they had one ward in the dire
No
jungle.
way. Bro, he ran up and used Shadow Word. Come on. The disrespect. You pick Huskar 24th and this is what you're going to do.
Okay, Shadow Word doesn't really do a whole lot to...
No, I don't care. That would annoy me so much. It's like I'm versing Huskar. Come on, dude. Are you really going to come use Shadow Word on me in this lane? Like, dude, it's like F-off, man.
Yeah, I agree. It's...
Really? Okay.
He's not gonna die, dude. He didn't use Berserker's Blood. Like, keep that in mind. He's just gonna heal up. Like, you think you got him, and then he uses this shitty spell and he just gains like 30% of HP back.
Well, meanwhile, Satanic is also an incredible start. 9 last hits, hasn't missed the creep so far. We'll see if his lane is going to be as solid as what it was previously. He had that early death inside the lane with the aggressive dive onto Infernal. You were mentioning just with the Warlock that maybe this is not as... it's a very strong lane, a very secure lane, but with the Jakiro was maybe offers more kill threat than what the Warlock does.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Shadow Word level 1. Usually this hero is played around Fatal Bonds level 1. Just so you can be aggressive. Shadow Word level 1 isn't really that impressive anyway. It scales with level 2, so level 1 Shadow Word on mid lane kind of made the top lane a little bit more manageable for the Underlord and Ring.
And what about our last lane here with bottom? You know, the Bottega on some newer heroes, the Zeus into the lifesteal, not as unconventional, but already the MOUZ 14 and 5, so they are showcasing that they too are able to have a very good time, cut all the trees down, which limits some of the effectiveness from Hatred.
This is a big boy lane right here. Everyone hits hard. It's an interesting one. Like, we'll see who comes out on top. Like, I wouldn't like having to deal with Shadow Shaman and Mars as a lifestealer. I think there's just too many little things that play well for them, like the chicken fingers as well, and then they right Q down. It's too much damage. But if the Treant is in a good position, Leech Seed as well can be kind of difficult to deal with.
This is kind of interesting as well. Triple S went for a very early Blades of Attack. So even before he completed the bracer, so just wanting a bunch more damage to be able to play into the low right clicks, so the low attack damage in the lifestealer.
The only one surprised by this.
So he's, by the looks of it, gonna free farm. We absolutely know Huskar is, and it's you can take a look at the last here. And it's not going to change anytime soon. 19 and 15 compared to the 7 and 2. Like, what the hell does Morelli do in a lane like this?
Nothing. Like, what do you do? Like, you start rotating across the map. You creep skip. Like, whenever I'm playing versus Huskar, which is a lot, by the way, because every single 1k rank Immortal is spamming Huskar. Creep skipping behind the tier 2s is nice. Getting the waves, just making sure that you get something out of the lane. Just messing up with the equilibrium of the wave. It's the only thing that you can possibly do.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a Sand King nor a Primal Beast, which makes it far more difficult for Morelli to really be able to do some of these plays. So he's kind of having to run back and forth to try and juke no one to get the water rune. Some frustrating times for them. At least Infernal again is having a much better lane than what we saw previously. So 24 last hits, of course Satanic as well is free farming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this was kind of some concerns in the draft, like what actually happens this game from Yellow Submarine if you don't have a Void Spirit? Because you're pretty much playing without a Void Spirit. What are you going to do? You're going to soak some levels, hope you get 6 somehow, and I don't know. I don't know how you do anything on the map.
It's difficult. It's difficult to find the silver linings when you get last pick Huskar like this. Sometimes you have a hero that can deal with him, and then you're like, okay, we're gonna lose the lane, but at least we have this Ancient Apparition or this Drow Ranger or this like random hero that can deal with the Huskar. But right now, I don't really see it. I don't see what hero does it. Of course, you've got Underlord effect, which is Fiend's Gate eventually, so maybe you can rotate some supports and take him down. But Huskar is about to hit 6. Once he does that, like you can literally just die, really, especially with Shadow Shaman being nearby.
Yeah, and you got threat of also taking this tower too. Remember the catapult timing. Bring an extra support even to Carlos is actually going to sack Satanic, who does narrowly escape. You're pretty low health pool was getting rent down. Hatred wasn't able to do anything bottom, so he wanted to come through the portal as well, but you know, unfortunately a potential kill into Satanic. He's going to go big.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And you can pretty much say goodbye to this T1 tower mid. This is a tower that is undefendable. And Morelli's going to be pretty cautious, actually. Does get the Dissimulate off. Quick fingers. If he got a glimpse of 9 class or just saw maybe no one starting to even inch closer to him.
This is a tier 1 tower. Like this card, I don't see the way it dies.
Top lane. Oh, this is the potential for them to try and go for a play on the other side of the map away from the strongest hero in the Huskar. Will force 9 class in, but Satanic at least is able to stay alive. They got a Selv on 9 class, which will up some of the health pool a bit. And they might go back in now, actually. Hang on a second. Maybe not expecting Satanic's health pool is going to be near up to full. They run into problems over towards the left side, trying to do everything to deal with the Ringmaster, but they got the Fatal Bonds that are going to link them up together as well. Satanic tries to step into the trees. The Shadow Word's going to repair some of the damage, which actually keeps him alive in the end, and Satanic is thinking about running Infernal back down. The Underlord was that one good lane that was going the way of Yellow Submarine, but now it is absolutely not the case. ParaVision, they've got a 3,000 let worth lead now in our second game.
Crazy how well they played that, you know, just jumping in and out and playing on the edge versus Underlord. Like, he packs a punch, 100 damage without Atrophy Aura, and then on top of that, Firestorm. Kind of cool from Satanic as well to understand that he can jump in and just hit him once. And he needed to bail after. But yeah, even this lane, which could have went well for Yellow Submarine if this fight succeeded, but even this lane fails. And now Huskar is in your triangle, taking away the stacks. He's 20 gold. Like, he's not 20, he's 4 gold away from Armlet. Nice play.
Problems? Yeah, absolutely no one. It's just 2 supports, so like, yeah, what are you gonna do? It activates the Berserker's Blood. Rally even tries to TP in as well, but this is just space created. Free farm down bottom here for Triple S. Meanwhile, they're still gonna hold some supports to be a bit frustrating on tower.
I'm looking at Void Spirit, and he's literally just running up and down in the triangle. He doesn't know where to go. It's like the clear example of a really bad game where do I go back mid and get my level 6? Do I maybe try and pressure top? Like, everything feels wrong.
It's going to tick out of the Shadow Word in the end. Meanwhile, Satanic is also going to isolate problems on the other side. Now, we do have a live stealer coming through, though. Who's got the use of the Ancient Creep. Even Triple S is going to be nearby, but the first arena of the game is going to hold Infernal into the walls. And meanwhile, no one is here just in case the Huskar with the double damage is required.
They are tipping in. Lifestealer is still around, but can you fight this Armlet? Let's see.
Oh, they're gonna try. Yeah, okay, no one's fine. So at the moment, I mean, just changed now, but the MOUZ was actually top net worth, even though the lane that no one had. With everything going, mid and top, Triple S is also having an incredible start here from the MOUZ. Second tier 1 tower that's going to go down. They even made an Ancient stack for them. Oh, how nice from Yellow Submarine. Maybe it was Dye that actually made it. I didn't see.
I think it was Yellow Submarine because they made
Can they snipe him? Oh, they and that 9 class is like, no one, you were supposed to protect me. I mean, you were supposed to be my Huskar bodyguard, and now what am I doing here?
You know what? Like, these kind of kills on Huskar sometimes do change the game completely. Because this is a hero that, you know, like, there was always this Dota joke that Huskar players, they're gonna do Huskar things, right? Like, they're always gonna give you 1 or 2 kills for free because they rage out, they go a bit deep. I feel like it's not the case anymore, but this was definitely one example of that kind of a play. Nice.
We get a replay of that. Like you said, you get a couple of them every game. You got to capitalize on those opportunities, and that absolutely was one of them. Unfortunately, they are going to lose their last tier 1 tower by the looks of it. Carlos dropped the rock. It's going to help use the golem with the catapult.
Maybe they can infest the dragon and def this a little bit. Let's see. Yeah.
Okay, they will tip him early down as well. Triple S. But he was able to see him when he cut through the trees. They'll get the remnant back. Arena's still going to be there defensively. Satanic is even going to get involved as well. So utilizing some control to get the stacks over towards the Treant Protector. The wheel is not too bad, but unfortunately there's just no follow-up. As soon as Bottega had to jump out of the dragon, he didn't feel safe to stand his ground into the Ursa along with Huskar. And now they're even getting kind of pincered on the other side. 9 classes position, but the Shaman might be able to run into Morelli. Just get down to the low ground and out of the hands, so that was potentially there from the Shaman.
I think Underlord needed to join this fight, like with Finsgate, because they could have gotten more kills. It looked like they had more kills there. It was a very nice Will of Wonder. It was a very nice dragon infestation. Like yeah. Overall, it's still not a bad fight, considering their 3k behind and Golem was used. Like, they managed to take down the Mars, defend the tower a little bit longer. You know, it's still like they're showing spirit, they're showing some strengths.
Speaking Infernal, is he just going to be run down? Phases up in a couple of seconds. No, actually not enough. Okay. Big kill from Morelli. Unfortunately, your counterpart mid laner is about to get Roshan 12 minutes into the game. So we saw it very early, Roche for them in last game. It was 15:30. They are coming, though. They're going to make this a little bit more awkward, actually, than what they'd hope on Darren. Can they fight this? Arena is up on Triple S. Can they do something?
Very unlikely. Void Spirit is showing up with a freshly completed vessel. So maybe.
The lifesteal is starting to run over as well. Triple S is going to be able to find the spear. The Serpent Wards is going to prove to be a bit of a problem, however. It's just making space for Roche, which is about to dry. They try and drop the will over the other side. They're going to commit for him. Nobody got the ages, though. Oh, they were just a millisecond too shy. And how different this game could have looked if they killed no one and also got the ages to work with. It was so close from Yellow Submarine, but unfortunately just half a second shy.
It was so close. Wheel of Wonder once again being in the right position at the right time. No one was kind of hesitant, by the way, for way too long. I feel like so many other Huskar spammers would just stand there and hit rush even through 1 or 2 bashes and just kill it off quicker. He was a little bit hesitant, like he was running back and forth, which allowed Yellow Submarine to get into that position to maybe even snatch it. But damn, they were so unlucky. Just 1 second earlier and they would get Rosh and Huskar.
Instead, they're going to get a kill onto 9 class, who already has a blink 14 minutes into the game. Morelli, with the rough start, is getting some, honestly, a couple of freebies onto some of the supports that we've seen so far the past couple of minutes. But this lead is, yeah, it's back up to 5k. Satanic has had the Battle Fury for a while, so this blink is going to come out pretty early too.
Lars is invis, by the way, and he's got a blink as well. Oh no, not the relic. My god, dude, it's better. Like, he couldn't get a kill on anyone here. He didn't have the arena. But with the invis, he finds the goddamn relic in the courier. So the radiance on Lifestealer is delayed even further.
Farmers very much be slowed down now from Bottega. On mid lane, no one. They're thinking about to go over towards the Huskar, but Night Class is standing behind him to disrupt the Void Spirit a little bit, but no one still will end up dying. So once again from Yellow Submarine,
Beautiful.
they're able to find an answer to the unkillable Huskar that we were expecting, and they're not playing too bad with a mid laner who was absolutely bodied in this matchup.
Not too bad at all. One thing that I noticed from no one is he didn't use Berserker's Blood, sorry. Like, he used it way too late after the wheel. But what that meant is that Vessel already played its part. Like, Vessel just absolutely demolished him. He had enough damage, and the Underlord, of course, coming in clutch with the Fiend's Gate, with Pit of Malice. Arena.
What's the South? Triple S. Yep, there's the arena out, and Underlord wants nothing to do with this. He's going to look to escape. He will, but unfortunately, problems. The casualty. So I do a good job to keep that T1 tower alive. I do say that. It looks like it's actually going to die to the catapult. So still, nonetheless, that's pretty important for Radiant. They get an objective off the back of those kills in the mid lane. Now enough gold for Morelli. He's got the Ag Shard that I believe is coming out on the chorus, so will help increase some of his farm. But you're going to have to try and deal with some of the wards that are currently on the map that PVISION are working with. They've got some very, very aggressive wards that can help them with some of the plays that we've seen from them so far.
Oh, that's no good.
There's one that will go. Morelli gets a D1 in the mid lane. I guess they have their own vision as well, with Hatred already having the Ag Shard online.
Yeah, that's one of the most valuable shards in the game right now that you need to buy immediately. If you don't get it from the Tormy, I mean, if you have enough gold, you just buy it. You don't wait for the Tormentor. It's way too much vision. It's like Treant Shard, I would say. Hoodwink Shard. There's a couple of others, of course, as well. Mid lane, Hex.
Rally mid lane. He's going to have some supports playing behind him, so the escape pack will be there. Triple S is trying to find the angle for the spear, but actually does it get the connection on the wall? A little bit unfortunate there from Triple S. It looked like it was going to be on the mark, but nice positioning from the supports on Yellow Submarine.
Under attack.
Going to try and start to swing towards the other side of the map, though. We are getting somewhat close towards a Tormentor. I know this feels like a later game with how early that Roche is, was killed off, but we're still only 18 minutes in.
No one?
Taker is going to run into no one. Who actually gets rooted up, so Radiant will be able to close the distance. Ducalis is going to be isolated over towards the right side, so it'll be a quick and easy kill over the Warlock. Meanwhile, no one is still getting ran down. The Underlord is, you need Satanic nearby to be able to deal with this hero. They're not going to be able to do so. Now Radiant, they will respond. The defensive arena, which gives them no opportunity to re-engage inside the team fight. And Yellow Submarine, once again, are finding a way to claw themselves back in this game.
You know what it is? It's like a mixture of two things. One is the Infest from Lifestealer. It allows him to just run down the Huskar with Radiance without worrying that Lifestealer that he will dive to the to Life Break plus Inner Fire combo. And another thing is the Underlord being able to just jump behind as well with Fiend's Gate. So they're finding some really nice plays. Also, I gotta admit, no one is playing this game like he's 5-0 mid and not 0-2. Like, he's very deep, farming behind enemy lines and forcing these kind of plays on himself.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see this, man. If I look at the net worth with how the lanes went, and Morelli is about 100 gold behind my Huskar, like I'm not going to be happy if you PVISION take a look at the game afterwards. We do see Top Satanic is able to get the counter problem, so he is absolutely free farming this game on creeps, on heroes. He's having an incredible time, but everyone else is now on the backs of Satanic.
Yep, he's chilling. He's buying the same item, more or less, that Huskar is going for. That's the BKB next. BKB on Ursa, BKB on Huskar, and they will be ready. This shard should be free for them, by the way, just because of the Ursa plus Huskar combo. We'll see if Radiant will contest. They look like they want to.
Are they going to be fast enough, though, is the question. Watch the Tormentor dies a bit quickly with the Ursa. And they might be here in time, though, to try and stop them from escaping, but... Well, it's going to go through the portal. I think Lifesteal is going to try and run him down, and yeah, looks like he should be able to catch up to Decisive.
He could have TP'd.
They did also run into Triple S on the other side as well, so we've got a couple of kills that are going to be there from Yellow Submarine, so you don't get the Tormentor, but... There's some golden experience which is going to be claimed. Morale's on point with the 8th Remnant, so... Again, Yellow Submarine showcasing that this is not going to be an easy victory with this last pick Huskar.
No, not at all. 4k lead now for Dire, but like it's a 4k lead with Huskar, so it's not too much considering how damned that lane, how cursed that lane was for the Void Spirit. Invis on the Shadow Shaman though. Maybe they can find a pick off here. I think he's in vision. Yeah, Sentry was there.
Satanic bottom looks like they're eyeing up the Ursa, but BKB just got completed, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But the Sentry is in range of 9 class. These deaths are really starting to rack up now from the Shaman. So 7 last game, and the majority of the deaths from ParaVision then, and now it's a similar case, and they're wanting to continue the action. And Yellow Submarine, a bit of a pep in their step. Once again, another move.
They're playing really well. They've got double Yule Scepters as well, so Ursa will have to use his BKB very early in these fights.
One mid lane. It'd be quick if they're going to go for the Huskars, because the rest of the team is connecting. I think they got a glimpse into Carlos. Sunset for the Centaur Conquer. They don't have any detection though, so the rock will come out. They've also found the MOUZ over towards the left side. So multiple fights are breaking out. It's going to be difficult for Triple S to be able to get the arena here. We'll be able to do so now with Satanic starting to get into range. It's a nice whip though. It'll stop some of the right clicks from Satanic, but still they got other problems. No one is getting run down, but Bottega, it's by himself. He doesn't have anyone else, and meanwhile Infernal as well is stuck up on this high ground. He's really making him work for the kill, but Bottega, no Infest to help protect him. And a bit of a scrappy fight though. Either side's having some heroes that were kind of out of formation.
Yeah, there's a buyback on Treant, by the way. That's the reason why the network change was actually favoring Dire in the end, why ParaVision kind of comes out on top. But it was a fight that didn't look too bad for Yellow Submarine when it started. Lifestealer almost managed to take down no one, but he just armor toggled. You don't care about the Radiance on Lifestealer when you're a Huskar. You take no damage from it. So he was just able to armor toggle, and they still have a BKB on Ursa. I'm not really sure this is going to be free, though. Pit of Malice, Fiend's Gate, both up. Aghanin's not there yet for Underlord, of course, but they can contest this rush.
Absolutely, they can. They're just going to run the Lifesteal in first. And hang on to Carlos again. Potential freebie, and alright, Yellow Submarine, what can we do with this now? 30 seconds with a 5v4. They don't really have a lineup, unfortunately, that can maybe sneak Roche out of the hands of a ParaVision, so can give them an opportunity to maybe get some control around the area, D-ward, and get a ward set up. The lanes out.
Yeah, they're waiting a little bit. Like, I was thinking maybe they just go in. They try to...
Okay, 9 class? Whoa, nice. I mean, this is another massive pickup. It now gives you, what, 30, 40 seconds once again with another 5v4, and this is just slowly delaying that Roche timing that you were hoping for.
They're racking up some good kills on these supports. Like you mentioned earlier, 8 kills now on Shadow Shaman, 5 kills on the Warlock. There's a couple of deaths that could have been maybe prevented here. I'd like to see maybe a 4-staff as well on the Warlock, you know, just get some extra mobility versus the Lifestealer versus Pit of Malice. We'll see what he goes for, but honestly, even though they're 5k ahead right now on Dire, it's not looking like a bad game at all for Yellow Submarine, especially in comparison to game number 1. Like, they have their tools. Like, they can fight.
Venturing pretty deep for the kill. No one going to be able to activate the BKB. Now, Triple S will respond as well. Got the speed with the rock follow-up. They don't have the extra control, but Botega's going to activate the Rage, but they will still be able to find the Void Spirit. So Morelli dies first. And Botega doesn't get the full Rage duration to TP out. He's going to get control to the last second. And we were just seeing the praises of Yellow Submarine, but they get a little bit too cocky. They go deep into the jungle of Dire. They were set up. The move wasn't clean, and now ParaVision get a free Roche.
Had the move was clean, it's just that it was clean on the wrong target. Like, you need to get really dirty to take down Huskar once he gets the BKB. Like, the Void Spirit Lifestealer combo, I feel like if it goes on any of the supports, the fight is probably theirs after, but they went on Huskar. This hero is, if you don't finish him off immediately, like, this is what happens. He pops the BKB, he pops the Berserker's Blood, all the debuffs are gone. Nice Glimmer Cape, by the way, as well. Nice rock, amazing arena. Everything was perfect from ParaVision, but it's not like they made a really bad play on the other side. They just needed a different target.
No way. I think, you know what it was with the lifesteal? I think it was because the Shaman right-clicked him, and then the Rage expired, so he still was in duration of Chicken Fingers. What a stupid change. I hate this change, where the stuns still go through, but when it expires, it's like, what is this?
I don't mind it too much. I just hate it because it made me lazy. Like, every time I see a BKB, now I waste spells on a BKB target.
Yeah, same actually.
You know, like, back in the day, if someone is BKB'd, I'm not gonna cast anything on him. I can't, even if I wanted to. Now I see a BKB, I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna toss.
He raged early.
He's got BKB. He's got BKB. And then Fest.
Morelli's actually going to even try and step in the middle. Escape back, but it's a great arena from Triple S. It's going to hold 3 heroes into place, but the wheel is even better. Once again, problems. The Wheel of Wonder causing massive issues from ParaVision. They're going to be run down now. Satanic he's got the Aegis. He's got BKB on the second light, but no one's on the other side of the map. No one. He is nowhere to be seen. There's maybe an opportunity for a BKB TP out, but he will not even be able to get the BKB off Botega. Gets a massive streak, godlike gold given over to the Lifestealer.
Oh, this man has been impressing in game number 1 with the Earth Spirit, game number 2 as well. Just on point with the Ringmaster in most of these circumstances. A couple of Impalement Arts here and there that didn't connect, but overall, pretty good game so far. Has a Blink Dagger now as well, going for a Yules himself. Just buy 10 Yule Scepters, you know, to make sure that you cannot get initiated on by the Huskar. Make sure that you can use the Ursa all the time.
Yeah, I kind of thought that Triple S with the arena was actually going to be the big ability in that team fight with some of the heroes he controlled, but the wheel, I suppose, is not too bad to respond with some area denial yourself. And
you know what it also was? They were greedy on the BKBs. Like, they have BKB on Mars, BKB on Huskar, BKB on Ursa. Also Golem wasn't used, so a couple of big spells and big items on Dire that weren't really utilized in that fight.
Nobody gets hatred though, so free kill for Satanic back into his killing ways after that previous death. And is not too happy with some of the problems that he's having to deal with in regards to the Radiance from Botega, so MKB is going to be this next item of choice for him. But this honestly very surprising with the current position that we're in. 6,000 lead only for ParaVision. It's going to be honestly a pretty easy victory considering how that mid lane went, but Morelli 7-2-8 and has done a very good job to be able to have the impact.
No, absolutely. They managed to recover. I would say mostly because of the Void Spirit plus Lifestealer Infest combo. Something that you don't really see like way too often anymore. Like Infest is usually used very defensively as an escape tool, or as this thing where you enter a creep and you just rotate across the map in an ancient. But yeah, they activated the Lifestealer pre Radiance, and it kind of brought Mirele back into the game because of that.
So going to have to try and execute some of the team fights coming up. And now, meanwhile, Problems, he's been so important for them. Unfortunately, they are not going to have the Ringmaster now for the next Tormentor fight.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Ringmaster's value is kind of lower now, because Mars, what does he have in the Courier? Helm of Iron Will. What does he have in his inventory? He's got the Relic, so Nullifier will be there eventually. Not as much value from the Ringmaster after it.
Yeah, definitely a interesting pickup though. I mean, sometimes the MOUZ is one, I suppose, like if this third item, you can go for some different routes. I've seen some hexes, some mules. Mules is sometimes a little bit earlier, but it definitely feels nice for the Ursa where, like we said, he can go that MKB because he doesn't need the Nullifier in a game like this when his Mars is going for that. Triple S is going to farm pretty nicely, actually, with this extra damage, 75 from the Nullifier. He's got the Gunpowder Gauntlet as well, so
go Dezo.
He's going to be a threat.
Go Dezo, my man. Let's go. Full right-click. Satanic Dezo, Rapier, LFG, man. Come on.
I miss the Amar build, the Amar's build when he was going Mars. I feel like no one else is really going for this Chad Mars.
Yeah, I mean it is a Giga Chad hero, you know, and Bonk feels very satisfying.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Who else but 9 class? Actually, spoke a little bit too soon. Apparently, 9 class still might be in range for the pit. And he will Yellow Submarine. A smoke that just connects onto a support. And gets his level 20, so extra buffed up in the Atrophy Aura. Actually, pretty high level this game. The under. I was just whipping the collars. No, you can't use that ability here.
Yeah, one problem that Warlock has had in a lot of patches is like, he couldn't find items, right? Like it was really difficult for Warlock to get the net worth. Sometimes you did see a Midas early on because of that, and the levels, of course, that it gave. But right now, every single spell that you cast on creeps somehow kills a wave. Lovely.
Infernal. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the spear off first, and that was Satanic nearby. He tries to hold him down in the Yules. Infernal even pushed him away, actually, with a headband. They will be able to cancel the TP out from Infernal. And nothing really Hatred's going to be able to do over the left side. Arena has to be committed as well. It took them a little bit longer, but still, I mean, you get that with the first BKB as well used. So we're now already down to 8 seconds on the Underlord.
I wonder if that's worth it, because, like, you force them to use a couple of ultis. He also could have just opted to not use the BKB and die immediately, but he decided to use the BKB, and because of that, the Arena and the Golem were used. So if they manage to make a play after, I guess it is worth it. They have the AC on Lifestealer. They have Fiend's Gate as well. So in 40 seconds, maybe we can expect a play from Yellow Submarine, because this game has started kind of slipping through their fingers once again. It's an 11k difference now.
Do you feel like their lineup is able to compete versus Dire in team fighting, or is it kind of concerning with, of course, the deficit doesn't make it easy, but just naturally versus the 5 heroes versus the other 5?
Well, I'll tell you what, team fighting is a lot easier when their team fighting spells are on cooldown. So this is the right time. But I feel like Yellow Submarine are maybe stuck in the I just need this item kind of a situation. Let's see. It looks like they might smoke mid. Anyone with a smoke? Nope. Not gonna happen. When I saw them just
run into PVISION.
Yeah. PVISION are the ones that will 5-man smoke instead.
They're going to be able to potentially make it up to the high ground actually first before Radiant do. They're still waiting for this smoke to come out on the corridor, but without the protection of the smoke undercover, they're going to be okay though. I thought PVISION were going to be able to get themselves set up just yet, but they're a bit hesitant.
Roche will run top. This is basically why they are here in the smoke. They didn't manage to get any info in the triangle though. They didn't manage to run up there. Lifestealer is in the Ancient, and he does have a nullifier now, by the way, instead of the Radiant, so he's gonna scout them all out.
He's a bit away from the team. If they're quick with the control as well, Bottega will use the Fiend's Gate out early. Problems is gonna try and start with the wheel as well, but they're a little bit hesitant. Bottega's gonna have a difficult time to actually enter the team fight. Over the left side, they got the shackles. Morale, he's quick. Silence is going to be able to prevent the control, so Bottega does get the beacon beat, tries to turn to deal with no one as well. Satanic to the rescue, but the bash isn't enough. Now Satanic is actually losing the man fight. Satanic is unable to beat down over towards the Lifestealer. They'll still get the kill in the end, but surely this is a fight that Yellow Submarine will reign supreme in. That absolutely will be the case. So 3 for 1 for them. They don't have this big hero that is maybe able to help them get the ejectors. And meanwhile, they don't even get 9 class. He's actually able to get away somehow in the end. They're still hunting him in Problems. Yeah, he runs into the Watcher. So Problems will get him.
Is this Roche? By the way, no Arena, no Golem, no Lifestealer, of course. So they're kind of slow. How much damage? I mean, Underlord has 400 damage. Guys, like, you can right-click that big boy down. SSS?
Maybe they just want some other kills instead. I tried to TP out, but luckily enough, Inferno was already waiting in position. And I mean, now you refresh the extra damage as well that Inferno is working with. That's a gem they also get. We got a ball game again.
We absolutely have a game. Like, let's see. Tier 2 tower might fall. That's Underlord now with around 500 per right click, by the way. Nothing crazy to see here. This tier 2 might fall just to the Carties, and they can go straight into the pit.
Pick up the bottle! Oh, sorry. I don't know if you were watching. Inferno was trying to, like, move the corridor to pick up the bottle, but it was just taking so long.
Yeah, they got the gem. Who did they give it to, by the way?
I think it was sent back on the corridor.
Yeah, looks that way. Is this free Roche? Looks like free Roche.
It looks like it is, yeah. That extra +1 kill onto Triple S. No way. Again, I've said it multiple times, was not expecting this to be the game state. Kind of go back and forth. It feels like your PVISION almost getting further out of reach, but it proves not to be the case. You got Refresher Shard on Morelli now. Ages onto Bottega.
They've got it all. It's a pretty good state of the game for them now. Like a 4K lead still there for Dire, but it doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like their heroes are actually stronger. It feels like this Huskar right now isn't really doing a whole lot. Like the build that I'm seeing very often right now from Huskars is like a disarmament into Blink, into Agonyms, where you basically can blow up a target on your own. Instead, he went for a little bit more of a bruiser right-click scaling build. He's got the AC, he's going for Satanic next, which does make them a little bit weaker against the Lifestealer. Like, he can reign supreme in these fights, or at least he was able to so far.
What happened in that last fight with the Lifestealer Ursa matchup? Is this how you're expecting, like, these fights to go with the current items that you see versus the two? Is Lifestealer really able to win this?
It seems that way. Like, he's able to. Like, at least in the last fight he was. Like, he just man fought him, right? Like, the AC, and also the fact that there's an MKB now on Ursa, which is kind of irrelevant, I would say, right? Like, Lifestealer just went for Nullifier, and your MKB is, sure, it's still a lot of damage. It's a nice item to have, but it's not really an item that you buy in any game. It's an item that you buy versus mischance, right?
And we got a 5,000 net worth lead with actually the win probability in the favor of Yellow Submarine. 61% for them. I'm going to start to be the aggressors here. A little bit more confident with the second life in the hands of Bottega, starting to venture actually into ParaVision's half of the map. Does seem like Dire kind of aware, actually. Lifesteal and Mimol is also scouting out Satanic. Satanic able to get away from that potential threat with the Fiend's gameplay.
He's been doing a really good job with these ancient infest plays. Just, running across the map, breaking smokes, giving info. But most importantly, you know, like when he goes like this in an ancient, it takes way too much time for Dire to kill him. Like first you gotta get rid of the ancient, then you gotta get rid of the lifestealer with the BKB and rage, which is kind of hard to do. And it always buys enough time for Yellow Submarine to connect. Unless you don't go on him.
Yeah, unless you try and take a fight with the lifesteal is actually not there. Triple S gets a beautiful spear where Satanic's nearby, and they're gonna have big problems because the Battle Fury is gonna start to get the Fury swipe stacks up, and that is an absolute big reason of why they can get 2 kills and almost a third. Triple S was close to be able to find the TPR from Hatred, but
he wasn't even aiming for the treant, by the way. Did you see that? Like he was just aiming for the Underlord, but because of the shard, the spear connects on both of them. That was just like a bonus kill. They do have 2 buybacks, by the way. They have Aegis, they have Cheese.
They have Refresher Shard on Morelli. They want to try and make a play here, but it's going to pop the BKB early on and go to 9 class. They'll pop out, get the kill, refresh up, some more Resonant Pulse to work with, and the wheel as well. No one once again is completely taken out of the team fight. And now you're going to be able to hold Satanic into place. Triple S refreshes with a double spear, or is it the potential for ParaVision to turn it around? Satanic doesn't have the BKB, used up and dropped down. Lifestealer was waiting, and now we can turn over towards the MOUZ on the right side. What a beautiful defense. They started 3v5. They needed the buybacks to still take it in the end, but they won't get the wipe. They'll be happy nonetheless with the defense that has been made.
Yeah, that's 3 buybacks, by the way. Matchda, Infernal, and Problems. Like your Treant, your offlane, both supports and the offlaner did buyback, but it's a very good hold nonetheless. And you could see what problems Ursa is having. His problem isn't really the Lifestealer and the fact that he can't win the 1v1. It's the Yule Scepters on everyone else. Like, if he doesn't have a BKB, he wants to play around the Satanic, I mean his item, but he cannot use it because... You'll see it right here in the replay. The moment he uses Satanic, it's the same moment that he gets Yuled into the air.
Morelli. Backlive is even getting another catch onto Takalis. Takalis beats the Lotus, trying to get back inside the base, but nice use of the Infest.
There's no buyback.
The damage that was necessary. Unfortunately, there's T2 towers top and bottom, so all they can really get is the mid set at the moment. They do have bottom getting pushed in, however.
But they completely switched up the network lead, by the way. At some point, they were like 12k behind, I believe. Now they're basically a little bit ahead, 1k, 2k, so in a pretty good spot. Lifestealer should get like a full item flying out to him. Yeah, he's got a full Abyssal flying out, by the way.
Oh, man. They're not going to stop just there. So Triple S has been pretty important here, but the MOUZ, these spears have been solid, and especially when Satanic is able to utilize 2 heroes that are controlled for that duration, but we're not going to see it now in this moment. Yellow Submarine will pay some respect, and the first time that they have actually been able to gain a lead so far in our series.
These slow, methodical teamfights, I think they definitely benefit Yellow Submarine, but what can they do on the other side? I think it's all down to Triple S. Like you mentioned, this Mars has been crucial. If he can find the right targets with the spear, like they can eliminate them really quickly. But the problem is, like, he's the only one that can do that comfortably. It's not the Shadow Shaman. Like, Shadow Shaman, sure, but he's gonna get disabled immediately. Meanwhile, one spear and you can probably take down a target. What I'd like to see from Mars is a Hex. He's queuing up Aeon Disc first. I feel like Aeon Disc is fine, but I don't think it wins you this match. I think he needs a Hex ASAP.
Where is the problem coming from? The fact that you feel like they need a double hex when they have a shaman? Because it's got to be somewhere there, right?
I mean, the shaman is all cool, but he needs to play the outskirts. It's kind of difficult for him to stay in a spot with shackles. Like, hex is fine for him, but if he puts himself out there in danger, he's most likely just going to die as collateral. Like, they have an AoE silence from Void Spirit. They have a lot of mobility from the Void Spirit as well.
The Void Spirit who has a full refresher. And they're actually going to give him the double damage rune. So I guess the Life Stealer is stuck in the Ancient Creep that he doesn't want to jump out of. And well, they see no one farming towards the far right side of the map, so they're actually going to try and force the issue. The True Protector gets a glimpse over towards Satanic, who might force out an early BKB, which is going to be pretty problematic. Satanic, how does he take the team fight now without the BKB? He's pretty hesitant. He doesn't know whether he should disengage or try and stand his ground, but now he's got problems with Bottega just starting to smack him in the face. He's got a buyback, but you're going to lose no one as well. No one is getting ran down. Looks like he's going to be fine. They want to turn to disengage. They're going to respect the buyback. They feel really happy with what they've gotten. If they can get away with some of their lives and not have too many casualties, and this is a massive win condition for them. Unfortunately, Infernal, he'll be ran down. That is a dieback from the Underlord. I believe you gave a gem over as well.
Yeah, Warlock has the gem. Still though, it's a buyback on Ursa. This is a huge win condition for Yellow Submarine. They did use Refresh on Void Spirit and the BKB after, so they don't have that BKB to work with. Then Rush will respawn, and not too quickly. So they should... what do you think? Will they have Underlord before Rush is up?
It's really going to depend on how this fight goes, I suppose, if it breaks out.
Yeah, well, they want to fight. They use the smoke. They want to fight without BKBs, though. This is... Like, sure, if you take down Ursa, game is won. But they're putting themselves in a 4v5 situation without some big spells. I feel like this smoke right here is a little bit risky.
Still trying to make the play with problems, not even with the team at the moment. Riley infested up with the Life Stealer. Meanwhile, mid is getting pushed in as well. No one trying to threaten with some objectives. You continue to put the pressure on Yellow Submarine that they have to do something. It's difficult to be disciplined and make the right play. Your high ground is under siege. You have to fall back and set up a formation around Roshan. You need to go back and defend your base. They're over the call. They're going to go back for the responses there from Dire. They're quick as well. They're going to be able to get the Void Spirit, and Uppertake is in trouble as well. He cannot stand his ground without anyone else nearby, and the pressure, it mounted too much, and they cracked under it.
The buyback on the Life Stealer, but no buyback on Void Spirit. No gold, 800 gold. This basically means Rosh is theirs. I don't think you can fight this without the Void Spirit. Like, sure, Pitlord is up in, what, 20 seconds? But... yeah, without the Void Spirit, I don't think this is a rush you can contest. Let's see, maybe they will try. It's all, like, you know, even this smoke, where they smoke as 4 versus 5 heroes. They smoke, even though they don't have BKBs. To me, it didn't feel that great. It felt like they were still feeling forced to make something happen on the map, when they truly didn't. Like, you forced the BKB, you forced the buyback from Ursa. Like, even if you just chilled and waited and allowed them to take ages, I still think that game was winnable because they had the buybacks. But now the game is back to even, maybe even back to a winning condition for Dire. Refresher, ages now on Ursa.
Yeah, because it's not only just that, it's no one on Radiant have buybacks. In fact, 4 heroes on Dire have them. So this is the big thing. You're going to be able to play with the outpost now in control, and if you take a fight around this area, you'll have the numbers to be able to TP back into. So this is a difficult couple of minutes from Yellow Submarine. We've seen so far this game, they've done an exceptional job at playing from behind.
High ground push is still really difficult. So going high ground is kind of hard for Dire. But what they could do is they could get some pickoffs across the map. Like that's usually what the smoke is for. But they're being very careful on the other side.
What do you want to see with the gold from No One? He's got 5,100 in the bank.
I don't even know what he could go for next. Like Aghanims always feels nice in this hero because you can just completely eliminate one target from a fight. But I mean, at the same time, what do you replace if you go for that? Like Armlet, it's best hero, best item for this hero that you can get.
That's a good question. I mean, of course, you can synth the scepter, I suppose.
I guess he's just saving the buyback for now. Like he definitely straight.
Infernal. Hang on a second. Here's super fire out of the base. What's going on here? Just not respecting kind of the next objective that is really up for grabs for Dire. They just walk down bottom.
That's
move their way.
It's no buyback. He just took
pretty important person as well for the defense.
I mean, it's a massive kill that they just got. I don't even know how they hold this. Underlord is basically their #1 defending hero because you can spam Pit of Malice, Firestorm on high ground. 1 minute without Underlord. I don't even know if they can delay this. Isn't this just megas?
Yeah, and man, it would be so nice if you had him right now, because if you take a look at mid, it's a full wave and double catapult. You could maybe threaten some race or put some pressure onto Dire, but you can't do that. You got to try and force a defense and force a fight.
Yeah, they want to fight, look. And it seems like on the other side, they don't want the fight. They move back. They force them out of position instead. Smoke is there still. They're still infested. Okay,
keep in mind though, this lifestealer, he's got no buyback. It's up to the rapier here from him. He knows that if he dies, this game is well and truly over. It's all in this last life.
He hits hard. He does have the rapier, like you said, rapier, abyssal. If he locks on a target, that target is most likely dead. Like, I think this rapier allows them to just kill off the Huskar immediately if they jump him. What's he buy, by the way? It's flying out him. It's travels tube. That's the build. That's the item. That's the master
just simple.
item. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't know what else to go, you got brown boots. Alright, just go travels too. Yeah. Alright, another free kill apparently. Trip Protector just trying to shove some of the waves out. Teeb's also down for a while. Doesn't have enough gold for buybacks. This is 2 minutes without him. 350 gold necessary. Remember, they're trying to make a play here. They've got a high ground wall that's going to see Triple S. They're going to stop with the Fiend's Gate. Force stuff gets the Carlos out on the high ground. Morelli wants to try and go for the Warlock, but hang on a second. Now it's getting a little bit messy. Pateka wanted to TP up, but he's going to be forced to try and stand his ground. But the rapier damage is not enough. It's just tickling no one. No one's able to walk away. So Pateka gets out of the arena range, but it looks like you're going to have some problems with keeping the Ringmaster alive. Meanwhile as well, can they get back inside the base? They will be able to do so, so they continue to hold the rapier, but the attempt to catch Dire off guard didn't work.
Yeah, Travels too, sending the Huskar top to push in a little bit faster. I like the idea that they envision play around the ward, try to get some kills, but instant response. Plus the Aeon Disc, by the way, from Mars. You couldn't even kill him if you wanted to. He refreshed, of course. Have the buyback from Ringmaster, and there's no Aegis anymore.
Just expires. And what Triple S, he did refresh, so he's got another round of the arena that might catch them by surprise. He's going to jump in over towards the Underlord, and he is gone.
Let's have the buyback.
Morelli once again is going to be in with the Infest. No one whistled up. They want to try and deal with some of the support stuff, but the control is something that's lacking at the moment. Dokala steps over the high ground. Morelli finally will be able to finish his kill. The Spear is controlling the lifesteal, and nicely done from Problem. Protected Pateka. Pateka's got some bigger issues though with the Ursa. Starting to lock onto him. He's going to be able to get inside the base. They'll keep the rapier, but they might not be able to keep the Void Spirit. Just the chain control is perfect from Dire. One after the other. Gives Morelli no opportunity to be able to jump away. Again, 9 class. It's going to be in. They'll get the buyback. Voids, but looking to try and rejoin instantly. TP'd over the speed. Meanwhile, Satanic deals with the backline. So they lost the Ringmaster, but they might lose Satanic as well. He's not currently winning this man fight. Satanic is going to be careful, but the Fury Swipes are starting to stack up. A quick peek at B. They give the cheese over to Bottega. He gets the Infest. He's going to be able to stay alive for the moment.
That's a
so they won't be able to kill him just yet. It's going to be Megas, though. No one. Can he get away? Like you said, he did just buy back, but Bottega's not going to pop out, but he's still got the Fury Swipes on him. Oh, he still had the Fury Swipe stack on him. No Bottega, 30 seconds. He doesn't have enough gold for buyback anyway. They made this game close. Man, they did such an incredible job off the back of the laning phase to have a competitive second game versus ParaVision, but in the end, they just weren't able to get over the finish line.
That was like a beautiful... I shouldn't say beautiful, it was a beautiful game, but when it comes to Yellow Submarine, the portions, the parts of this game were really beautiful, and the parts of them were like, you know, when you're eating a very nice Granny Smith apple and then there's like a worm inside, they bit into the worm eventually. I don't know why they went... I know they felt pressured, like around the Rosh pit, like when they were playing 4 against 5. I feel like the main thing there is not to lose anyway, because they use the buyback on the other side. Like if you just play it calmly, if you don't take any sort of fight there, even if you give away Rosh, you're in a good position, because they use the buyback on one of their cores. That means you've got a win condition. But instead they forced a couple of fights. And they kept on feeding kills, like they kept on bleeding kills one after another on heroes that don't have buybacks. Which is what happened down here on the bot lane. Not in this particular fight, but before this fight, there's always someone missing. There's always someone dead. There's always someone gone. After this fight. This was still a fight in which they had the Aegis, they had the cheese, the game felt like it was in a really good spot. They turned this 12k deficit into a 6k lead at some point. But yeah, I feel like ParaVision, of course, they're a very experienced team, and I think experience is truly what won this one. It's not the draft, it's not the mechanical skill. I think Yellow Submarine had everything that you need to take a W, but the experience was still there on ParaVision's side.
Yeah, and maybe one of the person with the least amount of experience on ParaVision being Triple S. I think he played exceptional this game. I was really impressed with his MOUZ performance. I think a lot of spears inside the mid-game fights were connecting onto multiple heroes. I mean, the farm itemization that he went through, the Nullifier third item into the Refresher, just constant spell casting, arenas were really good, but impressive from him. But with that also being said, Yellow Submarine still with the position. It was a great game to be able to watch, a great game to be able to cover. Unfortunately, not able to get the victory. And Zendos for game 3. They look like a team that is going to be competitive. Of course, you've been battling in Western Europe for such a long time, so it's only going to be a matter of that being the case with all the scrims and all the practice they're getting. But they look like no easy victory at all.
Yeah, they didn't. They truly didn't. Like game number 1 was kind of simple, right? Game number 2 was, on the other hand, this was kind of a game where Yellow Submarine honestly had it. Like they had it. This was a game where a couple of plays from ParaVision just turned it all around, mostly around pickoffs and understanding how to play around their buybacks a little bit better. Like the bottom lane buybacks went so well for Yellow Submarine, but they utilized too many of them. And it put them in a position in which if Underlord dies, they can't really fight for 2 minutes, which allowed ParaVision in the end to take Rosh, to get another set of cheese, refresh, and Aegis, and yeah, kind of roll with it. Like also one extra thing, like these 2 supports of ParaVision, like, I don't know what it is, but they've been feeding the hell out of their minds. Like, they've been, at least at the beginning of the game. But as the game progressed, they became, like, harder and harder to kill, which was almost like that pub strat where you make them feel like you're really easy to kill early on in the game, you know? Like, you're just giving them gold so you can take it back later.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of were doing that in the end, just give a couple of deaths away. I mean, even in game 1, kind of all the deaths was on was on 9 class, but he's on some different heroes for him now. Well, Shaman in back-to-back games, so we're not getting that kind of more unconventional style from him. Overall, Satanic though. I know we're seeing Triple S on the screen. I also just want to highlight Satanic 17-1-6 in game 1, and then game 2 at 21-4. So very much assisted by this man though with Triple S with the MOUZ. I mean, great showing. Arena's important. Spear's always important. Big reason why Satanic was actually able to freely be able to do what he wanted in these fights.
Oh, absolutely. Like, he was their main control, right? Like, the main control was actually our boy on the Mars. Like, Aeon Disc refresher actually does work out in the end. I know I was calling for a hex, but the Aeon Disc refresher just did exactly what they needed, and that's made sure that Mars, if he gets gone on, he survives so that he can use both the arenas. Because it's like, you use one arena, they use all their BKBs, then you use the next one, and that's where you can actually take down targets. This game, once again, I feel like was played very nicely by Infernal. On the other side, the first part of it. The second part of it had too many unnecessary deaths. I feel like he had such a fantastic showing early on that he was actually the one carrying the game for Radiant, for Yellow Submarine. Like, so many clutch Pit of Malices, so many good ults, but in the end, you die once or twice without buyback, and that's the most important death of the game, right?
Absolutely it is. So first series done for the night. PVISION going to be able to start their run here with a victory again. Just with the Swiss stage, need 3 wins to be able to go play in the playoffs. So for us, we're going to look towards 2 new teams. We've got the reigning champions on MOUZ taking on the hot team in Aurora. It is a bit of a different Aurora. Makoto is back, no Lorinov, but they do have Vici standing in for Nightfall. So once again, we'll see if the stand-in buff is going to be there for Aurora or not. But we've got a break. When we come back, we've got our second series. See you guys in a bit.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, got a big treat for you today. It is our returning champion coming back. Mouzies, you weren't even there, hold up. Celery, welcome back, Celery.
Oh no, I was there.
Oh, you were there?
In spirit.
Oh, right. The spiritual there. No, jokes aside, it is so good to see you. I have not personally seen you in the MOUZ uniform yet. I just so happened to not be at the events that you were at. This is my first time, and I gotta tell you, it is very cool to see. How are you feeling? How you doing?
Yeah, feeling good. A little weird, I guess.
Weird?
Because I kind of won the last one, but not really. So it's like I'm defending it, I guess. I don't know.
You are the defending champion of the tournament that you weren't at, but that's okay. All right, so for those who might have forgotten, you could not make it to the last tournament. Had some sickness, I believe, going on. So we had a stand-in, and your team did exceptionally well. I got to ask you, as I would only ask you because you're such a professional, you've been in the scene for a long time, I wouldn't do this to someone I didn't respect. What is that like from your end to see your team do very well with somebody at a tournament that's pretty big and then be like, oh, neat. Like, what's that like?
I mean, doing well is one thing, but winning is another.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at it rationally, it's not like they stomped the tournament. There was a lot of close games and they clutched, and it was just very impressive. But emotionally, it's just a bit weird.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
But you just talk a bit about it, and then you just move on, I guess.
How do you feel about the boys? I mean, back last time that we spoke about you and the team, it was like, yeah, we're getting together, we're trying to find our rhythm. It was this big thing with the separation of the last team. Do you guys feel like you have that rhythm and you guys are 100% now, or is there still room for growth?
I mean, there's always room for growth, right? It's a nice answer. But no, we feel really good together.
Great.
And the four of them also, they played together for quite a while in the past. I played for a long time with Boom in the past and with Immortal Faith. So we're growing together every day, but I think we have a very strong connection and we have a lot of fun together. So just trying to become a bit more stable. Because I feel right now we can beat anyone very easily, but we can also lose against almost anyone, also pretty easily sometimes. So just gotta make it more stable.
Well, that's good to hear, because I love watching you guys at full strength. I love watching you guys go in with your crazy drafts and your crazy play styles. Do you think we're going to see some interesting drafts in this one? I mean, because to me, I cannot take any more of this Razor Jakiro bull. It is getting old.
Yeah, I'm pretty done with it, but I figured maybe for a lucky patch in a few days.
You think so? You think it's patch time already? Largo just came out.
Yeah, Largo just came out. I mean, I hope so. I mean, I miss a lot of heroes. I want to play some Enigma. I want to play Nature's Prophet, Wisp, but I cannot. So.
Well, you could always throw Enigma mid like some teams and
but
just
I want
hope
to play
for the best. Yeah.
I don't want someone else to play.
Okay, it's got to be you, huh? Celery and the Zoo heroes. I hear you. All right. Now I have to ask, my good friend, Mr. Faith, is he here at this tournament? Because he was not attending some of these other ones. And no offense, but wasn't doing as well. Is he here in person?
I mean, he's gonna own tomorrow, right?
Oh my God! Oh my God! You're not joking? He's playing tomorrow?
Yamic is having a birthday flight.
I cannot believe this. Okay, well, I know that
you can ask him tomorrow.
People will watch this interview in the future, and I will put my MMR on the line. I know you guys are going to win with Mr. Faith. If he doesn't, I will reset my MMR again. I just got Immortal last week. I will take it back and go back to Archon. You guys are going to do it.
Yeah, you don't have to reset. It's going to be all good.
Okay, fantastic. Celery, it's so good to have you in the building. Thank you so much for a great interview again. And you're going to see more of him. He actually came this time to PGL Wallachia Season 7.
We are back for our second series of the night. We've got the boys on Aurora taking on MOUZ. And like we heard in the interview, Celeria mentioning that they're going to be playing with a stand-in for the first series. So they've got the coach Immortal Faith playing for them. It's the stand-in versus stand-in team because Aurora, they've got Nightfall. Sorry, they don't have Nightfall. They have VTune playing.
I mean, for Aurora, it's literally like the classic day at the office. Like they always have a stand-in. If it's not Mikoto, it's Lorenov. If it's not Nightfall, it's VTune or someone. Sometimes it's not WS, it's someone else on the offlane. It's like this team is doing so damn well with stand-ins. It's actually ridiculous. Like they should have no business winning tournaments, having 0 losses as well on tournaments. Like what was their streak? 25 games, something like that. Absolute insanity.
Yeah, something crazy.
And I gotta say just one thing. Like, of course, they have a fantastic set of players, but I think one of the main reasons, of course, was Nightfall. I think this is Nightfall Prime right now. He's not only are the heroes that he's playing super meta, but they're in a very good spot, and he is playing really well. So, not being here is kind of difficult. Interesting. They are the ones that ban Largo, by the way, as they're the team that literally popularized the hero.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see. MOUZ was speaking about it in the interview, Celery, if he can come out with some interesting drafts. I think overall, just in general, to go storyline, the fact that this is the first series that these two teams are playing again. MOUZ with the recent victory at Wallachia. Keep in mind they had a stand-in with Kaori, the man actually on screen who gets his Phoenix. So he's got a couple Phoenix, Jakiro, and the Warlock are the big ones. So you can't really ban them all. He's going to get one at least.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a lot of pretty solid bans like Phoenix, like you mentioned. This is, I think, out of all of the heroes that he's playing, maybe the most manageable, like the hero that you can deal with in the laning stage and after the laning stage, if you find the right heroes to deal with the egg. But so many times I see teams just completely the egg, disrespect the Phoenix as a hero, not pick anything amazing into the egg, and then they get punished through the game, one fight after another. So I just hope that MOUZ finds something. Like it doesn't have to be like something insane like a jug with spin to hit it, but you know, maybe some support that can do it offlane. Some dispels are always nice. Even Beastmaster, of course, gives you the aura, which is already not too bad into the Phoenix. I'm also interested in seeing what Immortal Fate is going to play. Like, this guy is not shying away from playing pubs. Like, he's pretty high MMR. I think I played versus him. Or there's a guy, Mortal Fear, as well in high ranks, because I confuse them sometimes. But yeah, pretty high ranked, so should be should be able to
10
play a
seconds
support
remaining.
in this
He's
match.
high from what I'm aware of. I think he's like 250 or something. I'm checking now. I know he's definitely up there. Okay, he's 659, but you know.
Close enough.
It's okay.
I mean, honestly, I gotta say one thing. Like, I've been grinding a lot of Dota, and like this MMR right now that we've got, it needs to be reset. Like, if Gaben is out there somewhere on his yacht hearing me, please give us seasons. It's way too difficult. Like, this is ridiculously hard to gain ranks right now when there's like 7k difference between rank 2000 and rank 1. It's just absolute insanity what happened to everything with the double downs. But okay, Phoenix Bristleback on one side, Beastmaster on Pugna on the other. Pugna, of course, one of the best answers into the Bristle, always was. Everything that Bristle does is physical. Pugna basically negates all of it. But I gotta say, these two heroes, Pugna and Techies, very bad into Phoenix. Like, overall, they don't hit the egg. They can't really solo him. All the items that Phoenix buys are good versus Pugna and Techies, and these are the sort of supports that you love playing into. No dispels. Actually, the Crepify amplifies the damage from Phoenix, so you can get on top of them even easier. And now you have a Puck as well to combo up with, some Dream Coil into the egg. So far from Aurora, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I wonder how the Puck. How does his lane actually go with the Beast though? Is it a pretty Beast favored lane versus the Puck just because of the damage output that you have?
Why are you asking me? We just watched it. Like, 1 game ago it was it was mid lane, wasn't it? Like, we just watched Puck Beast. It's good. It's good for Beast if there aren't too many rotations, but it's also a lane in which Puck, like, you've got 2 spells which with which you can deal with the boars, so it kind of comes down to the rotations. I feel like there's a lot of kill potential on Beast. I mean, from Puck on the Beast once you get level 6, especially if you use Dream Coil and then you have like a Phoenix or Lion popping out and helping out with a little bit of extra damage.
Just helping the visitors coming through from Stream A, you know.
I see.
Just making sure we're all still on page. Maybe they didn't catch game 1.
You think of everything, man. That's why
Absolutely.
I love working with you, because I'm too dumb. I'm just straightforward, bro. We watched that. Come on. What do you mean? But
Just trying to help some brothers out, you know.
Yeah. They could use some break. My simple Dota mind tells me I see a Bristleback. Sure, it's answered with a Pugna, but I would also like a break. I would like a hero that works well into him in the lane. Right now, they picked the DK, which could also be mid, by the way, arguably. Like, you could put Beast off, DK mid, which is something that is making this draft very nice from MOUZ. And then you could finalize the draft with something like PA, maybe, you know, on the safe lane, Morphling, something that, I mean, Morphling is dead, but PA versus Bristle was always kind of nice. Muerta even, right? Like, these kind of heroes. Something that would give you Phoenix sitting abilities as well. Even though I think Dragonite right now works as an egg hitter as well because of the build, right? Like, it's not your Blink BKB mid DK. If it's safe lane, which it most likely is, it's going to be like an Armlet Mask of Madness. And that kind of a build just gives DK like an abundance of attack speed to work with. So it's a soft egg counter.
So we'll see, again, questions on where they are going to put these heroes though, but at the moment, they've been at the MOUZ. So looking at some of Boom's heroes, and you see MOUZ is also trying to get rid of some of VTune's heroes as well, which, like you were mentioning, Nightfall has been really important to Aurora. Not only is this meta really favor him, but just it feels like he is at his prime at the moment. So big shoes to fill for VTune, especially with how good Aurora have been looking. Honestly, for Makoto too. And this guy's an exceptional player, probably one of the best talents out of C besides WS, to be honest, over the past couple of years. So We'll see how, with him coming back to the line, it's also kind of going to be a bit difficult for him, considering how incredible they've been looking with Loranov.
Dude, that's like the worst thing when you take a little break as a member of a team and then your team starts this kicking ass, like kicking some serious ass. It's hard to... Of course, Mikoto is really good. Every time I talk to the guys from Aurora during their big win streak, they were saying the same things. It's like, yeah, we're doing well with Loranov, but we're not gonna kick someone. We're not going to change our team because of that. We still think Mikoto is a really good fit for them, and I think it is. Like, they have WS Mikoto connection, Kaori as well. So overall, I feel like they have a good chemistry on their side, and I hope that they continue doing just as well as they did with Loranov.
Yeah, boring. 30 sold 2 Underlord games. I don't want to see another Underlord game now.
I mean, yeah, every game where this hero is still in the pool, you're gonna see it. Now the question is, what do they pick into this? There's a couple of options. Like, there's a gyro option, which I think is okayish, not amazing, but okayish. There's like a lifestealer option again, which is again okayish, but there's Roar, there's Pagna. I think. Well, forget about not having Nightfall. You have mini Nightfall here. It's V2.
It's not a bad Abaddon game as well. Some of the high sustain that you're playing with, the shield's going to be quite nice, used defensively.
But Mom, I want Nightfall. Don't worry, son. We've got Nightfall at home. We've got Nightfall in Wallachia. We've got him in Bucharest right here. Like you said, yeah, it's all rightish of a game for Abaddon. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of this hero on a position 1 right now. I feel like he had better... He had better patches, but yeah, please continue. Aphotic Shield, why is it good?
I just think the Beast Monster, I feel like this hero just plays around raw. I think if you have a save, then I don't know. This hero is like, you kind of just raw someone and hope you can bring them down full to 0. I feel like that's when the Beast Monster works best. Of course, there's a lot else, but
I think it's really good into techies as well, right? Like a hero that likes to commit completely. You have your ulti to work against that. You also have the shield versus the mine debuff, the amplified damage from the mines. You have the shield versus Underlord, Pit of Malice. It's like you said, just a lot of things, Roar being the primary one, but of course a lot of other things that you can work with as well. The only question is like that I have after all this is said is, does that justify him being picked as a carry? Like, is this hero actually your a hero that you want to be playing on position 1? Because he feels kind of weak right now in a lot of games that I have watched. It's not really in the same spot where he was when MOUZ was spamming it.
Do you even review him, like, do you like him in the offlane at the moment, or just in general you're not kind of hot on the hero?
In general, I'm like not super impressed with the hero, but you know what, like, it could be one of those, you know what, like, I actually feel like it's one of those where the hero gets a slight nerf and I feel bad about it, even though the hero is still playable. I mean, Curse of Avernus not being played by Illusions was a massive deal to me, right? Like, just being Curse of Avernus being switched, for me at least, looked like a hero killer on position 1, because you couldn't go for the same build with the Manta, and I saw a lot of players go for like Mjolnir builds and stuff because of that. But then again, I saw a lot of players that just continued rolling with the Radiance Manta. So
well, let's see how V-Tune's going to be able to perform. We'll see how these teams are going to go as well. Like, MOUZ, the reigning champions previously with the last event, and Aurora have been very, very solid so far. So 2 teams that we are expecting to have a pretty good run, both playing with a bit of a handicap, unfortunately.
Is he, by the way, is he playing for anyone right now, V-Tune? No. Do you know? He isn't, right?
No. I haven't seen his name in a while. I don't know what's been up. He's also a bit of a stand-in kind of mercenary.
Yeah, definitely a high-skilled position 1 that never truly found his footing in like a tier 1 team where he's able to showcase his skill all the time. But I guess Navi was like when they kind of started breaking out, right? Like Navi was the team that he was in. Am I correct? I think so. Mid lane? What the hell is this 5-on-5?
Yeah, he was on Navi. All right, let's see. What do we got? Smoke up.
30 seconds.
Where are we running to? We're gonna get a kill? I'd like some kills. Did you have a favorite team as well with the draft so far that we're seeing between the two?
I feel like both drafts are playable. I think they got their strengths and weaknesses. I won't be able to like straight up just call it one way or the other. I just want to wait and see how it goes. This MOUZ draft looks explosive, dangerous. At the same time, on the other side, you've got some very nice combos that I appreciate quite a lot. Like, I always like to see Kaori on Phoenix with a good combo, and he's got that in the puck. They've got ways of defending the egg as well with the Lion, like some impales are always nice. And by the way, Sunray in this kind of a game versus Dragonite versus Underlord can be so good that I wouldn't even mind if he went for Hotspot. I know he's gonna go for Dying Light, of course, but I wouldn't mind seeing it.
See how the expert goes here with the Phoenix. It's the Kaori. So far, I mean, bottom's going to be kind of boring, to be honest. Top is maybe a little bit more action.
I don't know, man. I think this lane down bottom actually, like, Phoenix is a very weak laner as a position 5. But because of Abaddon plus Dying Light, I think this is a kind of dangerous lane. Okay. You bring the Phoenix low, and you think you got him, but then Dying Light kicks in, and he's got that shield from Aphotic Shield, right? But the Dying Light still kicks in. It's still damaging you because he's low. It could be problematic for Underlord and Techies, even though I think that Underlord and Techies should be getting kills here.
Let's see where the levels are going to go in particular as well. Kaori, of course, now gets that too, so a little bit more out of the weaker stages. We already touched on kind of in the draft with how this mid lane's gonna play out. We'll see if mid one will have the better time though versus Makoto on his puck. Grandmaster. And our other side lane, Chrysalis, they did end up giving the DK over towards this the carry, and like you said, they've got Celery's Pugna to play into the Bristle as a bit of a response. See if WS wants to itemize a bit more aggressively on the offlane Bristle, or if it would be the kind of full utility.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of utility you would build here. Is it like a Lotus that you're thinking of, or like is it something even crazier like a pipe? Because most Bristles that I'm seeing, they're going full in on themselves, just being super like greedy, you know, not going for much more than a Lotus for the team, and then just itemizing for themselves, making sure that they can stay alive. And I feel like when you're doing that as Bristle, you are itemizing for the team. Like I don't want my Bristle to be weak and to cast some pipes for me. I want him to run in there and be unkillable. If pipe allows him to do that, so be it. Like, he can go for it, but I just want to see this hero unkillable up front. That's the way he protects his team.
Yeah, what has he got to be worried about in a game like this? Because I know you were mentioning about the break that you were hoping for inside the draft. I mean, there's a potential Silver's Edge, I suppose, from Crystals, but I don't really know how good that item is at the moment, especially with the DK kind of on some other items. So But the Pugna is probably the big frustrating thing for the Bristle, right?
Yeah, Pugna is the most frustrating thing for him, for sure, through the game. When Bristle was played a lot as a position 1, Pugna was picked all the time against him. Nice block stop play, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the Bristle I like. Move in there, body block. Make sure that they cannot reach your teammates. But yeah, I feel like Lotus is pretty good for him this game. You know, there's a lot of point and click spells on the other side, so maybe an option.
Used the phase shift pretty early, but so as the Waning Rift to kind of get out of range. Even putting some pressure onto mid one as well. Another round of the orb along with the damage out of the Phoenix. Mid one falls pretty low. Both supports on Dire as well, taking a bit of hit in the resources.
Man, I'm salivating at how good of a Phoenix game this is. There are some heroes that I'd like to play when I see a good game for them. And even though he's picked very early, this feels like a really good Phoenix game.
You're starting to get ran down. Immortal Faith is going to be able to find at least the sticky bum slow. This should be our first blood. Just needs to be able to line up the blasts off, and once they got vision to make sure he's not juking inside the pit, find it. So the stand-in then coach from MOUZ. They give him some confidence as well playing against the big boys. Now bottom, it's a massive kill if they get boom, and they will. He actually TP'd defensively back to the tower because the pressure that Vici was putting on him. So he's going to have to walk all the way back out of the lane now after that death.
He's a very slow hero, by the way. Keep that in mind as well. Like, his movement speed is one of the worst in the game, so getting back down bottom is not going to be easy, even if he uses a smoke. So yeah, kind of a long walk of shame for the Underlord. Might lose some weight though. It's good for him. It's good for him. It's fitness.
It's cardio, bro. It's all good.
It's leg day. Cardio, yeah.
And then just see the taunt of him slicing up pizza and eating it. On his way back, I don't know, maybe it's not too good for the body. He's gonna go back on and start munching on some of the neutrals. Or one creep, and now he wants to lane again. But we'll see similar questions to what we asked in game 1 with the Puck into the Beast matchup. Beast is gonna be playing pretty greedy for the Scepter, as Makoto early on the Puck can utilize the rotations out of the supports much easier. Meanwhile, Mirrors give a look for a potential solo kill onto Celery on the other side. We'll keep watching mid as well as Makoto. No, okay, Celery. Trying to play with the tree lane. Mirror, is he going to be able to guess right? No.
Ooh,
didn't anticipate the juke back. Nicely done from Celery, but he's kind of stuck here with no help. TP nonetheless, but it does mean you don't have a Pugna, which is going to prove to be pretty problematic. It's a defensive roar from mid one, but mid one's still going to be ran down, and Kaori steps out of range of the blast. Makoto, welcome back to the pro scene. He gets a double kill to start the game.
Just wonderful for him, because it's a minute 7 Wisdom Shrine as well spawning. Underlord TPing out. There's no roar, and you know it. So even if he TPs, I think this is like the biggest win here is not really the double kill, it's the fact that they can go into the Wisdom Shrine. I don't know if they can contest this. Like, Beastmaster is even TPing mid. And with Techies here, he's just gonna feed away his life as well.
Yeah, and surely they're going to have an Abaddon that can just give them a bunch of shields. So Makoto's already picked up the Wisdom, and they're going to be feeding over a bunch more experience as well, which is going to really start to be a problem pretty shortly. The supports are going to have a difficult time of having some impact in a game like this where you do not have levels.
It's not just the supports, it's the Underlord too. He just hits level 5 at least, but overall it's a really rough game for MOUZ already. Like, you lost your tier 1 tower, you lost the Wisdom Shrine. This line is like 5 1/4. He's as leveled as the Underlord. And you're playing like 2 supports on Radiant that truly need that Wisdom, right? Like, Phoenix needs his ulti, so does the Lion, and both of them will get a fairly quick level 6. The map will open up very quickly for Aurora.
Lucky Rune. Oh, I actually might still dive in with a haste. Okay, never mind. Not too lucky for Rune. Haste I thought was invulnerability, but kill me while boom down bottom. Yep. Oh, this is another one. Core is going to be used. They'll run him down once they get the slow from V-Tune. He's going to try and Fiendskate out. Maybe it's not a free kill, but I mean, still, his game is...
He didn't Fiendskate to base, man. He almost died to the Fire Spirits. And the right click. Like he survived with like 30 HP there in the end.
I guess, how did they know? I guess they saw like the angle that he used the Finge gate. I don't know if it gives it away like the TP too or not.
Oh, you see it on the minimap.
Ah, true.
Sometimes I forget as well. Yeah. Almost got him. But tier 1 tower will fall. Beastmaster, I mean, he's farming the axe. But man, even when he gets the axe, this is a rough game for him. Phoenix is in. Techies.
Yeah, ran down. I mean, the problem is as well, is I don't know what happened, but this T1 tower died mid, right? So I know it's been down for a while, but your Beastmaster wants to be farming these stacks. He wants to be back in the jungle, the triangle, the hard camp kind of towards the T2 mid. But how are you going to do that when you've got level 6s, Kaori, both with the Lion have their level 6. T1 tower bottom is gone as well, so it makes it even easier for VTune to connect towards the triangle. Like, I'm surprised it's only 1,000 net worth lead, but that's probably going to grow pretty rapidly over the next couple of minutes.
Oh, that's a full triple stack taken away. Like you said, it should continue growing. Who's making the difference for Dire? Is it the DK? It is the DK. He's second in net worth. Like, he is farming really well. He's been left alone on top, and yeah, I mean, he doesn't really struggle versus Bristleback to continue farming mid lane. Another kill on the techies.
Yeah, like you said, he's not really struggling versus the Bristle, so Chrysalis, Mask of Madness already making his way towards the armlet, but you know well and truly that this portion of the map is going to be the next area that Aurora are looking to control. They're already starting to play behind WS. And how are you man fighting anything? Kaori level 4 in Fire Spirits already at this stage of the game. If you're able to get this on a couple of heroes, like, fights are kind of just done.
Pretty much. You're not fighting against Fire Spirits, Egg, and Dreamcoil right now. Like, they have to let some of these towers. I mean, their tech is level 4. Like, it's minute 11. It's not like the end of the world. But they need to find levels on him and on the Pugna.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
What's the
Xtreme Gaming?
What's the silver lining here? What do you think for MOUZ? When do they come back?
It's a good question, my friend. I don't know. It's, have you got an answer for that? It's only 1,000 leads still. I'm so surprised, but it's just like, you're gonna get this Beastmaster Ags. I guess you have to get kills off the back of it. It's still, we'll say VTune is, you're finding a lot of farms, so he's gonna be able to show up to fights probably earlier they were expecting to enter the Beast. But I mean, you were hoping that the supports were going to be able to find kills, but the high damage you have from Pugna and Tech is the early game. You don't have that at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, no kills so far from them. Beast, however, should be a kill.
They're going to have a supernova as well on top of the Fiend's Gate, and the coil is used as well. So a little bit more survival than they were expecting with a 1,700 health.
VTune down bottom, hunting down the techies, but is able to juke around the trees. There's no Fiend's Gate, but I don't think that, yeah, he cannot kill Boom here.
What do you see the silver lining as so far with this game? I mean, surely, I guess Chrysalis, right? With all the farm that he's got, his top net worth.
Pretty much. I would actually say it's only him. Like, he's been having a free game on DK. It's not a bad DK game in general. He will be able to, maybe if they overcommit, he will be able to kill the egg and maybe take a fight off of that, because that's what Aurora's draft is. Like, their team fight does revolve around it. So if you can kill it off, if you can get the pipe on Underlord as well to mitigate some of the Pucks and Phoenix's damage, I can see some sort of a way back in. But I feel like for all of that to happen, the next set of items is not necessarily enough. I think they need BKBs as well.
Dire pretty close to maybe helping Boom if he can stay alive a little bit longer, but with Makoto showing up the 3 heroes that were by the secret shop, won't be able to utilize some of their spells. 9 kills for Aurora. We've got a blink currently now being worked on from Chrysalis with the armlet completed. Do you want him to go down this route, or are you wanting more of a Like, does he need to be this pseudo kind of playmaking after he has these first 2 items, or do you want him to be that kind of, you know, big right-clicking carry?
Well, to right-click, you also need good positioning, right? And without the blink, sometimes it's hard to get the position on Dragonite, so I do like any sort of a mobility item. Is it the blink? Is it the pike that they very rarely buy? Is it a Silver Edge, which wouldn't be that bad in this game, versus Bristle and Abaddon? I mean, I like it. The other option would be to just go for a BKB, but I think his teammates aren't really quick enough for that. You don't have a Spirit mid that can set things up. You've got a Beastmaster. Like, someone needs to start things off, and unfortunately it has to be the carry. Like, a lot of weight on his shoulders this game.
He's doing a very good job, though, to position himself away from any potential ganks. Still hasn't had a death so far in this game. So overall, I mean, again, this lead, it's really not growing that much. Only 2,000, mid one getting pretty close towards his scepter. Even as well, Boom, to be honest, like, still has 120 last hits, all things considering. So he's also getting a decent amount of farm as well with how the lane went.
Yeah, only 2k lead so far from Aurora, even though they took down, what, 1, 2, 3 tier 1 towers, so they're 3 towers up, and they only have 2k lead. I think one of the reasons, obviously, is the fact that they moved together a lot in unison. Whenever you move to take a lot of objectives, you're giving away a lot of farm. A lot of space for the enemy cores to take. But you are getting map objectives, and their Abaddon now does have a Radiance.
Got a lot of items piped on the Bristle. You got Blink getting delivered from Mirror as well. They're going to go deep behind the tower. And I was just praising Chrysalis as well with his farming patterns, but this time they're going to be able to run into him. We thought it was safe. Even this deep, Aurora are going to continue to put the pressure on and hunt down some of the members. Even Celery now over towards the left side. Crito might run into it.
You cannot farm any safer than where he was, right?
Yeah,
like, that's literally the safest camp on the map to go and farm in. Maybe one of the supports needed to be next to the tier 2 to break the smoke. But of course, you don't expect your carry to be ganked there, so it's kind of hard gank to anticipate.
Celery is kind of just eyeing up Makoto, looking to try and steal some experience. But scouting out some extra heroes that's playing behind Makoto, because they're actually looking to try and mount a defense. They did just complete the pipe. They're going to have this inside the team fight. Meanwhile, though, they started once again. Chrysalis, it could be back-to-back deaths. They're going to do a good job to try and keep him alive. Now, WS is going to charge to deal with Celery. Now, without the life drain, Chrysalis is going to be in some trouble. The roar is out. WS taking the full brunt of the force. Yes, you got the 1 kill, but you're not going to be able to live to tell the tale. 4 are gone, and Boom's going to join them in the afterlife as well. It's a bit more of a difficult kill for all the Atrophy Aura that he's working with, but finally they'll dwindle him down. It's a 5-man wipe under the T2 tower, and now this lead is blown up to 5k.
I was actually surprised that they set up the fight that way on MOUZ, because this kind of a fight works if you have BKB on Dragonite. If he's a bit tankier, right? Like that. If that's the case, then this kind of a fight definitely works. But when he's only got Armet and Mask of Madness, they can just blow him up. They can use everything on him. BKB the DK, you cannot do this though, because he BKBs and then he resets. He's scot-free to do whatever he wants in the fight. But look, they had a little bit of Harry Potter versus Voldemort here between the Pugna and Lion. Just using their warm zone to the Dragonite, both sides. He's got the Essence Eater, of course, by the way, Lion, as a true Death Eater, dealing some extra damage with the mana drain. But in the end, it's like a huge difference between the Abaddon that is able to just run in, and yeah, he's got his ulti, he's got the shield, doesn't have to worry about any of the spells from MOUZ.
No, Makoto doesn't have too much to fear with the Aegis in his hands, so KDA is looking exceptional for them. We'll see how MOUZ are able to I mean, what the call is for them. Even with this current game state, do you feel like they need to force a fight around Torment and not give it away, or they're not in this position down the ages and gold now?
Well, they have Blink on Beast. Maybe they can set things up around that. Techies is already trying to set up some mines around top, but forced TP away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Solar's been a little bit frustrating here with the Pugna. But he's going to run into a couple of heroes while he was doing his best to bring the tower down.
They had a very cool idea here. I don't know if you clocked it on MOUZ. So they put Celery to take down the tower, knowing that someone is going to try and defend, but they were hoping for anyone else but Yabadon. Because if it's like a Phoenix or a Lion or a Puck, they can jump them. Dragonite and Beastmaster were there ready with the Blink Daggers. But yeah, Abaddon just runs in. That's a hero you cannot stop. And you cannot go on him.
No, very difficult hero to go into first. 3-0 and 7, Mr. Vici, and the Manta is going to be close to be completed as well. And that secondary corner support pretty much gives them full control of the area, and they're going to get the T2 tower as well. It'll take a little bit of time, but WS should be able to get it with the assistance of the Warpath being activated. He's gone pretty utility-esque as well. Pipe, Ag Shard, did go that Lotus route. We will see afterwards, so if it's going to be some items kind of for himself. But the looks of it, this Tormentor will end up going down. Now, gonna keep that in mind. Radiant, they are under a ward down bottom, so Radiant, so Dai can already set up.
They have
You can come through the portal if you want to. They do have a boar at the portal though, so nice micro from mid one. Is Crystal stuck? Down. Which is Celery. Very similar position to what we saw previously. Another death. Did not really ask for an easier game back in for Makoto after the kind of long break with getting some of the visa problems sorted. 5-0 and 8, and maybe the Lincolns as his next item of choice.
Vici.
And putting up in the face, Boom's going to try and move in with the Fiend's Gate. Maybe an opportunity here for Dyer. Vitri's still not an easy kill considering he's got the borrowed time, and Makoto's going to try and disrupt the backline. But the core is going to be activated. Chrysalis wants to jump the Phoenix before he's going to be able to play around with the Supernova before stuff gets him out of range. Oh, he doesn't pop the egg. Kero didn't use the egg, and meanwhile, mid one also was able to find the Lion over the other side, and now V-Turn could be vulnerable, but WS has shown up to the fight. Dive still get their full forces. Chrysalis jumps over the top of the Bristleback, so no concerns about the passive right now. Once again, stuck inside the Firestorm, and they have given a free life over towards MOUZ. It was looking like this game, Aurora could just walk over the map with the lead they had, but a bit of a misstep, and MOUZ, they will punish them for that.
I think it's a very messy fight. You know, even Abaddon, when he TPs to the tier 1 tower, it's a different story than when he's on the low ground, on the Wisdom Shrine, getting hit. He was forced to 50% HP. Like, he wasn't able to really join that fight properly. And Phoenix as well. I want to see what killed him there. He was diving through. Was it the Pugna ward?
It wasn't the ward, right? Yeah, I'm just thinking about that now. I don't know.
I feel like it could have been, because he was really damn low. They have a lot of AoE damage as well that probably clipped him. But in the end, not using the egg there does hurt them. But he cannot use the egg until Dragonite is controlled. Like, that's one hero that needs to be far enough. Like, it's the only hero that actually deals with it. Like, if DK is controlled, he can use it. If he's not, they cannot win the team fight, at least not with the egg being a focal point of it. Let's see. You can see Crystallis as well, just blinking on top of him immediately, just zoning him away. Oh,
it was.
It was, yeah. It was the ward. Yeah, it happens sometimes. It's 200 mana.
It's a bit of an awkward way to go, though. Like, yeah, of course, it does happen a lot, but then, yeah, every time it does, it's definitely a bit of a shake of the head. A little bit silly, but even the pros do. You know, you got your pub games, you think you're the only one that does it. No. big tournament winner pros like Kaori do it as well.
Good one.
Makoto. He's going to be able to run into mid one. Boom is nearby, so the pipe's going to be activated. They actually want to try and defend their jungle. They're not going to give this over for free. Meanwhile, there's a potential solo kill. Kaori already dropped the egg over towards the north, so they don't have the DK in this team fight, and so Dai will have to run away. Makoto doesn't have the coil to hold them into place, so the escape will be done freely.
This is a big opportunity for MOUZ now. There's no coil, there's no egg. Everything was wasted. They have a BKB on Beast. BKB is not there yet for DK, but he can join the fight. Mira.
The best person to run into first, Immortal Faith pops the smoke, and Mira is going to be able to react accordingly. US is also back here to control the area. What's going to go on now from Dai? This is a bit awkward. They've gone pretty deep for this. Even without the egg, it's not going to be a problem by the looks of it. Chrysalis wants to jump over the top to deal with Mira. Without the Sunbreak, he's going to feel pretty safe. Mid one's got an amp damage inside the fight as well. They're a little bit hesitant on who they want to try and turn their attention to. VTune or WS, but they don't know it just yet, so now they have to run away. But are they actually going to be able to escape? Mid one makes it back over towards the river, but they are slowly getting ran down. Once the health pool has fallen below half, you've got some problems, especially when Makoto has held the coil to stop the TP out from mid one.
Yeah, I mean, like this move from MOUZ didn't look too bad, but they needed to find a better target and they needed to find a better hero to initiate with, not the techies. Like techies runs in, gives them vision on the line, so everyone on Aurora was just able to reposition themselves properly. I feel like the hero that needs to initiate is your Beastmaster, right? Like he jumps in, he blows the target up, you play off of that. But this kind of a play where the smoke breaks on techies, it just allows everything for Aurora. It allows them to set things up properly. Abaddon can run in first, he can basically set things up for the Lion and the Phoenix to just hit from distance. And then of course on the other side, you don't have a BKB on Dragonite, you have it on Beast. But they didn't have it on the DK. So your main right-click damage dealer just wasn't able to do exactly that. He wasn't able to right. He hit for like... He basically hit 5 times in this whole fight and then started just running away.
So hopefully, surely that's going to be a bit of a different story. It just needs one more component with the recipe. Chrysalis. Till then, though, Aurora should feel pretty confident. You got Roche up in 3 seconds as well, so we'll see if they try and force the issue before this big advantage, this big item for Chrysalis. What do we got going on? Scan is on the mark. They've got a high ground ward that's going to run into him. All right. An opportunity to be able to get the kill once again before the BKB has been brought out. To a massive one. I mean, started the game. He was farming so incredibly well. It had avoided everything, but now he's up to 4 deaths. And now look at the net worth difference, actually. I mean, he was pretty even with VTune, but he's now actually lowest out of all the cores.
He was the highest core. And now he is the lowest core. And I feel like he's going to be kicking himself for taking some of these fights pre-BKB. And that's truly what it was. Taking fights before BKBs are up. They got baited by the fact that there was no coil and no WAG. But even without these items, it was still impossible to take the fights. Even without these spells, I mean.
Oh, you're just hoping to get a little bit of farm somewhere out of the map. Unfortunately, there was a defensive ward for Aurora setup, which gives them another 4v5 opportunity to guarantee Roshan.
They have Crimson, they have Pipe, they have the Lotus. It's a lot of sustain on their side from the Bristle. Bloodthorn most likely coming out next for Abaddon, but you can go for Blink first, of course, as well. If you're MOUZ right now, you're basically buying time, right? Like, you're not really taking any fights any longer. You're 11k behind. North of Fate.
Be able to tip up with the looks of it. Nicely done. So he lives, but Chrysalis is not farming though. Radiant beeline towards the triangle to try and take this area away from the DK. We'll get the mid lane shoved in, so he's getting a little bit out of this. This is going to be pretty close towards the BKB.
Yeah, I don't know. Like this sort of a carry, I feel like, yeah, definitely can farm the BKB a bit earlier, and the Blink Dagger in hindsight was his doom, right? Like if he just went for the BKB first, it probably would have looked much better, but I think they needed to protect him a little bit until the BKB is up at least. But okay, he has it now. He's got it. It's flying out.
Hopefully it's not too late, unfortunately, for him. The damage already been dealt. 11,000 lead. Blast out a tower. Potential high ground under siege as well. Ages onto Vici. They can put him up first. They can put WS up there as well, really. We'll expend the glyph pretty early on from Boom, and meanwhile Mikoto trying to jump the backline to see if there's a smoke going on to pop. Chrysalis is going to start to try and get some reactions out, but they're going to be pretty cautious. They're going to deal with the Banner, they're going to deal with some of the backline supports. The Lion and Phoenix are just raining spells in from afar, but the Banner will drop. So the push now gets a bit more dicey for Aurora.
Getting pickoffs outside is probably easier for them. It's easier for any circumstance, right? But especially in this one where you have a Nether Ward on the high ground, you're playing versus techies, of course. By the way, I think that's Aghanims on him, right? Did his courier die or... Wow. I thought he had a point.
No, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. He went to the other signature.
Okay, so have the minefield sign as well now to work around with.
See, maybe with the extra raw damage is going to catch them by surprise or not. They're going to need it here with this deficit they're playing with. Mikoto once again with the jump, and now they've got the coil as well. So they're going to take a fight deep inside the base of Dire. Now they're going to get full value out of the coil. But the pipe is heavily mitigating some of this, and they're still feeling strong enough even without the banner to help them go high ground. There really could be an argument to be made, is this actually worth it? You're wasting time, not farming out some of the map. Top's getting pushed in. You'd love to be able to go back and farm. And you don't use the Arcane, unfortunately, from Mikoto to success.
Yeah, it seems like Mikoto will be the one that uses Arcane to go up top, outpush the wave. There's also Tormentor up, by the way, so they can go for that. But it looks like MOUZ wants to contest it. They did smoke up. They know what's up. Tormentor. So they're heading in that direction.
They're going to be a little bit too late though, Radiant. Yeah, they're already here, so shard actually goes over towards the Abaddon. Everyone has their shard on Aurora already at the stage of the game. So smoke's going to pop as well. Vici actually aggressively jumping in the middle. So feeling super confident still with the Aegis in his hands for another minute. It does run into the mines, but of course with the ultimate, it's just going to be healed back up the full.
I request a change from Gaben. This minefield sign outer the perimeter, it should be yellow. The cord, it should be yellow. What?
Too hot to say.
I know, it's just, that's the way it looks like in real life.
Meanwhile, actually, Crystal's going to be able to get the jump in the middle. Might be able to kill Mirror to start the team fight. It will go through the Crimson Guard. Mid one also finds Kara in the background. There's a massive jump, and he actually gets the egg off. It's not going to matter, though. Crystals activates the BKB, turns with the attack speed, and now, they need to be able to capitalize, but can they get the core kills? Mikoto jumps into the root. In a bit of danger at the moment. The Linkets might protect him, but it's actually not going to be enough. Nicely done, MOUZ. Finding ways back into this game.
I think this 7k lead right now for Aurora is very deceiving. And why do I think that? I think that because of the items on Dire and how much they do and how much these heroes do with the items that they've got. They've got the BKBs And like like right now, what is Puck really doing in these team fights? Like not quite a lot. Not versus all the roots, versus Gleipnir Pipe, versus Aghanims on Underlord. 90% probability. Dude, I would... Yeah, there's no way I would call this game a 90% win chance. Abaddon has a nullifier. That's kind of nice, like no radiance any longer. So he's packing some extra punch versus Decrepify. This was needed for them, of course. But I wouldn't call this a 90% win chance.
Especially, we've seen kind of a big change from Dire. Vici gets a solo kill on Cellar pretty early here with value out of the nullifier, but we've seen kind of in these past couple of fights, right, where it's been super important with the heroes they've been jumping. Chrysalis is constantly on the line. You also see mid one is either it's Lion or Phoenix, both they're going for, and we're seeing how different the fights look when they are dying first, or at least unable to freely spell cast.
Phoenix.
Again, mid one. Another opportunity. Now, he does have a couple of heroes nearby. Vici not going to be able to get in range for the shield.
Oh, he refreshed, but actually he didn't pop BKB after. He just popped the double roar. So at least he... I mean, it's a 6 seconds BKB anyway, but it's nice that it's off cooldown. Like you said, like these two supports are the main targets. I would say for Dragonite, it's the Phoenix to kill the egg.
A little bit of danger. Is he actually, though? Radiant is starting to move over there. But Makoto. Makoto can't really be here at this team fight. What is this play? I mean, trying to make something happen across the map, but your lead, it's really starting to get cut in half. You're giving some great fight opportunities over towards MOUZ, and they are capitalized. Unfortunately, they don't have a way to hold WS down. This guy is pretty goddamn speedy, so he's out of there.
Yeah, the Linkens, the Lotus, you're not taking him down. But as one team is itemizing to sustain themselves and to survive, the other team is just itemizing to kill. And I kind of always value the team that goes for damage a little bit more. That goes for... That means that their heroes just innately can keep themselves in the game. And DK has a Daedalus, by the way, going for Satanic next. Like, if I could compare these two cores, like, Abaddon has had patches where he was really strong into the DK. I feel like right now DK is not in a bad spot at all versus the Abaddon.
When does the Withering Mist ever come into play though with the health reduction?
I mean, Withering Mist and Curse of Awareness used to come into play quite a lot with the Manta, right? But now when it's not applied by the illusions, I think it's a bit easier to play against. Tekis should be falling here.
Oh man. Makoto, it's a lot of damage.
He's single-handedly forcing out Abaddon's ult in these fights, by the way, on Tekis. So even though it looks like the hero is kind of useless, like he's actually doing a lot of work.
Once again, though, it is another pick off at a bit of an awkward timing for MOUZ. They take the one kind of a big step forward to get themselves in a position to contest this game. We saw it last Roche. You know, take good fights, kind of start to even out the game, but then as Roche is about to spawn, you give away a pick off, and that's once again going to be the case. You got the cheese and refresher shot on Vici, and Age is actually given over to WS.
Your option was WS or Puck, one or the other. You don't want to give it to the Abaddon, right? Like, there aren't many Abaddons that... If it was Nightfall, he would take it. The Aegis, that is, but I feel like he's got Butterfly right now as well. So him dying should probably not be an option, especially with the shard. Like, you can refresh your ult.
So far, though, doing a very solid job. You got Satanic now completed for Chrysalis. Plays Boda for a little bit of extra help as well for the crew detachments, with the base attack time getting reduced. They're ready to go, even feeling pretty confident to try and take a fight with the Nullify just completed on mid one. So they're going to have to do it into the advantage that Aurora have with the Aegis.
They tried pushing high ground before and they failed. Maybe it's a bit easier now with the butterfly and everything.
We just put WS first as well. Name of the game for MOUZ has been jumping these backline supports, and Kaori just puts a beacon on his back. The shield is enough to actually keep him alive. Chrysalis forced to turn to try and deal with the supernova, but the other heroes have got some big problems. The minefield might help them disengage. They're going to try and move on forward. WS is still will lose the first life. And now they're also going to be able to find V2. V2's still got the borrowed time, so he's going to heal back up to full, and they've lost the Underlord. Doesn't have a buyback as well. Chrysalis tries to jump in to save him, but he's a little bit too late. He gets a kill. He's going to be able to get away, though. Celery protects him here with a decrep. Still, WS is starting to run him down, and shortly V2 and Mirror are going to be able to follow as well. Mid one trying to do his best as he can, but they've lost Chrysalis without a buyback. Mid one doesn't have a buyback as well. This game, almost just over. One big team fight. Yes, Aurora have had the lead for the entirety of this game, but it was only a 6k lead before that fight.
It was only a 6k lead, and the 90% win chance, it seems like it was correct in the end. They do win. I feel like MOUZ had some opportunities. Not contesting this rush was obviously a really big problem for them, because now you have to get through Bristleback twice, you have to get through Abaddon twice, 3 times even with the cheese. So you're putting yourself in a really bad spot. And all these things said, I still feel it was a playable fight for MOUZ if they managed to kill the Phoenix before the egg pops. Before he uses the egg, that is. The egg wasn't, it didn't go through completely, of course. But it wasted way too much of their time. The keys is gone. It's just Dragonite had to use his full BKB duration to take down the egg. And after that, it's way too difficult for him to take the team fight. If they manage to kill it before the egg, then yeah, you can use the roar on someone else, focus different targets. Then it...
The fights where they were playing with the deficit, clawing their way back in, not enough. And like you said, that 90% or 92% probability, whatever it was enough. It was right in the end. V2, what a performance for him as well. 10-0 and 11 to kickstart his run off here as a stand-in.
No, a pretty cool game from both of these teams. Like, how much can you expect from a team with stand-ins? I don't know. From Aurora, I think I can expect a lot, because these guys have been winning tournaments one after another, back-to-back tournaments with stand-ins. So from them, I can expect a lot. From MOUZ, I don't know. It's like a coach. The guy, Immortal Fate, is a good player. Like, he plays pubs all the time, but still, it's a bit of a different thing. His techies, I think it did a lot, considering how bad the lanes started for them. This game could have been maybe MOUZ favored if they didn't lose like all the tier 1 towers and the shrine so early on. I feel like that Wisdom Shrine loss just set them back so heavily, because it kind of snowballs into losing the ancient stacks as well. It makes Beast's game a lot harder, and even with all of this said and done, they still made a good game. They still found a way back in.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at that last fight back with how you're mentioning about the BKB from Chrysalis, just having to use it pretty solely to kill the Phoenix and just gets kited. And how many slows you're dealing with? You got the Goo, you got the Abaddon continuing to hold you down, the Essence, or the life drain from Mirror and his stuns. Very frustrating fights. And
the mana drain that's dealing 100% damage as well, by the way. 1-to-1 ratio with the mana because of the Essence Eater. He's not going for the right click 5-finger death punch. Instead, he's going for the Essence Eater facet, so it's a bit annoying to deal with, slowing you down as well. Overall, a cool game, like something that you would expect from two teams with two stand-ins Like, is it a messy game? Yes. At the same time, it's a fun game to watch. Like, a lot of cool things happening on both sides. Like, you could see as well, VTune, he's 10-0-11, but man, some of those plays around the Wisdom Shrine, they made Aurora really overreach. You know, like, just put them in a very difficult position 2 times in a row. Like, the first time when he went to the shrine, and the second time when he tried capturing the enemy shrine. I think it was like minute 21 and 28 where it actually happened. So overall, yeah, Crystal is a little bit unfortunate for him as well, like, because he had a very good start and then couldn't find the BKBs. But MOUZ aside, like, these guys on the other side were just playing wonderfully. Lion in a lot of good positions. Kaori as well with the Phoenix. I don't think there wasn't a single egg in this game that went off. There was one where he tried to solo kill the Dragonite. That's it. True. Every other egg got killed, but it was still a very good performance from both this standout player on Lion and Kaori on the Phoenix.
Yeah, not a bad performance from Mira and the boys on Aurora. So we're going to start with a victory here in game 1. We'll see if they can continue with the momentum or not. We're going to break. When we come back, we got more action here at PGL Wallachia. See you guys in a little.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are back with our second game ready to go here. Aurora, a game advantage. We'll see if they're going to be able to come out on top and topple MOUZ here. Sorry, MOUZ. A 2-0 victory. We've got our draft up on screen. So the Phoenix going to be available once again. The Shadow Fin is actually also in the pool. So first time we're going to get it today.
Yeah, SF going through. That's ballsy from MOUZ. I hope they have some sort of plan versus this hero, because if you don't, usually, the game looks very one-sided, that he's able to out-carry 90% of the carries right now that are in the game. I think Ursa is probably the best that you can pick into him, even if SF is mid or carry, doesn't matter. Like, getting Ursa feels always good, but not too terrible. A lot of movement speed can get on top of SF. And there's one hero that I really want to see versus SF. At least I want to see a team try it. That's Marcy. This hero on offlane or position 4 offers a lot. SF hates heroes that can get on top of him and hates heroes that can disposition him. Guess what? Marcy can do both. And she can bring a teammate. She can bring a friend as well over with Pick Me Up. So if you have something like Centaur or Primal doesn't really need it, but something like a Centaur and Marcy. That's a sick tattoo, by the way. Is that Kunka?
Is it? Does it look like? I was kind of seeing Zeus. I don't know. Can we?
Could be Zeus as well. Is it two faces actually?
Get a little more close up of that.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I can't really tell for sure. It looks like it's
5 seconds remaining.
it's like two faces upside down, but yeah, like mirrored.
Have you got
like,
any tattoos?
No, not me.
Do you want any?
No, not really. When I was when I was a teenage boy, I had some ideas, but
yeah,
I never really I never had an idea that I felt so strongly about to get it. Yeah, I should probably tattoo like 5 meepos across my back, like literally.
Please don't do that. Please.
All the meepo heads, and then underneath family.
Go ahead.
Family, but with like some grammatical error, some grammar error, some.
Oh my god!
All meepos, family below, date when I was ranked 1, and forever underneath with family forever with the 4 with the number, you know, with the digit.
Yeah. That's perfect. Okay.
That's it.
I feel like you came up with this a little bit too quickly, though. You've been cooking this up. This has been maybe an idea that has come up in the past. You're a beloved Meepo hero.
Absolutely. I like that idea is so good. I've been cooking for years. Dude. Like that's kind of an idea that is. You got me.
Man, it's too good of an idea to come up on the spot with. Like
shit, man, it's too good. Yeah, it's just I'm some. I should sell my ideas. That's how good it is.
Absolutely.
But they get clocked, by the way. Another hero that, you can get on top of SF. Battery Assault is annoying. Hookshot as well is annoying. It's all annoying up until the Manta is up on SF and the Pike, and then he just kind of destroys you every time you get close to him. It could also, of course, be mid SF, which makes things a little bit different because you don't play it the same way. I feel like this hero is much better when he's played from a position 1 role right now, but if necessary, you could put him mid as well.
What support do you want with the SF? Because I look at Tree, like Tree SF, but then you're playing Tree into back clock, so it's probably not the hero you want. I feel like melee ones are definitely kind of on the better route. They will actually still Tree. I mean, like you said, there's kind of, I suppose, not many other really good position 5s. You got like your best ones, and then under them, they're kind of summer.
I think there are good position 5s. There's a few of them.
10 seconds remaining.
Jakiro Warlock banned out, so you go for 3 and
5 seconds remaining.
overall, it's not about them being all right. It's about 3 and just being too good. I still think you can pick him with the SF even into these 2. Living Armor is still pretty good. Overall, the synergy is there through the game because you bring a lot of control with the SF. And your overgrowth is nice. Mira gonna be playing his Lion once again. They're not letting this man play anything else. He's had a really rough grand finals recently, but he's kind of making it up with his game 1 at least. It was a pretty good Lion game.
10 seconds remaining.
But what do you think is going on with the line, like specifically? Because, like you said, Mira's been playing it a lot. I know some of the other players are picking up a little bit more frequently as well. Is it really just patch specific too? Is that kind of why this hero's kind of come back a little bit?
Well, he does shut down a couple of mid laners, right? Like or I shouldn't say shut them down completely, but it makes it a bit easier to play against the Embers, against the Storms, against the Pucks. That's the first thing. The second thing is something that we talked about in the previous draft. There just aren't too many exceptionally strong position 4s. If it's not the Lion, it's a Hoodwink, Shadow Shaman. Everyone is going for the straightforward basic supports that kind of do a lot. But you don't have... like the position 5 is where it's at right now when it comes to broken heroes. I feel like position 5 is... like it has like these three and Jakiro and Warlock, like you gotta pick one of these or ban all of them. Meanwhile, position 4 is a little bit more loose. And Razor, by the way, exactly what I was leading up to. Where the hell is he in bans? I feel like... did they let it go because they picked the SF and they're thinking that they should be able to do well against him? I feel like that kind of backfires because this hero is still like super annoying. Razor, that is.
10 seconds remaining.
Have you got a favored lane for the Razor? Because we see this hero can be flexed in a lot of different roles. So have you got a position you'd like to see him in a game like this?
Can be, like you said, can be played literally anywhere. In this game, I wouldn't mind seeing him anywhere. Like, they have Spear against him on the safe lane, which makes it a bit easier for the Mars. For the Mars on offlane, or if you put the Razor safe lane. If you put Razor offlane, you are playing into Razors and Treant, but you should have Clockwork and Enchantress rotating through. So, like, both of these lanes are playable. It also depends on where you want to put the Bat, because Bat now is a core and you see it. I think their next bans might give it away. Quap is perhaps a necessary ban, depending on where you think SF is, but I do believe that Aurora will put SF1, so they ban out the Storm. Interestingly enough, I've seen a lot of Storms do well into Razor mid. Like, you get Static Link, you actually pull him in, and you use your Static Remnant, and you dish out kind of more damage, and you can always get some last hits with the Static Remnant as well. It's kind of a peculiar matchup where I still feel like Razor on paper should be much stronger, but them banning it out makes me think that it could be a Razor mid for this guy right here on the screen.
If it's not Razor mid,
yep.
What are some other thoughts? Because it's definitely like your more typical MOUZ lineup, like kind of your Celery Enchantress. If this was Yarmich playing, then Yarmich on the Clockwork as well. You've got a pretty active hero for Chrysalis. We can see that if it is him playing the Razor, you see mid one on a hero as well that can be super up tempo. Is there one that kind of comes to mind? Mid one?
Well, if you don't care about the line, any sort of spirit is all right. I don't think this is like a Lash game, like a particularly raid game for that kind of hero, but if they think that it's like a Lash Greaves kind of a game and then Razor buys a pipe, you can if you're playing Razor 1, that is, like, you could overwhelm them like that. They ban out the Void Spirit. In the end, MOUZ have this luxury of seeing the last pick of Aurora, and then they can adjust everything accordingly, because they will know if SF is safe lane or mid. I still feel like it should be a safe lane SF, but
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
they will show their hand right here. MOUZ thinks the same. They just banned out 2 Mikoto zeros, right? Like, what's left? The Ember and
like
Quap.
you said.
I think Quap is the easiest approach because it does well into Razor, it does well into Bat. And there is no catch on the other side. Like, you have Hookshot and Lasso, sure, but you can deal with that.
Yeah, so let's see, what are you... I guess we'll wait till we get the Mikoto here. What else are we hoping for? You got a bunch of control.
I just want to see damage from mid lane. Like, you have control, you have objective taking. You just need damage from Aurora's mid. Go with the Ember. I mean, it is damage, but maybe a little bit easier to counter now with MOUZ's last pick. There's even a Huskar option.
Yeah, I'm seeing that too. Oh, they're going to go DK again. So some boring stuff, but we've seen DK if it is mid. Find out. No, mid one's going to be playing the Razor. So this is also, we've seen previously, like, Razor and Denver matchup. Pretty comfortable for the Razor. Definitely will favor him. I have seen some games where the Ember actually does a little bit better than I'm expecting. See if that will be one of those games or not.
I feel like there's this thing where I know I just called for Quap, and I do feel that on paper this is a better Quap last pick than an Ember last pick, because of the fact that whoever goes on your lane, Bat or Razor, you would do fine. But I feel like this hero at the same time kind of does less in general than an Ember. Even in a lane in which Ember loses, I feel like Ember gets a Vessel and eventually he starts making plays. Meanwhile, Quap, I feel like she lost that edge where she blinks in and is unkillable because of all the spell lifesteal that she gets from Bondage. So overall, like, I value Ember more as a hero right now. I do feel that he's stronger. I think that Aurora played really well again around Lorenov's Ember. So Mikoto has some... of course, I shouldn't say big shoes to fill because he's also a very good player, but Lorinov had a lot of success with Timber while he was playing for Aurora.
Well, let's see how he's going to be able to perform. It's a pretty tough lane matchup, but you're going to have supports that are able to rotate as well. I mean, Celery, one of the better enchantresses, was speaking in the interview that he was wanting a hero that's he can play that's a little bit out of meta. I definitely would say Enchantress is one of them. And of course, this is your response to the Lion as well, right? Which we didn't really touch on much, is the fact that if you're going to go back for Mirror's Lion, well, you're going to need a better way to deal with it. Enchantress, by far, is one of the better support matchups. The Lion just can't do nothing versus Enchantress creep. So that lane's going to be great. That means then he can potentially rotate to assist the Razor matchup. And we could see something very similar where we've seen on a lot of MOUZ games where this game, like you kind of play through mid, you just run it over with the supports connecting with mid one, and then all of a sudden, Makoto has no game, and then the side lanes are now under threat as well.
Yeah, like you said, it's a pretty good edge game, but I won't say it's only because of the line. I mean, it is good into line. It should. What are some other things that you get? You can dispel now Flame Guard, by the way, with enchant, which is an additional benefit that you got with your last pick. But the rotations on the SF are also very nice. If you get a good creep, you go through the Twin Gate, you rotate on top of the SF. Like generally you feel very good. Rotating on squishy glass cannons as an inch, because you have a creep to tank the tower, and usually they like to hide under the towers. So let's see how this one goes. It's not like Aurora have a bad draft. I think they also have their strengths, and I think this is a good draft. They have probably the strongest carry in the game right now.
But it definitely feels like it's maybe easier for like their lineup to get too large of a deficit. It feels like MOUZ can definitely snowball this game with a couple of good movements just off the back of the supports and some of the cores that they can actually even play with inside the lane. So we'll see. But honestly, questions for me as well with what the item builds are going to be in for Batright in particular. I'm not really sure what we're getting out of him, and even what the mid Razor wants to go for as well for mid one.
Well, Bat so far is very straightforward from the outplane. I feel like almost every game it's bearing and pipe. Is this like a massively good pipe game? Not really. So maybe he can exchange the pipe for something else, but if he stays with the pipe, I also feel that's still good. Boots of bearing first, though, I feel like are more or less a must on the Bat.
Sure. Really nice start. Seller is going to be able to snipe WS's couriers, so it's not going to be playing with Tangos for a little bit. And Immortal Faith also gets Kaori's courier as well. A bunch of extra gold they'll be working with some of the players. And any Quelling Blades that came out? Looks like they didn't play with any to deal with some of the trees up top.
They did cut down a lot of trees early on. I think it's one of the other cores, right? They did it, or how did they cut them down even?
Does Cogs do anything?
Maybe it's like that, yeah. Because they didn't have Firefly.
See, already top lane, there's some of the frustrations that can come through with the Clockwork getting on top of the Shadow Fiend, and Boom is playing with him as well. How would you level in a lane like this actually for the Treant Protector? With a aggressive lane that you have, that you're playing to, but the Bat and the Clockwork, is there particular skills that you need to prioritize more in this lane?
I think Living Armor is a no-brainer in every game that you can go for. The only question is like, how many levels of Nature's Grasp do you get in this lane? Like, turning on them could be an option if you get the Nature's Grasp. But overall, if you're playing a Treant, just max out your Living Armor. You can even go 1-1-4 every single game, and you won't be wrong. It's too good of a spell right now. It's one of the main reasons, besides, of course, the Eyes in the Forest. One of the main reasons why this hero is played. Celery?
Potential threat onto his life, and a bit unexpected into the heroes that Aurora are actually playing with, but WS and Mir up quite the chemistry with these two heroes, these two players with all the tournaments that they've been in so far.
That was a clutch play, really. Like the impale he didn't expect. It caught him right next to the trees, so it gave them a really nice opportunity for the spear as well. Very well played. It's like this hero, like you mentioned, is strong, Inch, but she needs level 3. Once she gets level 3, that's really where her power spike lies. Up to level 3, she's all right at best.
Wall of Faith kind of just put... If you don't get the Shadow Feed inside the cogs, you've got a bit of a problem with eating a couple of razors. So his health pool is going to be limited, but it's actually got a self still to work with. KO is baiting his Courier. Cicelo now has that level 3 though, like you're mentioning. So he's going to try and take away one of the water runes. And Makoto is having a decent time. 16 and 4 compared to the 22 and 7. No level up in the static link. So even in the 1v1 lane matchup like this, mid one is going to go for the more farming build that we've been seeing so far for the Razors. Maxed out damage.
This hero currently with the Storm Surge and with the ulti deals like just way too much damage. Like every single game, I get surprised every time I play against Razor. When you just look at the sheer numbers, it's absolute insanity. Like the game ends, he has more damage than, like, let's say some Zeus that almost always has like crazy amount of damage, win or loss. Just by surviving in fights, just by running around, he's dealing more damage than most carries are. So that's the main reason why the hero is being banned out, of course, besides his strong laning stage.
Yeah, strong laning stage, ability to be able to play in 3 different roles.
Yeah.
And it's got so much value in its own right. I mean, never hear that can do something like that.
Everything just works well for him currently. They are tipping Lion top, by the way, so they want to stop these clock shenanigans, or attempt to at least.
Now they're gonna have to cut their way through the cogs. That didn't take them that long, actually. Vici was able to find an angle, so there's the raise, like you said. Here it moves on over. And he's going to try and stick potentially around the mid lane because Makoto...
No flame guard.
Going to have Seller up in his face. Oh, not the little golems. They hurt.
Good old times when you could take 2 creeps, even 3 as ench. Then you go mid with the 2 golems. And you enchant another creep, so the first one dies. You get like 5 stuns in a row.
Bro, what's V-Turn doing here? Is Nightfall playing? Are you sure it's on Nightfall? It's such a Nightfall move. Coming mid, Shadow Fiend level 6. They don't get the rune.
Level
Crazy
5.
stuff, but...
It's level 5, 3-6, by the way.
Sorry, yeah, 6 minutes. Plays the Abaddon last game. Yeah, now he's got the SF making these moves. This is...
He's cosplaying Nightfall right there. All he has to do now is buy BKB and TP out a couple of times out of these teamfights. That said, by the way, Nightfall has been impressing me with that thing alone, if nothing else. Like, he's become so much better. No, I'm serious. Like, last couple of tournaments, it's been like night and day difference. Stop it.
And did one with the TP, and you're going to just have to sack Mirror by the looks of it. And we may be threatening about bringing the Shadow Fiend over to provide some damage. Boomer's going to be cautious about the erasers, but it's fine. There's even a long wraparound coming from Makoto as well. He'll be too late to contest the Wisdom, so he has to remnant back over towards mid.
They just hit 6 on that. If Ench gets this creep and goes top, I feel like maybe there's an opportunity to dive, but without her, they just need another hero. You can dive the SF, but you need another hero. Clock and Bat alone, they won't cut. They won't cut it.
This ward from Dire is going to give them a pretty good idea that something's going on. Let's see if they're going to bring some more heroes, though. Barry's going to be able to line up a double Earth Spike, and now V-Turn can land a couple raises onto Immortal Faith. There's still going to be a decent amount of damage pretty shortly with the Firefly, but V-Turn's okay at the moment. He will walk up the high ground into Crystallis. Dragon Tail, not enough. V-Turn's still continuing to be healthy. WS has even come through the portal, but he did miss out on the spear, so I guess both cores are just going to run their way through. Makoto, though. And we've got a full-on fight up top lane. Everyone here is, besides mid one, everyone wanting to try and showcase some of their talent, some of their ability to try and persuade who's going to have a lead.
Yeah, Celery enchanting that Hellbear just before he dies, so he has something to creep with while he is dead. It's classic bench play right there. And that did survive, by the way. He's farming behind enemy lines. And enemy line is right there to catch him, maybe, if he tries to TP out.
Oh, no.
He didn't see him.
Oh, no.
He didn't see him, but the Treant will.
Hello there. He's got the Hellbear. It's okay. The Hellbear's going to help him out.
Dude, he can actually turn this. Like, with the Hellbear.
Hang on a second. With Firefly. Makoto actually a bit off the mark with the He's going to get the kill on a mirror. No, he's going to get a double kill. No way, dude. Boom. And he 59 himself. Oh my god.
If he denied,
the Hellbear value.
Yeah, if he denied himself, that would have been like literally, I don't know, a game winning. That's a game winning play right there. But Bat as well. I've been talking about Razor and his damage. Bat somehow just deals like crazy amount of damage with every single spell now. If it's not the Firefly, it's the Flame Break. If it's not the Flame Break, it's Lasso. Like Lasso dealing 200 damage level 1, sure, why not?
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those other heroes that is pretty high up there on the hate list for a lot of players. This Batrider. I don't know, he's been in and around the meta for a long time. 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter what year, what patch. So frustrating.
Yeah, he wasn't picked for a bit, and then I think Collapse started playing him on offlane with his Boots of Bearing, and everyone else followed. I'm not sure which player exactly started it, but this Boots of Bearing, like you get 520 movement speed flying around with the Firefly, and hard to stop him from lassoing the target. Like, the moment people realize, wait, I don't even need a blink, you can just build utility, and it still works. Really?
Hero and down. Plasma field up in 3 seconds. Mid one. Be able to get in range. How frustrating it is starting to be, though. Celery with the enchant is getting rid of the Flame Guard. That Makoto is maxed out. He's got the chains actually fall. Flame Guard swing through. But it's going to be a completely different game, though. We saw previously that MOUZ were having a really difficult time. They lost their towers early on, but they're the ones actually being more proactive in this game.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This is without a doubt to be expected over the heroes that they have, but they need to continue to play up in the face, and you have a perfect hero to do so with Celery's Enchantress. Once you get that tower, makes it even easier. I would just kind of play up in this high ground, lead the jungle, just eating smokes, taking away some of the creeps. He thrives in this spot. Meanwhile as well, Chrysalis is, of course, no surprises, exact same build. It's really free farming. River, what have we got? Makoto? They're going to be able to run into the clockwork mid one, running pretty aggressively into the middle. Feeling quite safe with the mechanism and the Ice Storm activated.
Vici does get another one.
That's a bigger one.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. Like between the two of them, Overgrowth, of course. SF, like this hero, all he needs is control. Right? Because he basically brings none of it to the table. Sure, if you use Requiem, but usually that's not your job from position 1, and Treant just gives you all the control that you need. Nice kill.
Radiant are scanning.
12-minute creeps. Bottom lane. Arena out. We're speaking about Chrysalis getting a decent amount of farm, but he's got no supports playing around him. The Makoto is starting to get pretty active. You were mentioning that we've seen Lorinov have some incredible performances, but I think it's maybe just because we haven't seen Makoto in a while, potentially forgotten that his Ember is probably one of, if not his best hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Ember, Quap, Storm, right? Like all of these classic mid lane heroes is pretty good on. And by the way, Arcane Rune and the Vessel, so he's able to maybe go top and fight again. He's going through the Twin Gate. Maybe more,
sit down for another 25 seconds. We'll see where they get those extra heroes. Merrick and TP, he's got the level 6 online, but a little bit of lack of mana.
They're really committing to this. They have Greaves, right? Like this should be doable. Greaves and Boots of Bearing on bat, so it's a lot of utility. Ember?
Code over the right side. They're going to be able to get the lasso, but not a whole lot of damage out. Flame Guard was activated. Meanwhile, Mira just eats the stun and dies in an instant. Now Dire, they're kind of stuck here. Makoto's going to be able to use the chains to hold them down, but unfortunately, Kaori won't be able to TP out. So you bring everyone for a defense, and it doesn't really work out in the end.
The hookshot does not connect. And the SF also bails. So yeah, like you said, they didn't bring everyone. They didn't bring Mars, right? Like he didn't have the arena. It just now came off cooldown from that DK kill. And I think that's the biggest difference maker here. Like one side, they have their offlaner ready with the lasso, with the Boots of Bearing. On the other side, Mars was just farming up. He does. I think he did the right thing. I don't think that he needed to TP in there. Without the arena, it's just another hero that they would have killed. So now they have the Blink and the arena. And maybe they can find a better place to fight.
Do you think they're going to have damage problems to deal with the Razor with this smoke?
If they arena him, if they catch him completely, I think the damage is there from the SF. They have the Vessel as well.
Decent position from Immortal Faith. Pop the smoke, so they're going to be forced to go for the Clockwork instead. WS reveals the Blink. Whoa! He does get the hook. It's
neutral.
Got the deny.
Nice deny.
Mid lane Mirror. Eyeing up Boom. Rest of the team are going to be able to connect in time by the looks of it. Makoto just gets the chains. WS, does he need the arena? He doesn't, but the damage is going to be enough to guarantee the kill.
A much better kill, right? Like, sure, the clock gets denied, but this was such an easy setup from the line. Just a lot of control. Level 4 Earth Spike. 2.2 seconds, 2 seconds on Hex. 4 seconds of full control.
The Iron mid one.
They don't have finger though. It's kind of hard.
Screw you, Makoto. I want this regen. Does seem like we're starting to get to a territory we need to be looking towards these objectives. Your WS is playing a little bit more towards the mid side of the map, making sure he's nearby for this big team fight that we're going to see pretty shortly around Roche. Is Chrysalis ready as well, though? It's like Armlet, of course, with the Mask of Madness has been done for a while, but the Blink's still about 800 gold. Yep. That's done.
It's kind of funny. Like last game, I think I valued the matchup for the Dragonite, like not really carry to carry, just overall impact that he could have on the Dragonite. This time around, I do feel like SF is in general a position one that can do more. That
we'll be able to get the lasso. They broke the tree, so the speed didn't actually connect. Makoto, of course, is playing with some remnants, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to hold him into place. That was his last remnant, though.
Arena is ready.
WS, yeah, he might have to use it. It's on down to the south. There we go. There's the arena out, but he already used the spear, so it's going to be an ultimate defensive to try and keep Makoto alive, and he does do just that. The Requiem will fly out afterwards, but the damage it isn't perfectly together with the synchronicity of spells. They had to use them one by one. But Boom just runs in full to almost just kind of sacrifice his life. There was no other opportunity. Maybe just in two minds potentially. Mid wanted Selly wanted out, but Boom wanted in.
I feel like a lot of spells missed in this fight, right? Like a lot uncharacteristic for these two teams and these players, but a lot of spells didn't connect. Still though, it was a pretty solid defense by Aurora because they baited out the lasso. They still managed to rescue their Ember and they got the clock and the bat. They almost got the Ember, you know why? Because Clockwork ran into Mars and SF, so they had to deal with him first before the arena was used to save the Ember. So there was like a small opportunity for MOUZ to go all in. But you can see that they're kind of struggling with the control. Once the lasso is gone, there's just nothing for the Ember. I feel like this is a game in which, I don't know, they need to buy something extra for him. Because what do you have? You have lasso and DK stun. At least for now, it's not enough.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic, especially when you're going to have some abilities like Aurora using to try and cover the Ember. That was a perfect showcase of it. You've got the overgrowth and maxed out living armor. It's a very frustrated look from Boom. He's really not happy with that. Top lane back live. We have to get the kill in a mirror.
Yeah, they're slowing his Blink Dagger progression down quite a bit. Now he's died 5 times. I don't know what it is with Mira's line. Some games he is godlike, standout player, MVP, true and true. And some games it's just like a feed fest. It's the nature of the hero as well. It's also the nature of line.
They're going to try and force the fight. The scan did go red, so they know that Roche is going on. It's pretty slow Roche, though. Little Faith.
SF.
Poking first. They get the jump over towards V2. V2 with a force away defensive arena. But not the fight you're hoping for from Aurora. WS is completely out of mana. And now this will surely guarantee Roche. They've got a high ground what they want to try and utilize crystals for the jump over the top. But the damage they do. And Makoto's down. A 4 times killing streak that's going to go the way of the Dragon Knight.
A really good utilization of the ward. And SF, by the way, losing half of his HP before the fight even kind of starts. Forced him out. So the arena was used very defensively. When it comes to Roche, though, it will be moving down bottom. It's a cog block
stuck
for
right now.
Yeah.
I'll get the at least easier objective that's not going to be contested in the Tormentor. Celery. The Ag Shard.
Pretty good shard. For Ench or for the clock. Both shards are nice. And he's the one buying, by the way, something extra. Like, you remember I said they need some extra catch for the Ember? He's the one buying Agonics. It's a nice route. Like, sometimes unexpected. Especially if you don't buy anything defensive on Ember, it could catch him off guard.
No way. They still got detection? I know Boom just used his.
This is where you...
A lot of faces like, yeah, I'll just buy Gem. It's like, alright, I've had enough. Careful, Kero. He's coming with a Gem.
He's sleeping.
So Roche slowly will go down.
But surely.
Quite some. We'll give it to Crystallis. So Age is in his hands, working on a BKB next. They will give the Wisdom rune over by the looks of it. Actually, Crystallis has got the blink. Oh, nice spear.
Radiant's top tower.
Very nice. Catching him just as the stun was going through. Beautiful, because he does get the Wisdom Shrine. They are smoking up. Is this really the play?
Look at the start over towards mid. 1-4 stuff in for the Requiem burst. V-Tune was ready and waiting in our Immortal Faith. Potentially ran down next as well, but the cogs makes it a little bit more difficult for them to run around. They didn't have any more extra control. There's a lasso on the left side as WS was trying to connect, but... So what was a beautiful start from Aurora, kind of giving it making this an even trade in the end.
Yep, pretty much. This Razor is like a mid laner that can be considered an off laner as well. Like when it comes to the itemization, it's like he plays more like a 3. So Mars for Razor, fair exchange. What do you think? I mean, now that they got Mars, it's definitely worth it. But I feel like Clockwork could have just poked into the SF. And he could have saved the Razor there, most likely.
True, actually, yeah.
No BKB.
And maybe there's a fight to be had.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't because there's still no BKB on Razor, so they could still maybe go on him. Even without the Requiem, that is. Now there's a BKB on SF, though. It's a pretty big deal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There are some frustrating ways to control him inside the BKB with the hook shot along with the lasso. So,
no, let's see.
But actually look at mid lane, yeah, V2. Hookshot's actually going to be off the mark. They're going to be careful about running up blindly into the high ground. We don't have the Requiem just yet online for the SF, but these towers are falling. You see, MOUZ are doing an exceptional job just as with this one advantage in regards to the ages. They are really starting to sweep across the map and get full control of this game.
Mira does blink out this time around. DK was setting up with the TP. He might run into bat.
Yeah, they're getting kind of pincered right now. It's looking a bit awkward. WS on the high ground. I thought even Mira from the far east was trying to find an angle, but Radiant safely disengaged back to their half of the map.
He's about to complete his Aghanims, by the way, on Edge. It's 200 gold away.
WS. Already used this spear. It's going to be fine, though. Mid one will completely drain him dry. Is WS okay?
They have hook shot. It's a lot of damage on that Razor. Plus 300 almost at this point with the double damage. Yeah, probably. Okay, he loses static link damage now, but yeah. Maybe now they can take a fight. Yeah, they smoke up. They're still in Aegis.
It's nice high ground position from Immortal Faith. Oh, WS a little bit awkward with the jump over the top. They'll get the lasso before the arena. Is he going to be able to survive long enough? Does find the ultimate, but he's stuck up on the high ground. Still the spear connects. Bat's going to be linked up against the wall. Chrysalis wants to jump the backline. He's already killed off one. He's now trying to run V2 down next. I don't have any extra way to hold the Shadow Fin into place to let the DK do his job. There's a 1 for 2 still nonetheless.
Considering that they had the Aegis and the high ground and the perfect positioning, this is really good from Aurora. If they don't lose more post priori. Let's see, Dragonite just blinks for the tower. The safe objective play is there. Axe on Ench is up, by the way. A little friends is something that you almost never see. Like, it's such a rare occasion.
I've seen this such a long time.
I mean, the option truly was either he goes for this or he goes for Hex. Because I truly believe he's the only one that can really afford to go for these kind of items. It's kind of nice that you get bonus attack speed for Dragonite, you know, for Razor even. You can hit kind of hard with it. Ember, of course, already queuing up BKB the moment he saw that, so he opted not to complete the Shivas, and I like this. I don't even know if Veil was... If he gets the BKB on time, sure, then it's whatever with the Veil, but if he dies once or twice because of the Veil and not the BKB, might become a bit problematic, as it just makes the Aghanims of Enchantress even more worth it.
Absolutely, it's got to be really, really careful inside these fights with Makoto. Especially look at the vision they have down bottom set up. Really jump if someone shows. There we go. There's that opening. WS tipping on top of the ward. They don't want to actually go for him. Okay, thought there was maybe an opportunity for like a lasso drag back, but unfortunately Firefly was still on cooldown for Boom. Lose the ward.
There's a BKB up in 700-800 gold on Razor, so maybe that's one of the reasons why they backed out. But better safe than sorry. It's a pretty big item that you can wait for. Nothing to wait for on the other side, I guess, as they are smoking up immediately. BKB is up on Mars, of course. SF has his.
Well, map's going to be dark for a little bit here for the side of MOUZ. Just lost 2 wards in quick succession. And plus Mira placed a pretty deep observer previously at Radiant's Triangle. This smoke is too far away, so it's going to take them a bit too long to get there.
SF is also showing, like he was showing under the wave. He's taking the Wisdom Shrine, and if they don't have SF in the smoke, I don't think they have the damage. Not for the cores, at least. Maybe the supports you can take down, but these cores are kind of tanky.
How is the current trajectory of the game here for SF? Do you feel like there are some items that he's still requiring to be able to take over this game?
He already hits hard. Like, if he's able to hit even into someone like a Dragonite with high armor, I think he already hits hard. But let's see what he goes for next. Is it the Silver Edge that yeah, he's going for a Silver Edge. Silver Edge, and then he's able to... Oh, top lane.
They know B2. Yeah, they're actually going to try and buy back, and they sense an opportunity with a perfect timing from WS's Spear, and Arena just connects as soon as the Requiem comes out.
You could see that his right clicks actually hurt the DK, right? Of course, DK was defenseless in this situation, but some carries just poke him. This carry does not. This carry just destroys, and now he's got the lasting presence to work with. Maybe something that they can utilize to take down a tower. Maybe the tier 1 mid is a good option. It's been up for way too long.
Good enough by the looks of it. Makoto's even stalking to potentially find another hero. Boom. The high ground what to play with is going to be able to see the Ember venturing pretty aggressively.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Get another objective though, still with the 15 seconds left. Radiant is starting to tip you back. They may have isolated Kaori. They're going to be quick with this fight. So with the DK dead for 5 more seconds. The final Mortal Fate Mammal over to the right side. Kaori starting to get linked away. They've got the force left to get some separation. Dire will respect the respawn. They are out of there.
There's still no clock. Sorry, yeah, there's still no clock, so maybe they can take a fight. They have Silver Edge on SF. This Silver Edge kind of allows you to play pub style a little bit. You know, you don't really have to play around your teammates all the time. You generally want to, but if you see an opportunity, maybe you can even get some solo pickups, which is always nice. Because of the Treant, of course, he's playing into an early jump, so maybe that's a bit harder to do right here. Bench did a really good job pressuring top, by the way. The top lane is constantly pushed in.
They sent V2 first here with the Silver's Edge. They scanned to the high ground, so they knew someone was there. They didn't want to start with a hero that was smoked up. It was easier under the cover of the invis, so they get the kill, they get the wisdom. Gonna go back. WS wants a bunch of farm down bottom. And they've done a very good job to be able to put this game back in an even position. I think we're up to like 5-6k lead at the most from MOUZ, but got an even second game here, 31 minutes in.
50-50. Dead even right now. I mean, the net worth lead probably is the main reason why it's like that. Dragonite will have a Daedalus, by the way, in 20 gold, basically, so he starts to hurt. Oh, the spear! What the hell?
There's some games where you jump into the spear. Unlucky one, it happens.
Is this smoke for a Tormentor, or what exactly is the play here? Because they did see the Mars, yeah. So the smoke is more or less wasted. They didn't really need to use it. I think they smoked and then they realized, wait, there's a Tormy, so they went for it instead. And now they smoke again after. Just probably miscommunication here.
They're coming actually back through the portal.
DK
Not all of them, though. Yeah, Kaori's going to run into mid one, so they know that a couple of heroes are isolated. Both supports, by the looks of it, are going to be picked off. There's actually the two supports on MOUZ down bottom, though, that don't have the cords to protect them. Oh, Centaur Conqueror stun actually on his death, and Immortal Faith is going to be able to get the hook shot in. A defensive arena from WS. Now mid one wants to run down V2, and he knows the importance of taking the Requiem out. Can they get the lasso? They can. Last second, they're going to be able to stop the TPR. V2, godlike streak. Immortal Faith, and honestly, Celery there. That last second use taking over the Centaur Conqueror, got the double stun, and Immortal Faith found the angle with a hook shot. Beautifully done from the two supports.
There's a huge difference between killing off a tree and then killing off an Ench, because you could see it right there. To kill the Ench, it takes like 5-10 seconds. Sometimes you can't even kill her. Meanwhile, Treant fell in the middle in a second. So they were able to connect back the lasso as well. Perfect. Mira, the next one to fall.
Just like that, we're back up to 7k. Crystallis, Daedalus, Aegis. Big time here for the DK. Level 20 as well. Extra range here with the older dragon form. Can allow him to go high ground easily. Give him the Lotus, give him the Pipe, Boots of Bearing, give him the buffs as well from the mid one. Not going to be super easy defense, but Kodo as well has used the slide pretty early on. Mid one has gone past this tier 3 tower.
Just a lot of damage for mid one now to work with. SF is here though, so they did buy some time for the SF. They didn't have the Lion, of course, but
they get a decent amount of damage on the tower nonetheless, down to 280 health.
Damn, that switched up very quickly. 7k network lead, switched it up into easily 30% win rate swing. Aegis and Banner also helping out. I feel like for Dire right now, like they can still set things up nicely with the arena.
Oh, they got the spear back. Over the Enchantress with the break, it's a quick and easy kill, and now with the arena as well for a second fight. Both supports are gone, and they've got an extra bunch of damage to work with thanks to the victory face. Now mid one is creating some space, but the BKB is about to expire. Can they take a second round here? WS is asking for it. Meanwhile, the backline though, Crystallis, he's found Makoto. Makoto is still going to be able to get the Remnant away, and then not on top of the Shadow Fiend, so V2 is freely able to right click over towards the right side, and Crystallis with the second light, but it just doesn't matter, because as soon as he respawns, he's going to have a point-blank Requiem dead in the face.
All the tips for the stand-in, because he destroyed them this fight. This was just like textbook Shadow Fiend in all the games that I'm seeing. This is basically the reason why this insane hero is banned every single game. Just like the amount of damage, like you said, plus the victory feast on top of the... he's chilling on 163 plus 340 damage to start off with, by the way. Nothing crazy here to see, but they did set up very nicely. They killed off both of the supports in an instant. Immortal Fate falls, Enchantress as well. They don't have buybacks. And these three cores, without the Ench, without the Clock, it's not like Ench and Clock are the most impactful supports, but they need some bodies up front. They need something to mess with them, even like a Solar Crest, Glimmer, you know, Cogs, Hookshot to break the BKB damage for a little while. It all adds up, and it allows DK to maybe start right-clicking. It allows the Static Link to add up from Razor. Like, Static Link lasted 1 second here. It took no damage from the SF.
It's a satisfying Requiem right there. Some chuckles from Makoto. Man, this is an absolute perfect timing from Vici. Honestly, I thought it was a little bit too early. I was concerned that the Requiem went off and the damage wasn't going to be done, but no, absolutely not.
That was pitch perfect. If that was me and I wanted to Requiem, I would probably BKB so I don't get Dragon Tail.
Or WS. Under mid one's going to be able to get the spear, but of course Crystallis ready to fall up as well. A different start to the team fight. WS a defensive arena, but the hook shot's even better. Immortal Faith controlling 3 heroes in the backline. V2 will turn.
They've lost him. Chrysalis is gone.
WS is
but the
alive.
DK's just gone. It's at the team fight, and mid one as well is going to be ran down. What is happening? Back-to-back team fights, and it's almost similar to last game as well. With triple kill for V2, and with all the damage they're going to have, these buildings will fall pretty quickly. They need a buyback. Chrysalis is going to be into the middle, but Chrysalis is about to be a dieback. Oh, MOUZ, what have you done? You gave a rampage over to V2. The stand-in has done it. 2 fights is all they need, and this game and this series is done.
Dude, absolute cinema. Right now, my hands are in the air. That's absolute cinema. A game that was 80%, by the way, win probability given to MOUZ by Lord Gaben just a couple of minutes ago. Aurora absolutely switched up and take it. The moment SF was able to right, I feel like that's it. Like the moment he was able to right-click in these team fights, the moment they didn't go on him immediately, the moment they didn't control him completely, is the moment that they lost the game. 18-1 on the SF in the end. It's like, it's a slow build-up on this guy, right? Like you get the BKB, the Pike, the Mask of Madness. Suddenly you get the Silver Edge. Okay, this guy hurts. This guy can solo us with Requiem from Silver Edge. It's a problem, but it's still manageable. The moment he gets Daedalus, though, he starts hitting you for 1,000. 1,000 damage per right click with the crits. Like, good luck dealing with that. If you don't find the static link, lost the lasso, lost the hookshot on him. This is the only time they managed to kill him. That's because he misinterpreted the lasso distance, so he wasn't able to TP out. It's a beautiful game once again from Aurora, outplaying in crucial positions. This high ground push here from MOUZ was maybe a little bit premature. Maybe they needed to find some pickoffs before pressuring that high ground.
Yeah. But really the big thing, like you were just saying previously, a lot of this is set up just the fact you have the Silver's Edge on V2. It just gives you a completely different angle where, you know, usually Enchantress can feel pretty cocky with his positioning. You're playing up in the face, but you get the break, you get the finger of death, and now you're playing with their... it is an important support nonetheless. Anyone you want the full 5v5, and you see how different these fights look when you don't have everyone. And this fight, we're gonna see it. Just, what happened here? 2,000 lead.
It's the arena.
The game's just over.
I think this arena was perfect. Like the cogs are good, but they're on the outskirts of the arena, so they're still not getting hit. And the DK needs to run. The Mars survives. Like he's able to survive. So SF, yeah, he's in the cogs, but he's not melee. He doesn't care. He just sits there and hits. I don't know, like itemization. I don't think it was bad from MOUZ. I feel like they did get a little bit outplayed in the end. Maybe this eggs on edge didn't really work out that well, but the idea was at the moment cool. Maybe they needed a couple of Ghost Scepters as well versus the SF because they had none. So if he's able to right-click away, he's probably taking down heroes with him. So cool game from Aurora. First picking the SF and literally showcasing why this hero is not allowed by anyone to go through.
Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, you let it through. You feel like you have a strategy that is enough to be able to bring the big man down in the SF, but no, B2 with the standard performance, 18-1-5. The carries so far today have looked exceptional. Satanic again, I think 17-1 one game. Maybe the other was 21-4, I think. B2 had I think even 10-1, 10-0 last game with the Abaddon was great. And now, dude, look at that KDS. The carries so far on the B stream are on another level, and we had a couple of 2-0s here so far as well. So we're already moving over to our third series. We're going to see Falcons taking on Nemesis. So that's going to be an exciting matchup. We'll see how the C boys are going to be able to fare, how Falcons are able to fare with the Lorinov buff stand-in as well. But of course, first break, we're going to get the teams ready to go. When we come back, we've got our third series. See you guys then.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Uite cu
Hello, Dota fans. Welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 7. My name's Cryptic here with Z Quixotics, and we're going to bring you the second half of the day here for the V stream. We've got some amazing games lined up, but before we kick things off, Zach, as always, my brother, how you feeling? How are you?
I'm feeling good. Largo hasn't been nerfed into the ground yet, so it's still a good time to be a Dota player and a Dota watcher. We better see some Largo today.
Dude, it's probably going to happen, right? If not, he'll be banned. Pretty good hero right now. He's had a lot of success. People are starting to figure him out. And boy, there's a couple heroes, you know, that still seem to be at the top of the meta. Excited to see who that's going to be. But speaking of being at the top of their game, we've got some pretty good results already so far. 2-0s here on this stream. PVISION and Aurora taking it over Yellow Submarine and MOUZ. But on stream A, a little bit closer, right? OG ends up dropping to Vici Gaming 2-1. Team Spirit currently up 1-0 over Vici Gaming over on the mainstream. So if you guys, you know, make sure to stay up to date with both of them. You got two monitors, you know, if you do, split screen it, you know, throw them both up there.
Yeah, which is funny. Vici made it. I mean, it shows the level of competition.
Yeah.
We're about to watch Nemesis that actually beat Vici to qualify, but then due to some visa issues, unfortunately, Vici ended up replacing another team, and then they beat OG, which is looking like one of the strong teams, you know. So it's crazy to think Vici almost didn't make it here. We'll see if they can, you know, really act on being able to be here.
Yeah, it's kind of wild with how close the level of competition is getting in Dota, especially on this current patch, like where there's been quite a lot of like qualifiers and tournaments since the start of the year that have been played on it. And so we're really getting to the point where teams have kind of dialed in what heroes they really want to kind of specialize in. And yeah, in terms of specializing heroes, Falcons is, you know, kind of that team. They do have a stand-in, however, and that is going to make things a little bit weird, right? Because normally when you have someone like Malrine playing, you have a lot of shared heroes that you kind of flex between him and Amar, even sometimes Skitter. But Loranov is at least a very good player. It's not like you're getting a bad stand-in by any means, so I'm curious to see how well he's going to fit in.
Best stand-in.
Yeah, right? He's kind of been winning events standing in for teams lately.
Yeah, he's been on fire lately. The last event that he was just standing in for was Aurora, and I mean he was beating so many top mids, just like solo in the lane. Honestly, like not even like rotate over. He's just like solo killing people. So I think now that he's been playing again a little bit as the stand-in, maybe people are used to playing against him. We'll see if it's getting any better.
God.
But we see the Huskar still coming out. Even though you were just saying, maybe they're gonna have to go to like some different heroes, don't have that same mix up. But Huskar, you can never question if Falcons are gonna take Huskar.
10 seconds remaining.
Getting it on 9-pick is also really nice as well, because you have the ability to, see the opener, which in this case is the Largo. And if they want to run this as an off-lane Largo, you could very easily consider running a safe lane Huskar, right? I feel like that's a matchup you're not too worried about if you want it. I think they're going to prioritize it for either Amar or Loranov, but we'll see, where this ends up going. We didn't really get to talk about Team Nemesis too much, but you did mention, this is the team that actually won the qualifiers from the Asia's region and had looked pretty good. I mean, it's not like any of these players are unknown by any means. Like, these all are very well-established players from the region. So I'm curious to see how well they're going to do in this event. Hopefully well.
I mean, their fellow SEA team OG has been doing really well, and I mean, Nemesis just wasn't able to qualify to everything that like the previous tournaments. So maybe this is finally their shot. Show that it's the SEA uprising time. Region could be looking good. See if Largo leads them to victory. I'd say offlane Largo has been looking a little stronger as teams have gotten used to playing Largo. The Ags is just pretty ridiculous. I think support Largo is still perfectly viable, but that one feels more balanced. And I hope when he gets nerfed inevitably, I hope it's just the Ags, because I feel like that's really the problem with why he's so strong.
I can understand that. I mean, it's not like they want to take their brand new hero that they just made and spent all this time on and be like, guess we make him bad, right? Like, Valve wants to see their hero be played and people experimenting and having fun with it. Except for Kez, for obvious reasons. Like, when Kez came out, they're like, this hero needs to go back in the oven. We need to figure this one out. But Largo, clearly, they really like, and I would be surprised if... Yeah, it really is. It feels like that way. It does. Like, Largo really is the favorite child that Valve has put in Dota in quite some time.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know if I've seen Huskar versus Largo. I'm kind of curious how that'll go, because Largo generally likes longer fights, core or support. It's just more time for your song to have value. But that's kind of also where Huskar does really well, because you have so much regen, you're burning so much with the spears. I also think Largo doesn't like silences. Like, if you're running offlane Largo, you really want to go Ags into Sange and Kaya, which now there's a silence you're going to have to deal with. Now there is crowd control from the Shadow Shaman, which Frog Stomp is kind of annoying for Shadow Shaman, but being able to blink Hex Shackle and then Largo doesn't get to play the song, that is, like, it goes both ways. So you're going to need something to either protect the Largo a little bit more, or maybe you move it down to support. I mean, we were saying it is something you can do both sides. We haven't really seen Nemesis recently, so not sure where they want to prioritize this hero. For example, if we see Falcons take Largo next game, perhaps, it's mostly been on crit. I don't think I've seen anyone else on that team play it. So, like, some teams seem to be on, like, Largo support train, some are on the offlane train.
I will say one thing about this is the team fights are going to accelerate a lot faster with the Wind Ranger, right? Like, this is one of those heroes that it wants to focus fire their target and kill them, and a very good counter to the Huskar. Like, he does not do well with physical burst damage. It does take some time for the Wind Ranger to get her items, of course, but she's a very strong lane hero. now probably paired with a Phoenix. It doesn't have to be, but it is very possible. Like, you could very easily just run Phoenix Windranger. This could be Phoenix Largo in the off lane, which could work. The hero I'm most surprised we haven't seen yet is the Jakiro. It's like I don't know how he's just been ignored so far in the draft, but
everyone's bored of playing him.
Now that you see the Phoenix, I think you have to at least consider it for Falcons, right? I just don't know if... Like, there's also Hoodwink, which is like a crit classic, right? Like, there's a couple heroes that are very specific. Okay, that is not... I mean, we haven't really seen too much Muerta, but it is very good against Phoenix. And Largo, right? The silence again.
Could also be the carry.
For Skitter.
Yeah, because actually it's pretty good versus Windranger. Because Windranger's the whole thing of like, oh, you can't hit me, what are you going to do? Until you build MKB anyways. And Muerta's like, okay, you actually can't hit me, so, you know, what's up? So that could be the carry matchup. It is also a support classic for crit. Not bad versus the Phoenix. Like, if nothing else, just having long range is pretty useful. But sometimes you drop the calling as Phoenix is preparing to dive in and egg, and you just get, like, thrown off, you know? We'll see. I mean, there's one more pick to go for both teams. I will say, Largo, whether it ends up being offlane or support, really good pairing with Windranger when you play the Bullbelly Blitz. She attacks so fast that it's so many damage procs that you get from that extra magic damage. And then Croak of Genius, I mean, even if you put on your support Phoenix, like, that's really easy to apply to a bunch of heroes, especially these high health heroes like Huskar and Dragon Knight. That's going to be, at least once you get that level 15 talent and you do that percent HP damage. Damage over time is amazing with that facet talent combo, or talent ability combo.
All right, well, we're going to see the Tiny picked up here, likely the mid lane for Nemesis, based on where we're at right now. That scares me a little bit, though, if it is actually going to be the mid lane. It could just be Largo Tiny off lane, and we need the last pick for the mid lane. But I feel like actually you have to do that. I don't think you're safe running Tiny into a Huskar mid. There has been times where I've seen it happen, and they just you know, win kind of the first lane in CS just because you have Tree and Huskar is like 25 damage less than you. But then once you get to like level 3, all you're doing is just like tossing the Huskar and trying to like drag your wave, and that's all you do.
Yeah.
And then you just go rotate. And he is a hero that can rotate, right? Like, you just pick up some early boots and you still have pretty significant spell damage from just like toss Ava.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they're willing to do mid Windranger and then pick a different carry into potentially the Muerta. Because otherwise, I agree with you. It's like the Tiny mid does not seem like it would have a great time versus Huskar. I mean, Lorinov isn't known to be as much of a Huskar spammer as maybe you were worried about for Malrine and Damar. Maybe you're assuming this is like offlane Huskar, but I'm pretty sure I have seen Lorinov play it, so I feel like you gotta...
Largo Tiny doesn't actually sound like a bad lane, you know? Like, that does seem like it could work. It's just Tiny would be dragging the lane, is the idea. But we'll see. I mean, there's flexibility in both drafts right now. We've already talked about the Falcons, right? Like, Dragon Knight, Muerta, and Huskar can pretty much be going anywhere at the moment. We'll see with these next set of bans, kind of what their idea here. Clanks, okay. So maybe you are onto something. Windranger into the mid lane, not necessarily the carry. You know, into Huskar, I would like it. I don't think it's that bad.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of the other like mids that would have been safe into Huskar have been taken out. You know, something like Beastmaster, actually, maybe not the first traditional mid you think of, but we've seen Beastmasters into Huskars, and it's like, you know, it's fine. You just shove the lane, you know, no big deal.
Yeah,
get away from the Huskar. Yeah. Shadow Fiend can like shove out the lane, keep his distance. Viper, Razor were in those like early bans that you could have put there.
Get rid of the Tidehunter. Yeah, I mean, Falcons realistically need an offlaner, right? Like, we have seen the offlane Huskar before, but I think right now, if they can get a solid hero for Amar, they're in a pretty good spot. They are going to ban out the Kez. That would have been great. Really good physical damage, and they don't have great control for him at the moment. Outside of, like, the Blink Shackle or the Blink Hex, like, Dragon Knight could get him, but if you don't actually start the fight on the Kez, he could be a really big issue.
Though I feel like Carry Muerta would have been okay versus those two. So maybe it is just support Muerta. Because those two are so physical damage focused into Muerta's ult. I guess in a way they can also get away from Muerta when she ults. But
it's probably just Skitter Dragon Knight, in all honesty, right? Like, he plays Dragon Knight more often on Falcons than the other players, and he does typically go like more of a team fight style with the hero, like early Blink Daggers. Go for the Ursa. Good into both these matchups at the moment, so we'll see what Falcons want to do to this.
I feel like you Huskar off lane now, right? Like,
yeah, I was just gonna say,
kind of miserable for Ursa. Okay, if you do Phoenix 5, that's kind of good because that's a lot of attack slow. You do have Cauterize, but you have 4 Fire Spirits, so you might be able to get your Ursa through the lane. I think you're committing to the off lane.
I actually would be
and you run it with
super open to it,
but you'd have to do Carry Muerta then, because if you did position 4 Shadow Shaman, like they don't have a stun there if it's Phoenix, you know, so like just shackle into spears would be miserable. But if it is Muerta 4, then this like Shadow Shaman 5.
I go for the Mars. Okay, much more simpler setup. It will be a Mar. Taking that Mars to the off lane. It's actually not bad into the Ursa, like overall. Like in the lane, like Ursa doesn't really reliably have the ability to like stack up and kill a Mars, right? You have God's Rebuke, you have Spear. Even crit offers like a decent amount of control with just Deadshot, so I don't think Amar should be under danger. The mid lane, though, right? We talked about, you know, Huskar in the hands of Lorinov and who he's going to be going against. Well, it is that Wind Ranger.
Yeah, it should be like a kind of a farm fest there. I don't think
10 seconds
Wind Ranger can really easily kill the Huskar. Well, that said, Kill Shot is a pretty good facet to potentially snipe him, and we've seen a lot of people go Tangled. It's kind of why this Wind Ranger popped up, but Mac is taking Kill Shot to try to finish off this Huskar. It's pretty effective to at least keep him on his toes before he gets his like BKB and such. So maybe you could kill him in the lane if he like slips up. And in the same way, if you walk too close, you get silenced, you could be killed. But otherwise, it's probably just a farming mid lane.
I was genuinely curious about this, which facet you would pick on the Wind Ranger, because it's like Killshot has been the support facet for a long time, just because it gives you value out of the ability. But this is one where I don't know if you actually still max power shot from the mid lane, but I imagine you have to, because your Ursa's going to need space to farm, and I don't think on the Wind Ranger mid you can just like go buy a Maelstrom and chill in the jungle. So
I think with a Huskar, you at least make that adaptation. Like, I don't think you normally would, but I think Huskar warrants it.
Okay, that's probably true. Well, we'll see. It is going to be a fun game. Pretty interesting adaptation of some of the heroes that we don't really get to see in these roles, but for Falcons, they get their Huskar, which is going to actually be in the hands of their stand-in, funny enough, but a hero that they're very comfortable playing around, of course. So it is time. We're going to jump into game number 1 of Falcons here versus Nemesis, and any of these facets,
a little bit more control, I think. Taking that Mars at the end, like Huskar would have made Ursa miserable, but the Mars gives them more option.
Ooh, okay. So he is gonna stick with like Bloodsport on the Mar. It's like sometimes we see the Victory Feast come out if you're trying to play for like elongated fights, and I wasn't sure if that was the idea here, but looks like they just want to use that arena to try and secure a kill instead. prevent the fights from going longer against this Largo off lane.
30 seconds to battle.
Got a sneaky smoke wraparound. These heroes do have a good amount of damage if they find you.
Oh, ping's coming out. They do see the side of Falcons. The question is, which team do they want to actually engage? All right, sentries out. They know exactly what's going on here. They'll get themselves a very nice D ward to kick off the lane stage, and they're going to look to actually try and contest the rune here. Hex comes out, nice breathe fire there, onto 2. As there's going to be the shackles. Good avalanche, though, onto both supports, as they're going to be able to get quite a bit of damage out, but the Yanwell's just burning. Power shot comes through. It's not enough to get the kill, and Snake King will live because of possibly the most annoying innate in the game. Turns around, gets a shackle instead onto Jab. The damage stacking up. Q coming over as well. Deadshot off the mark. It's going to be 2 kills for the side of Falcons. As Q's now looking for crit. Gets the avalanche, but it's not enough. 3 for 0. Yikes!
You got the bounty rune, though. I think the math there, kind of close, maybe. Ricky, what do you? Is that close?
Bounty rune for 3 heroes, a pretty even trade.
No, that is a rough start from Nemesis, especially because they had the ward down first and they knew what was going on. Now it looks like top, they're gonna get a return kill onto Snake King at least, so a little bit of power going back towards Nemesis. I think you need 1 more kill to make the gold work out to have the balance start again, though. Okay, yeah. They also got the D ward. Well, actually, Crit also got a D ward, so never mind. I take it back.
That's a rough one. Coming to lane with 3 kills is pretty huge. I will say the one benefit of this is like they did come to lane with kind of like low resources on the side of Falcons. So they do end up getting that exchange there onto Snake King. But now that he's back in lane, full HP, full amount of resources, has like a Windlace, 2 salves in his pocket. Like, he's just ready to brawl in this lane now.
Did get the frog stomp out in time, though, so...
Yeah, that was nice.
Gonna be chilling. And like you said, Tiny just gonna be dragging here. Dragon Knight Shadow Shaman is at least not the most aggressive lane combo, but still, Largo's not that strong of a laner, especially after the opponent's got some first bloods. So just gonna likely see a lot of creep dragon here. Lord off dodging.
Animation's cool.
Yeah, he's gonna have to dodge a lot of those throughout this laning stage if he wants to make sure he doesn't give up a free kill, especially with Amar on his team. You know, Amar's gonna roll his eyes if Lornoff gets sniped by a kill shot somewhere.
The bottom lane's going quite well for the Ursa at the moment. Now, as you get more levels on this Mars, I think it becomes a little bit easier, but it's just mostly because you can actually get more chip damage into the Ursa with like God's Rebuke and stuff. But the Phoenix did a really good job at kind of dishing out some damage in that level 1's time frame, but now has good lane positioning at the moment for the side of Falcons. We'll see if they can actually pull that wave back here on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, Mars Muerta is a combo you have to be careful of as they pick up a couple levels like they have now, because you have so many like forced positionings that if you get caught in the calling and then it's like dead shot back, spear back, God's Rebuke, knock slow, it's really hard to get out of there. But for now, they're just using it to, like you said, keep the distance away because they've got the lane in a good spot. Amar just catching up in the farm right now. Topside, Snake King falling pretty low.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get a good full duration shackle here. Another Hex into the foul play, but Jams will beat him down. And now Skitter, left very low in the lane, does have a salve. He'll pull from the backpack, try to reset himself. But this is, again, one of the reasons we see the Largo, those 2 points Frog Stomp is so much damage, and you have a way to keep them in the Frog Stomp. So it's amazing.
Yeah, we've seen the best combos with Largo in the lane is damage and control to work with in the Frog Stomp, and that's exactly what Avalanche Toss is. It's a great early burst from a support, but also just like you are not leaving Frog Stomp. You know, like takes 5 seconds to get the damage out of Frog Stomp, and you are staying there for 5 seconds when everyone's throwing their spells.
Yeah, it's good stuff. We've seen a lot of good combos come out of it, and Tiny seems to be working out already. The mid lane, in terms of CS, pretty good. Like, Huskar is still doing solid, right? He's kind of winning in terms of denies and last hits, but for the Wind Ranger, it's relatively even. And all it really takes is one, like, kind of half rotation across the map to line up a, like, some sort of, like, power shot, and you get yourself a kill. Snake King, we're just seeing this combo firsthand once again, and he's hobbling his way back to the tower. It's just one more swing there from Q. Brings down that Shadow Shaman again.
That was a really long arm of Tiny there, reaching that kill. That was across the tree line.
Yeah, he just really dug deep to get his ultimate just for a moment. A little bit of extra growth on that arm.
Pretty well here, picking up a lot of denies at least. So Mac doesn't. It's kind of close. Maybe he'll hit 6 by the 6-minute power rune spawn coming up, but I think he's gonna fall just a little short.
Yeah, if Wind Ranger manages to hit level 6, like for the rune fight, it's really scary for the Huskar. We'll see Snake King's rotation over. We're actually going to see crit in the bottom lane as well. The first power rune spawns top, arcane rune, so not much going to come of this.
Snake King got the D ward though. Had his ward set up first, so they saw Q placing his own. Wards top, I guess, too. I see those rotations from the Shadow Shaman.
Nice dead shot there from crit. Puts Janwell in a really rough spot. And the shackles come through after the TP. That should be a kill for Amar. You mentioned it, man. Anytime you overextend, you got to be very careful of the repositioning. And crit hit it absolutely perfect.
Dragon Knight on his own now. I mean, you can do that, right? Dragon Knight's a very safe laner. Largo's not that scary on his own. So there's going to be a lot of pressure down here on 23. He's been farming well, but I mean, you got to respect 3 heroes here, especially with the amount of control from those 3 heroes. You might not get to move for 7 seconds in a row. Or maybe you're doing a lot of moving between Deadshot and Spear, but not of your own volition.
Yeah, not with your own will.
Man, the wards from Falcons paying off big so far. See the Tiny ward come down. Now Mac thought about going bottom with Focus Fire, but scattered with the ward. Not much going to come of it. I think it's also a little late for the Wisdom Shrine anyways. Maybe that's the real mix-up. You know, it's like, oh, he's not going. Surprise, the late rotation.
I am curious when we're going to start seeing the mid laners get involved, because right now they're both just kind of chilling. Like with Huskar, he does definitely need to hit specific items, right? But with Wind Ranger, to me, it's the level 7 mark where you're going to have the 4 points in your power shot where this can now kill heroes. So, shield rune as well. But the double rune wards, like in the river, make it really difficult for Mac to actually make it to a side lane.
Yeah, I like the idea too, though, because like if you think about it, it's got to be Mac, right? Ursa is farming; he's the carry. Of course, he's gonna farm. And then Largo, not the most active offlaner, because you really need the Ags. That's when you start to shine. So you mostly just farm and focus on that. So it's got to be Wind Ranger. And if Wind Ranger doesn't make these rotations, like she's jungling as Wind Ranger, right? Like that's not that impressive. So if you don't, if you don't see her in one of your 2 side lane wards, you're like, oh, don't worry, right? Like what's the point? Let her jungle. We're jungling faster than her, so who cares? We're still winning.
She's jungling as like max power shot Wind Ranger, right? Which is not nearly as good as, you know, the carrier Wind Ranger variants we've seen, going the Tangle Facet, picking up like a Maelstrom, right? She has good lane shove with power shot right now and needs to be able to use it. We're just not really seeing much outside of that, and Lorna is very much taking advantage of it in the jungle right now, clearing up massive stacks in the triangle. Already took down the Ancient stack, looking at the hard camp now. And this is where you wish you had a ward in this triangle, because if you did, this is a kill from 2,000 meters.
That would be very nice. That would boost your farm for sure, which, despite kill shot, yet to find a kill on this Wind Ranger. I guess it's not too bad, because I mean, the timing and the synergy between Largo, Wind Ranger, Ursa, when they do get to the items, like that's going to be really good, as long as Falcons hasn't rolled you by then with their earlier lineup, which so far they're also mostly farming. But I say that as Amar walking over to the mid lane, no blink,
10-minute rune,
just here for the rune.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame him, right? The arena is pretty much a kill secure on the rune. It does spawn bottom. He just yoinks the haste. Huskar not interested at all in this. Just goes back to bottom. I do like the build on Amar as well that he's going for. We see this quite often in the Mars versus Ursa matchup, whereas you just want a Yules. Like the Ursa really desperately needs to be able to get value out of the Enrage, and Mars can just either put the arena around him, typically as like a first counter, but the second is you just have Yules, and if you see him pop the Enrage, just throw him into the air, waste the whole duration.
It's also pretty good versus Wind Ranger and even Phoenix. Largo too. I mean, like you stop him from playing the song, you set up your stun. It's a pretty solid Yules game.
Need to bring in the Tiny in the bottom. Huge. They saw him use the spear away already. There's gonna be the avalanche, the toss, the Sunray is there, and Amar should burn down to this one. The hot spot doing some work there, and Phoenix now on the board, level 6. Good call there from Q.
Also a good move from Jabs, because as we were watching the Tiny teleport, he was doing it from behind a tree, and Jabs was about to pull the creep wave to him and then stopped and turned around as if like, oh, pay no mind to me, I'm just like killing a creep right now. But it was to stop giving vision of the Tiny teleporting, which is what caught Mars off guard. So good team play all around to get another kill there. See if they can do a sneaky fast move for the smoke, but maybe Urza's in a little too deep now.
23 getting a little caught out underneath the tower. Was he just diving for crit is what this was and just dies for it? I can't imagine. I mean, I don't know who else he was going for. So Enrage was spent. Just gets speared to cancel a TP, and in the process they were smoking top. So your Ursa was completely alone. A little bit of a miscommunication there potentially.
Yeah, that's playing like you still have the supports behind you, but they actually let. I mean, maybe that's part of the bait, you know, that ended up backfiring. But maybe this will work out. Another Mars kill would be nice.
Yeah, you have Egg, and he cannot get away from these heroes. There comes the Shackle, power shot, very easy kill here to set this one up. Actually, somehow managed to dodge the kill shot there, but a little bit tankier than we thought. 4 heroes in the bottom lane, though, for this, so little bit of a large rotation. Jabs Q should be able to go back through the Twin Gate if they want.
Jabs is a little less than halfway to his ag, so honestly you're not trying to force too much right now, but you're happy to take these like small moves.
That's one heck of an amplify damage timing for Lorinov. While this goes on bottom, he just finds an amplify damage and takes the mid tower from a full to 0. All right, yeah. So what happened here? He actually just didn't have Enrage at all. Okay, Crit. Never mind. Crit's just a gamer, dude. I don't know. This guy's too good.
That's a really nice dead shot.
I'm really glad we got to see that instead.
It was looking at that creep wave and the catapult. It's understandable why he wants to push. At the same time, his team is like making a move. I kind of feel like maybe you don't. But then again, if you don't push with that wave, again, it's suspicious. Like, why aren't they pushing with this wave? They were just down here. So it's, I think it is like I'm trying to bait so that the play top works out, but Falcons reads it, and you end up on the wrong side of that play.
Yeah. Nice rotation bottom to trade for the tier 1 towers. Falcons being very efficient on the map right now, right? Slight gold advantage. Still 5-5 as we're going to see the 14-minute Wisdom Shrines popping up here in a moment, and 14-minute Power Rune spawning top here for Mac and Invis. Not the best.
Radiant are scared.
But they scan out the Roche. They know. It's already dead, man. I did not think it was going to die that fast. Okay. Well, Lorinov now has himself an Aegis at 14 minutes. Mid lane and Arena out from Amar is going to pin down the Wind Ranger as Crit comes through as well. Hits him with the calling to help secure this kill. Not only getting that Roche, but a follow-up kill in the process. Pretty massive.
That's another nice part about the Arena, right? Not only is it good at blocking out the focus fire damage, but you got the win run, but you can't actually get out of that Arena, so you will die eventually.
Yeah, Lorna's build is so good, actually. The itemization coming out from the side of Falcons is very specifically tailored to counter like any early game aggression. If they get a pipe here at any like reasonable time, I very much worry for the Nemesis team to actually put out damage in these fights. It's like with Crimson Guard, now the Atos, the Yules, like who actually can deal damage? Topside, 23, going a little bit too far. Spear will hold him back. They want to try and maybe turn this around, though. This Phoenix is just burning Skitter alive. He's now on full retreat. Snaking's going to walk in, sacrifice himself here, going for the shackles, but might actually get more out of it as they do. They turn it around. The egg is down. It's going to get cleaned up. Lorinov now turns to the Tiny. It's a massacre. 3 dead on Nemesis. For nothing. Snake King lives through it all.
I mean, just before this fight, you were talking about pipe. They don't really have a pipe builder on their team, but Dragon Knight decides to go for Mage Slayer, which we don't see as much now, but that is the same effect as pipe, essentially, when you hit that many heroes. So all that damage output, it's just not that much, even though it was like 4-on-1 for a little bit on the Dragon Knight. Then you try to turn on the Shadow Shaman, and you just can't actually kill them fast enough for the rest of Falcons to make it to the rest of the fight.
Dude, this is honestly why you just give Skitter Dragon Knight. Like, to be just at... It's just one of the best players in terms of knowing the limits of the hero, knowing exactly what he should be building. That's just another clean kill from this offlane duo. Crit in a lot of trouble here. Is going to pop the Pierce the Veil. The Yules onto the Tiny. The Spear back, making plenty of space. And through it all, they will live. Lornov's going to dive in. Hits the Atos through the silence. Doesn't quite clip the Tiny, but it sets up the kill nonetheless on Tamak. He's going to go down underneath that tier 2 tower. And they will continue to hunt for more. Zamar looking for his target, but won't find it. And with this Aegis, they still have 2 minutes left. Lorinov is absolutely just going to be playing on this front line, very aggressive.
I mean, honestly, Skitter's doing it too. He's like, yeah, I mean, they clearly can't kill me, so I'll also push the tower with the Corrosive Breath. Really good Aegis so far for Falcons. They're already up to an 8K lead, soon to shoot up to 9K once this tier 2 falls, and it's only 17 minutes into the game. It's feeling pretty fast. And Snake King running through this river looking for Ursa.
He's gonna find Q as well as, 23. The Hex actually catches the Ursa as he gets thrown in, shackled inside of the calling into a Dragon Tail. This guy's got nowhere to go, and oh my god, Snake King's wards just trap Q. What a painful death.
Yeah, he even knew. Usually you'd prioritize the Ursa, but he's like, oh yeah, he's dead. I'm going to make sure I turn around and also kill Q, cancel his teleport, get everything out of this. You lose crit for it, but I mean, that's a small price to pay to get another kill onto Ursa, which...
And the tier 2.
He was having a good start. Now we look at these net worths. I mean, he's so far down. It's not just him, right? All of Nemesis is kind of struggling here. Maybe the support net worth is okay for this point in the game, but they're not, well, I was gonna say they're not high damage supports. Phoenix usually is, but it's not really enough in this game, especially with the Mage Slayer out.
So he did go Maelstrom on the Wind Ranger, and this is where I have been kind of not sold by a mid Wind Ranger, and I know the idea is that it at least gives you like a better matchup into the Huskar, but I would rather like sack my lane and have like a hero that contributes more right now at this stage of the game than a mid ranger with like only a Maelstrom, right? Like it doesn't feel super value, and we're gonna see that as Amar and Skinner just get a glimpse of these two, trap them in the arena, find themselves 2 more kills. The blinks are a problem. Everything's
not just
a problem.
The blinks. Yeah, I was about to say, it feels like that. I think that there's more problems than just the blink. Huskar might be one of them. Pretty good toss back, but can you actually turn this into a kill, or is Lorinov just, thank you, I didn't build a blink this game, so that was really kind of you to send me to your team.
I appreciate the restraint here and not diving the tower here for, you know, for the sake of killing the tower. Like, you don't have Dragon form up. You already dropped your wards. Like, you kind of just don't have arena anything either. So they'll take the kill. They'll back off. They see the Largo Ags, right? You don't really want to fight into the Largo Ags on the high ground either.
I'm not even sure. I mean, this truly limit testing. If this Ags can turn this game around, I mean, it's definitely broken, but it feels a bit late, especially compared to what Falcons has and your 12k down, right? Like, this Ags is finishing and BKBs are around the corner for Falcons. So what's it gonna do? I also see he has the Kaya queued up, which you usually do want to do, but I think you have to do BKB. Otherwise, I think you're just getting controlled in these fights and you're not even playing the song.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios. It feels like he's gonna try and hope that he's allowed to just play the songs in the back and not get jumped. Like, I imagine that's just the idea here. Crit, very close, but they will grab the Tormentor. Goes to Snaking. Very early shard pickup highlighted from our production team here on the Mars. And this is really powerful, this game. The double spear in the arena, also just to follow up a Yule's, is great. They aren't smoked up here on Nemesis. Gonna look for any low heroes. Maybe splitting off after the Tormentor, but they've actually all just TP'd to the base. And Amar instead might be trying to scout something out. No. Z's key is going to back away. Falcons playing really, like, clean Dota at the moment. Kind of what we're used to on this squad, right? They don't really make a lot of mistakes, and they just kind of whittle away at your ability to win against them. And now with a 14,000 lead, they've got Roche potentially respawning in just 30 seconds. And a second Aegis at this stage of the game for Falcons probably is the nail in the coffin for Nemesis if they can get it cleanly.
Pretty sure you do. I'm trying to imagine, like, how would you
Phoenix
go about
Largo
contesting Roche? Which you have to try, I think.
Yeah.
But I think you get arena. Like, you don't have the BKBs on Nemesis, right? So if that's a one-way trip into Roche pit, and you better win that fight. And
they have the BKBs now on Falcons.
Yeah, you're 15k behind. It is a long Roche spawn, so maybe Wind Ranger can finish hers. Yeah, I mean that's what you're gonna be running into, man. Like, I don't know. Even with the help of Roche disarming all of them, I don't know if that's enough time to win the fight for Nemesis.
I feel like a Phoenix versus a Dragon is an unfair comparison.
Okay, you know, I'll give you that one. Carry versus position 5, you know, usually a little imbalanced.
Or just lore, you know, it's just like, yeah, you know, one's kind of a hot bird, the other one's a dragon. Not
okay,
great.
I'm not a lore guy. Isn't Phoenix, like, special as far as Phoenix goes?
Yeah, it's
Isn't
just a
Dragon
warm...
Knight just like a dragon guy? Isn't that, like, relatively lower on the... Isn't that lower on the Dota lore powers?
Let me have this, okay? Ursa top side. He's never going to get a chance to press a button here. This is a full CC, 100-0. And this is the problem of the state of the game. Like, when you're this far back, there's really no place safe because of how easy the Blink Initiation Q is going to get his Blink Dagger reveal here into the mid lane. On to Lord up, but he's got the Crimson Guard. His own BKB now looking to just turn it around, take down Q as a punishment. The Blinken from the Dragon Knights even going to find themselves another. And guess what? The Shackles are there. Here's the Veil popped. Everything dumped into the Largo. He's even got an Atos. 4 dead across the map. as Falcons, happy that Nemesis brought the fight to them. They will take it every day of the week.
Guys, you don't have creeps yet. They won that fight right in front of the base, but all the creeps are back, so they're all just running up tank in the tower. They're just so confident right now. I mean, that was about as good of a fight as Nemesis could find. I say fight. It was really it was a pick-off attempt. It was 3-on-1. Avalanche, Shackle. We talked about the combo between Largo and Wind Ranger, right? Like, you had a lot of things going your way, but what you don't have is the net worth lead, and you just could not. That was tickling Huskar. I mean, he almost has more net worth than both the cores involved combined. So, yeah, just not enough. Pretty good BKB value for the first use, and it gets you Roche. You are all up, but I mean, you know Nemesis is in the base, and they're not going to make it here in time.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't spend any of the Mars spells. Like, that whole fight happened without the Mars, so I don't think they're very too interested in looking for the engagement, which Mars is just using his haste room, kind of having some fun, cheesy stuff on the top side. They will just bring down the Ursa, the double spear onto the Tiny, and crit just mows them down. This is a little out of control now. I mean, I don't know why I added now. I could have said without that, but
it's been 25 minutes of out of control behavior. I mean, going all the way back, back to that starting boundary runes, it was a triple kill for Falcons, and I mean, Nemesis struck back, relatively quickly. They got a couple kills, and they're like, okay, maybe they can still turn this around, but I think it really comes back down to, like, they can't find anything with this Wind Ranger. The warding from Falcons stopped all the successful rotations. There was only like 1 or 2, I guess, that paid off. And I mean, 6 kills, like, those are the rotation that paid off for Nemesis, and there hasn't really been anything since then. You're now 26 minutes, 20k down.
There they go.
Pretty good.
He should die here. He should die. Now, does have the age, so he's going to respawn with a BKB if he needs it. They're going to jump right in. Yule's onto the Ursa, spears him into the wall. Lorna still holding the BKB until absolutely necessary. Instead, they just delete the Ursa. Just, how dare you walk forward into our team?
I mean, lore-wise, that's just a bear, It
is true. That is true. What if power scaling in this game was actually lore specific?
I think we should, like April Fool's Day, just like lore power scale.
The team that clicks Ancient Apparition first, or Enigma, or the Weaver, just instantly wins the game.
There's 4 fundamental heroes, yeah. Nemesis will hope for that for game number 2, because game number 1, they're hanging on as long as they can, but it is not looking good. Okay, let's try to come up with something. You Huskar ult someone, they drag you back, they toss you back, catchy lick you into the fountain, and you're shackled like earlier somehow. I don't know to what, but you're stunned, so you die to fountain. That's one.
I feel like if Ursa gets BKB, there are like some opportunities for 23 to have some sort of impact in this game. But like right now, there is legitimately no Ursa. Like, Ursa cannot do anything. He is unbelievably countered. There's 4 hard stuns that pretty much remove him from the game. And then,
Shaman
multiple silences. Yeah, and then just multiple silences. So, Ursa needs his BKB. Like, that is step 1. Let Ursa get BKB, and there's just 5 heroes in the bottom lane, like, watching the Ursa farm. Like, okay, he's almost there, guys. Actually, I just looked at his net worth. He's actually not almost there.
He's halfway there, guys.
He's like halfway there.
Keep doing this for 3 more minutes.
Meanwhile, Huskar's boarded by his boots of travel.
Meanwhile, you can see Falcons covering the map. So it's like, yeah, give the Ursa farm bottom, whatever. We've got 3 times the amount of farm everywhere else.
I cannot believe he bought boots of travel over like an Aghanim Scepter component. That's wild to me, but I guess like the idea is he just wants to be able to run down these heroes in fights, so that he is going to be very fast with Sanjiasha and a you know, boots of travel. He's going to be zooming.
I mean, it's allowing him to play back here, right? This is very Falcons-esque play style, where if you try to all play up front, you lose access to the farm near your base. But on the map, you can see Lorinov in the back with his boots of travels, and he'll just join his team whenever they find something.
Almost to the Bloodthorn, I think. Is that what he's going for on Dragon Knight here?
Yeah, being delivered right now. That'll give you some True Strike, at least before the BKB comes out on the Wind Ranger. And otherwise,
I think he's still going to build MKB.
I don't think he'll need another item, to be honest. But
yeah,
you can build MKB after this if you want. You got a Boots of Travels over there, right? Like, we're doing whatever in here. So
Q escorting Mr. Ursa to the camp, hoping that they find something, and they will. It's going to be crit. And no, he still lives. Oh my god. There is nothing that can mentally prepare you for that moment.
I don't know. I think being 30k down for 30 minutes probably does prepare you for that moment a little bit. Unfortunately, oh, Lorinov doing it. Bring him to.
They're stuck inside the arena. They do have the BKB on Mac though, and the focus fire is doing some work here to Lorinov, but that Crimson Guard allowing them to back away, and well, Skitter's just gonna jump in, Bloodthorn, Silence onto the Largo. They drop the egg to try and heal. Lordo's gonna turn his attention to try and finish it off with Skitter coming through. They get the kill. It's gonna be 2 dead on Nemesis. They did get their first kill in about 20 minutes onto the Muerta though. I think it's literally been 20 minutes since they've got a kill.
It's been a long amount of time, yeah, and took 2 attempts to kill Crit. First down in that river, and then in front of your high ground. You get something that, I mean, for the state of the game, is that might actually be a gold worthwhile trade. I think it is. I think Crit was worth more than, yeah, both Jabs and Genuel.
Okay.
That's not.
Crit
that's not
died
good.
at 15 minutes, so it's been 15 minutes of
Crit just
no
feeding
kills.
over here,
Yeah.
just giving all the kills.
Unbelievable.
What is he doing? He's gonna get a talking to from AUI later.
Skater grabs himself the Tormentor, actually giving the shard to Crit. Normally not a shard you want, but he probably has a lot of Pierce the Veil stacks, so
he's got 12 right now. Oh,
yeah,
man.
that is a lot of damage amp now. Bots 2. Okay, I was joking in my head. I was like, obviously he's gonna build bots 2 now, and turns out he does. Here's your Pierce the Veil. He's just gonna look to try and find
Bots
the kill
2
here.
right
And
there.
with the bots 2, we'll easily do it. Up to 14 stacks on Muerta now.
If you think about it, his next item is Satanic. What? Does he need the Satanic? You know, like, he's not even died yet into kill shot. That was like, you know, something that they picked to deal with it. The BKB and the Crimson Guard has been enough to keep him alive, along with Armlet toggling. So it's like, why would I get another defensive Satanic item, you know? Let me get this Boots of Travels farming around and, like, min-max farming. And Falcons was like, we love that. Yeah, do that.
Oh, that's so fast. People die so fast. Amar has a Scythe now as well, so in case there wasn't enough control on the side of Falcons, they're just going to basically double it up.
Here comes the bush. Crit's getting it. He's the I mean, like, yeah, I'm practically carrying Muerta. I'm getting in here.
Why not? Why not? Ignore the Ursa. Who cares that he's like cutting waves back there, you know?
You don't
What's
need
he
that
gonna
creep
do?
wave. Yeah, you got one more creep wave coming in. That's enough.
Yeah, you got your mid wave is at the tier 4s, right? Like, you're chilling. Top side, looking for the last tier 3 tower. They're gonna pop the fortification. Kind of respect this for the moment, but I like how do you start the fight on Nemesis? What hero do you actually go for?
You can't really kill any of the cores, but Mars, I can't believe I'm saying it, is probably the easiest core to kill. And I think you have to take out the crowd control first. This Mars and the Shadow Shaman. If you try to kill any of the others, like the cores, the carry of the mid, not only are they so tanky, but then you're going to be controlled up by Shaman and Mars.
Yeah.
So you're not actually going to get to do your damage anyways. All right, they got 23 here with the BKB we talked about. Full team smoke, looking out, but the creeps are about to make it to the base. It's getting pretty. I see the lines being drawn from even Nemesis. They know like something has to happen like
they're
right now.
They're gonna try and sneak Rosh. Can they sneak the Roshan? Do they know about this? Oh, they're gonna see crit. Wait, does he? He's just hiding in the trees perfectly. Oh my gosh, he gets the blink into the force tap out. Crit's safe. They turn around. There's the X reveal. They take down the Phoenix, and now Ursa will join him. It's GG. They know. They tap out. This one is done, baby. Falcons, an absolute beast mode performance here to start the day for them.
All off that Huskar pick, really. I mean, I know everyone played well. I feel like everyone filled their part. I think that Mars pick at the end was really, really smart as well. But that was I mean, in classic Falcons fashion, right? We see a first pick, we instantly go Huskar, ban some counters, and you just couldn't come up with enough of an answer to the Huskar. They tried the Wind Ranger, but you had your doubts about the Wind Ranger mid, and we kind of saw those come into play. Like, it just couldn't find the kills on Lornoff, and then Falcons warded to prevent the rotations, and then you just have this really awkward Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I just don't think this is the hero that, like, kind of quote-unquote deals with Huskar mid. Like, yes, it has a slightly better lane, and we did see them have relatively even net worth, but if you're going to pick something like this Wind Ranger, the second you're level 7, it needs to TP to a side lane and kill heroes with Power Shot, right? Like, or you need to have heroes rotate mid and kill the Huskar, but Huskar just started jungling at like level 7. He was in the triangle just taking stacks on stacks on stacks, and there was no pressure being applied there, partly because your side lanes weren't going exceptionally well. But I don't feel like the start of this game was like bad for Nemesis, even though they, the triple kill at the start. But for the first 15 minutes of the game, this was very close.
They do need something going their way though, and maybe that triple kill was just enough to prevent them really from getting as much as they wanted from the side lanes, to then free the supports to then work with the Wind Ranger, right? Because we kind of saw it, like you said, they kind of make some plays, it's sort of working. There's that one play that really backfired where it's like you get that kill bottom, they try to smoke top, and then Ursa gets caught by this like amazing dead shot from crit. Honestly, I think that was like the last kill for 20 minutes.
That was the
that
one,
bottom kill of theirs, for a while.
Yeah, and like you see here, just like how difficult it is for them to actually take any fight. Like, everything is going to be Falcons initiation with either the blink stun of the Dragon Knight, the blink stun of the Mars, the blink stun of Snake King, Shadow Shaman, or even Muerta, just like Atos into a blink dead shot or something. And she's a legitimate carry with how many Pierce the Veil stacks she pulled out this game and getting the shard for free. Like, there's so many avenues for Falcons to just find and secure their kills, whereas Nemesis, the window is so small. Like, they have to get the perfect jump on the right hero, and they have to be isolated.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and I think you just wipe it from the mind real quick, and you're like, wow, guys, can't believe we all dreamed that. Let's go into the next game. It's a wild shared dream there. I think you just like, guys, that was a horrible like start, 3 kills down, bad draft, whatever, go into game 2, like let's show them what we got, because didn't really feel like they were able to do that much that game.
Yeah, I would agree. So we'll see. We're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game 2 of Falcons versus Nemesis here for Wallachia Season 7. We'll see you after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. I am here with off-lane legend Jabs here on team. Why are you laughing? On team Nemesis. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
How can you laugh when I say off-lane legend?
Why is it legend?
Well, because you're old. You play off-lane, and many people know you. Who's more of a legend than you?
I don't know. A lot of people.
I don't feel that way, especially in C. And I do want to talk to you first off about you being on this team. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to give some timeline here. Okay, Nemesis go against Execration. They lose. Then Nemesis goes against Jackie and the boys, I believe is the team, right? That you formed. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you kick their ass. You destroy them. And now you're on the team. How did this come to be? What happened? Did they just say you're better and join the team?
I mean, it's like they need a captain and someone who does, and they just like asked me to join, so I joined.
What's up with Q? Is he the homie now? You brought him with you, right?
Yeah. I mean, like 3 want to play with Q also, so like we just play with each other again.
So what's up with this guy? Where'd you meet him? Why is he like your Jab's friend right now?
He didn't have a team for like a while, so like I think right now is like a good time to pick him up.
All right, fair enough. Natsumi recently said that C pubs are the worst in the world, and he wishes that he could play on EU pubs all the time. How do you feel about that? What is the pub scene like right now? Do you agree, disagree?
Yeah, I agree with it, because like everyone there are kind of like just farming, and it's kind of keep you in like a bad mentality. And when you come to in Europe, it's kind of like hit you different.
I see. Do you think that European pubs are like the cream of the crop then? Is there any
they fight more like a cheese hero, and they play to like, they find a way to like win easier. Yeah.
Big question for you. Oh yeah, who's the captain on this team right now on Nemesis? Who's the drafter?
It's me, drafter and captain, and like March is the coach.
How do you feel about March coming in? I mean, March has so much experience, especially with you. Are you guys butting heads at all? Or you kind of agree?
It's just starting. So like this tournament is the first time that we meet each other.
Oh wow!
Because like when we qualified, we didn't have a boot camp yet. It's just like very quick. So we come to this tournament, we just meet each other and talk. And March really helped a lot. Like he helped outside of Dota a lot.
Okay, very good. Do you feel like who has more experience though in action? Like March has done some TI level teams, so have you. If it came down to it and someone had to make a call, are you trusting your gut or are you gonna trust him?
I guess we just like try to talk and come down to the middle.
All right, I guess we'll find out at this tournament, huh? It's gonna get pretty spicy here, I'm sure. What do you think about the other teams? We got a lot of newly formed teams. We got a lot of teams with stand-ins. How do you think you rank up? Do you see yourself in the middle of the pack? Do you think you're winning this?
I would say that like right now every team is kind of in the same level. Everyone can beat each other. It's like, oh, the 16th team, they are like a good team. There's no like back then, 10 years ago, a lot of like teams, I think.
Oh, okay. All right, heard. So when it comes to this team, since you're getting adjusted to it, who do you think is your key player? Who should the audience be looking out for? Besides yourself, legendary Jabs Offlane.
I would say still 23. When he has like a good game, or like he can take a lead, and his car is like really good, his team fight.
Wallachia, we are known for, you know, teams that people don't expect to do that good, absolutely dominating this. Is this going to be Nemesis here? Okay. Confident head nod. Not even a word. All right. Well, Jabs, thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to get you back into the chair. It's been a long time, and I am so excited to see you do well. Any words out there to the Jabs fans, the Jabbers?
Thank you for keep sharing us, and we're gonna try to do well.
All right. Thank you so much. That's Jabs from Team Nemesis. Keep your eyes on them as we go into Wallachia.
să-ți însoare, la 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 la. M-a iubit ca pe o copile, m-ai lăsat ca pe o străină. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. M-a iubit ca pe un bui blând, șai rai la. M-a iubit ca pe o...
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready for game number 2 of Falcons versus Nemesis here at PGL's Wallachia Season 7. Game 1, kind of a textbook Falcons game, if you ask me. Anyone who's watched Falcons Dota since the formation of this team could have been like, I know exactly what that looks like. And, you know, they won in very much Falcons fashion, even with the stand-in. And that's the thing. There was a little bit of a question mark coming into the tournament, like how will Lorna fit in to Malrine? And seems like really no difference in essence. Like they are just playing around it perfectly fine.
Yeah, at least when it came to that Huskar game, you could have taken away the names, and I've been like, yeah, Malrine's playing with the team. It looked really good. It fit in really well, so well that we're not gonna see it again. Team Nemesis has already banned it out, so we'll see. We'll see what he gets his hands on this time, and if it continues to fit in as well. It might be that Shadow Fiend.
Might be the Shadow Fiend. Lornov is one of the few people in the mid lane who will take the Shadow Fiend. If it's necessary. I think Shadow Fiend carry is by far the strongest version of the hero right now, and it's where we typically see it. So we'll see kind of what they want to give Snaking in the position 5 to try and enable it. The kind of obvious ones are going to be heroes like Tusk, Clockwork, even heroes like Tiny for crit even can work out really well, just so you have like a good body in front, some decent stuns, and or repositioning in the form of the toss back into Shadow Fiend Requiem. So see what they do. They go back for Largo though on Nemesis.
Team Falcons turn
Yeah,
to
I don't think Largo himself was the problem in the draft last game. It was like the combination of the Huskar response to the Largo. They picked Windranger Phoenix. I think those work with Largo. Like everything was kind of working out on paper. But the issue is you just didn't have many options mid to go against a Huskar. So they end up forced to put the Windranger there. Maybe that was their plan to begin with, but I don't think that tricore worked like the Largo, Windranger, Ursa, because Windranger just has to do so much on her own and with Killshot as opposed to Tangled, which we see a little bit more. So it just felt a little stretched out. I don't know. I didn't love it after the draft fully played out. But if you want to go back for that combo now that Huskar is gone, I think it could work out better because you've got more mids available to you, so you can run the carry Windranger if you want. No, she's banned, but could have.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think where they want to go with like the other kind of playmakers on Falcons, because Shadow Fiend isn't like really the playmaker, right? Like he is the hero that you kind of build your team fight around, and he just needs to stand there holding, you know, right click on heroes until they die. That being said, they have gone for the Storm Spirit on Nemesis, which means you very well could give Lorna the Shadow Fiend for mid and use this as a direct lane counter to the Shadow Fiend or to the Storm Spirit and just turn him into the caster hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Storm Spirit struggles in the lane, but later on he's fine. Like you actually have the gap closer to get to Shadow Fiend. He is generically a good playmaker, right? Even if countered in the lane, he can recover. Croco Genius pretty good on him as well. And okay, yeah, we see the Ember counter instead.
So I was gonna say you either go for like Dragon Knight or Ember here, and you either like I think both are good. Like you could run Shadow Fiend mid with Dragon Knight carry again for Skitter and have like the blink stun set up onto the Storm Spirit, or you just pick something straightforward like the Ember Spirit, and now you have the counter you're looking for.
5 seconds remaining.
It unfortunately reveals your 2 lanes.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So now it's really on to Nemesis to properly punish that. The thing is, like Largo does not really punish the Shadow Fiend, and Offlane does feel like his best role, but versus a team like Falcons, I mean, we kind of saw game one what happens if you don't meet them in the lanes and you let them do their thing. So I wonder if you have to just do support Largo. It's not bad here. Like, once again, Frog Stomp into Shadow Shaman is fine. And Shadow Shaman countering a support Largo is not as big of a deal. You can still remove, like, Flame Guard from the Ember Spirit. You can remove Chains from, especially your Storm Spirit in particular, right? He does not want to get rooted. That's half the counter of the Ember Spirit. And now with Largo support behind you, you're good to go. And it looks like they're going to go that route. They grab that Brewmaster. I'd be really surprised if it's not off-lane Brew. They grab the Muerta as well. Likely position 4, but, I mean, we could do the carry. We'll see what comes out here.
I think Brewmaster is also just a classic jabs hero, right? Like, when I think about him as a player, Brewmaster has always been one of his like go-tos. So I like the idea of going for this here. Now, Shadow Fiend isn't like bad against Brewmaster. He does offer a lot of single target damage, which he can bring down the Brewlings pretty easily, but it's the earlier game that makes it difficult. Like right when you hit level 6 on Brewmaster, you can just kill the Shadow Fiend. Regardless of who's in the lane with him, like he will just dive and kill the Shadow Fiend. So you need to be careful about the timing of the levels if you're playing the Shadow Fiend here. And Falcons need to have a strong position 5 to lane against this. I come back to Jakiro just because it is a dominant lane hero. I don't know how good it is against Brewmaster Muerta, but I imagine it's either
I think
that
it would
or
struggle
like,
a little bit in this case because
yeah.
Muerta's really long ranged, and then Brewmasters nowadays are maxing the passive a lot of times.
Aura.
And versus
passive,
Jakiro, you just can't like, he can't hit you, so you end up not getting as much damage out. You could maybe still do it, but I wouldn't love it.
Do you just do something like Tusk?
Team Falcons.
Maybe you could counter. What about like Chen, honestly?
Oh,
that's a good Doom pick.
I actually thought about them going the Doom last game into like the Largo, but this game it's even better. And you do have the 18th pick here, so this does give you the double ban to protect it. So first big one obviously is the Medusa. You do not want to play Doom into the Medusa. It does absolutely nothing. It's a great lane counter, and then at all stages of the game, your Doom does not affect this hero at all. So it is probably the best counter in the game to this hero. In terms of other counters, like Ursa is a weird one where it's like if you're enraged, like technically the Doom doesn't last super long, but I think Amar is a greedy enough player to where he just out farms your Ursa half the time and then just will still kill him. So I am curious what other hero they want to ban from the carry position.
It's a tough one because you need. It also needs to bring damage because Largo Muerta, as a support, Muerta doesn't bring a like she's annoying damage in the lane, but in team fights will not be an insane amount of damage. And then Brewmaster, depending on the game he's having, sometimes it's enough damage. Sometimes you really don't feel the damage from the hero at all. So I feel like you need a real carry here that, like you said, it's gonna have to deal with that Doom. Gonna have to have a good matchup into Shadow Fiend.
Clinks, okay. That's a good lane matchup into Doom and not bad into the Shadow Fiend either. But what is left for Nemesis here in the carry role actually is really, really difficult. Have you been seeing the Max Saltwater Shiv builds, by the way? For Slark?
Only sort of.
I wonder if that's like up for debate. It's just one of those things where it's like no, just in general, like not for Nemesis because Doom like literally shuts down this hero completely.
I was gonna say that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, it's like it'd be interesting to see if heroes start like considering the Slark. I mean, other like classic counters to Doom are things like Wraith King, but Wraith King is absolutely obliterated by the rest of the matchups here. Dude, this one hurts. I don't know.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, at this moment, I'm glad I'm not drafting for Nemesis because I'm pulling up a blank here on what you go for to fill out your draft. Now you're going to deal with a hoodwink as well. I mean, can you just do Muerta and pick a different support maybe?
No, there's no way. Muerta just doesn't, like, because Shadow Fiend is still good against Muerta from the carry position because you have Raze and Requiem. So it's like, even if she pops Pierce the Veil, you just Requiem and she doesn't get to do anything. And she farms too slow, I think, as a carry in my eyes. Do you just do, like, Gyrocopter? Like, do you just go back to something basic like a Gyrocopter?
I don't...
There's also TA, which...
Hate it. Yeah, TA, it's annoying because they break your refraction, but besides that, it's got a good amount of damage. The lane would be okay.
Kez, maybe? If you're confident in your Kez.
Get another good tomb target, though. I feel like Kez without his abilities is not a real hero.
Yeah, I mean, he should never be entering the fight without Raven's Veil, is the thing. Like, he should always be Raven's Veil going in, and they don't have, like, a great blink stun outside of Shadow Shaman, and I think he has to look for, like, Storm or Brew. So I think Kez might actually work.
Sven, you could God Strength before you go in. And then it's the same deal, right? Like, you get doomed, but, like, yeah, whatever, I'm right-clicking with the cleave.
Yeah, he's a transformation hero.
Yeah.
DK is similar for the same reason. Like, if you get Dragon Knight off, or the Dragon form, he can survive the Doom as well, just because he's got so much HP. It is Carry Muerta.
Okay, here's why I kind of pitched it. I think the lane is acceptable versus Doom, and although SF has some tools versus Muerta, I think a good Muerta game also deletes the SF if you, like, pop the alt blink on top of him, you know, especially if, like, Storm zips on him, or if you're having a good start, because, you know, maybe there's some, like, Tusk rotations, and although Tusk's not going to be in your lane, but, like, when he comes over, Largo and Tusk both kind of amplify the Muerta. She fits the bill for what Largo support likes playing with.
So here's been my problem with Carry Muerta since the hero came out, is she is, like, supposed to be the equivalent of, like, Shadow Fiend but magic damage variant, right? Like, Shadow Fiend is the high physical damage, just like I'm right-click killing this hero, and Muerta, like, on paper was supposed to be the spell damage version of that. But she is way more counterable and doesn't have as many abilities that allow her to scale in that damage. I haven't been sold on Muerta as a carry for almost the entire existence of this hero, outside of, like, a couple niche patches, because she very much is way more item dependent than other carry heroes, and she's way more immobile, and all of her damage is, you know, kind of kiteable, especially when BKBs come out.
That's why I kind of like this support duo with her, because Tusk helps provide a little bit of control, and besides the Ember Spirit, and I guess, like, Hoodwink using Sharpshooter to get out of the Ice Shards, like, the others don't have that much mobility. And I think if Muerta's in a good position, she can do the damage, especially with the, you know, Largo providing some extra move speed, perhaps. Keep close for the damage, then Bull Belly Bliss when she's, you know, attacking. I can kind of see it working, but like you said, I do worry a little bit. Ooh, double smoke right into each other.
We saw what happened last time. Yeah, they're like, never mind. Don't give up the triple kill this time, guys.
Yeah, that's a really bad position for Nemesis since they're on the low ground into the high ground. So that's a good call to get out of there. That is unfortunate for them. They will lose the Observer right off the bat. At least no triple kill behind it, though, which is the bigger issue.
All right, we'll see. I mean, 23 is, like, a very... You know, he's got a lot of experience on the Muerta. In the patches where she was viable, 23 did play her quite a bit. So
I also think he's really good at the the hyper carry type heroes.
Yeah.
And Muerta, for all you said, like, she is slow, but the late game Muerta is hyper carry.
Yeah, it really is. She can dish out damage in the late game. My biggest concern with this hero is you look at her and you're like, oh, she pressed Pierce the Veil. Let's just walk away, you know? And there's definitely the ability to do that. But we'll see what they can do on Nemesis to try and keep heroes in range of the Muerta. Like you mentioned a few different ways, so if they can make that happen, I think Muerta might be enabled for a good game, but
it should be easier for Falcons. You know, I'm trying to make the case for Nemesis, but I do agree with you. I think it is a little tough. We'll see if he can start in the mid lane. Mac is counter-picked here, so it'll be rough, but Storm Spirit will have a much easier time being active than a Wind Ranger with kill shot, so that's already something they've got going for them. Whereas last time in the side lanes, right, you had a Largo off lane, he can't really make plays. Brewmaster's kind of similar, where he doesn't really want to like move around too much until you have the ult, but depending on what his item build he ends up going for, right, sometimes they just end up farming for a while as well. And these supports, Tusk and Largo, they need someone to play with, and Storm Spirit can be that hero.
Yeah. So Storm's going to kind of win the lane for the first 3 levels or so, but then it gets really out of hand. Oh, boy. All right.
He's just going to die after the taking
Amar's
the creep.
dead, but he does get the Harpy, so we'll see what he can get done with this. He immediately will come back to lane full meta and just start spam Chain Lightning heroes. I'm curious if they want to adjust the build now to give him more mana regen to play around this, but First Blood in this bottom lane for Nemesis is already a substantially better start than what we saw last game. Oh, okay.
Here come the lightnings.
Here it comes. Amar looking for the first blood, or the first kill in the bottom lane, gonna turn for 23, and if he gets vision, he's gonna take him down, and Crit just setting up both of these heroes here for those kills. Swings this bottom lane back in their favor as the creep wave's under the tower, so they will miss the full wave.
That was a large wave too. That worked out really well for Amar. He sees the Harpy, he's like, I'm gonna die for this, I'm gonna come back, die with a huge wave, and that will balance out the gold in our favor. Topside jab's getting low, but thanks to the tankiness of Brew, he's out. Snake King might actually die here instead.
Good decision to go for the snowball in this lane, just so that you have a little bit of an interrupt against the Shadow Shaman, but again, very good against the foul play.
Actually, so far, Mac doing pretty well here. Better time than into a Huskar. He'll definitely take this counter pick compared to dealing with Huskar.
It's expected, right? Like, this is supposed to be Storm Spirit favored until kind of like level 5 onward, when like you really start to take the advantage. Bottom lane, the damage from these spell combos. A nice catchy lick there. Will maybe end up saving 23. He's gonna pop the salve. He's looking for the bushwhack, but I don't think Crit wants to try and risk wasting the mana for it, so he will back away.
We're seeing that Chain Lightning cause so many problems here, though.
Yeah.
Oh, it does cancel Genuel Salve. He got a good amount of value out of it at least, so
yeah.
It's not gonna ruin his time.
I mean, Muerta is CSing all right, you know, 14-1. It's not that bad. Kind of even with the Doom. It's just, I don't know how, like, this lane doesn't really get easier for the Muerta is my main concern. Here at the river, they are looking to bring down Snake King. Will do it, but it's a trade for Mac as Lorinov will get the kill. Now just gonna beeline bottom potentially for that water rune. Does not want Q to take it, but he's got boots. He will beat him there on the foot race, so no bottle refill there for the Ember. Almost level 6 though, so does eventually get his bottle refill for free that way.
That's true. The kill will help him get the. This is a really early 6 actually. Off that kill.
Yeah, that solo XP I guess against Mac is pretty big.
right before that happened, you were mentioning how bottom lane's pretty even. It would have gone better for the Muerta, right, to continue sort of making a case for her. That double kill into that huge wave really wrecked them, killed a lot of their momentum, because he was laning pretty well here, but getting killed, losing that huge creep wave,
yeah, they lost
really
a lot
set
of
them back.
Like, it can't be understated how much of an XP loss that was. Like, not necessarily an XP gain for the Doom. Like, he didn't really get, like, that much out of it because he was dead and missed, like, half a wave himself. But they lost, like, a double wave under the tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Brewmaster's struggling a little bit right now, too.
He's coming through, looking for crits. He does have a Bushwhack to try and make some space, and Amar's just burning the other two instead. Now, Bushwhack only catches one. Quite a bit of AoE damage, though, coming in from the Scorched Earth, but the calling gonna force them back a little bit.
This is ridiculous. Amar sees
so
3
tanky.
heroes, and he's like, I've got Chain Lightning, go in.
Look at his item.
Kind of won that trade.
Yeah. He's got his raindrops, double bracers, and a wand. Like, he is so tanky right now. He will stand his ground, absolutely. And this is just typically how Amar likes to play. Crit, hold out of position there with a really nice dead shot. The shards off the mark, but pulled back in with a catchy lick, and they should get the kill, taking down the Hoodwink finally.
They need something because they spend a lot of time down there. Brewmaster's having to like do some creep drag shenanigans on his own, snaking, just messing with him. So Brewmaster's struggling for this. You had to get something going bottom.
Uh-oh. Is Amar... There's no way he just gets a solo kill. He does. Oh, no. But TP in, though, from Mac. Does have a little bit of mana left here on the Storm Spirit. One more Remnant should be enough. No, he just gets the stick off. Quite tanky still. Raindrop's going to buy a little bit more time. Goes for one more Chain Lightning to get 23. Almost gets the surprise kill there, but a nice TP rotation here from Mac.
Largo's going to deliver a south to 23 as well, so he's going to get to stay here. Yeah, Mar knows. He's like, okay. Oh, Current going to cancel it. Is he going to get the kill, too?
Dude,
Catchy
it's
lick saves his
close. Yeah, the catchy lick dispelling the blood grenade. Oh, it didn't actually. Not a 9 HP though.
They're going to know there's some kind of ward there. We'll see if they can grab it later. That will force 23 home, which means once again, there's a creep wave coming and he's going to miss it. The times he's been killed or forced to go back have been quite painful. Storm here.
He's got no mana to play with, really. He did have a stick available. He's going to be okay for now. Looking to maybe bait Lorna, but does have a Remnant to safety. Snake King's going to get trapped inside the shards. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Amar and Crit looking to just dive the Largo. Finish the job. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, the Ember's got an amplify damage. Looks to get the kill. Will Remnant back to safety, but there's going to be the chase. The regen! It's so close! Oh, that hurts. Dude, he must have jumped in with that amplify damage like a half second before that regen rune spawned or something. Or maybe he thought he grabbed it and didn't. I'm not quite sure.
It still kind of works out for him. They once again kill Storm Spirit first, so Ember coming out pretty ahead in these fights. With that said, Storm's been farming pretty well, and I don't know, kind of finding kills, kind of losing them, the Galvanize stacks, which is what you really want from these kills, is more Galvanize stacks. They're going to try again. They're going top, looking for the Shadow Fiend, but I think Tusk passive might have shown on the creeps. I think Skitter might know.
I mean, he can't come to the lane anyway. We talked about the effect of the Brewmaster. Like, the second he's level 6, he's essentially created a kill lane. It's kind of like how Doom works. Like, Doom makes it so Muerta can't be in her lane either against the Doom 1v1. Like, both these heroes create a similar scenario, so now it's up to, like, supports to rotate, try and find openings elsewhere, and Amar with the speed aura just runs away here, but Crit stuck in the trees as well as the shards. Really nicely done there from Q.
Q's on
So they're
fire
finding
this game.
something with the rotations, yeah. Absolutely. But you're not finding the cores. Like, at the end of the day, like, all 3 cores on Falcons are farming, and they're at the top of the net worth right now.
Yeah, they've got more natural farming speed as well compared to the counterpart. That was kind of rude, Lorna. Just snipe a courier and get out.
I mean, the urn is done. The vessel is just... It's a little bit a ways, but it is going to be such a massive pickup for them in this game. A bottled up illusion rune here for Mac actually gets him out of the searing chains, but he'll be fine. Lornov still had a remnant to safety if he needed it. He was just kind of playing the limit there.
Been a lot of action mid so far. Not a lot of it leading to, well, some of them leading to kill, some of them just everyone backing away from after using everything. Amar, looking for that solo kill you talked about, perhaps?
He's just going to use it on
for a support Largo.
Well, yeah, I think he was maybe expecting to dive, but his Scorched Earth was actually half the duration spent. And seeing maybe the Storm Spirit missing, doesn't want to commit too far.
All right, you'll take that for Nemesis. I mean, that's doomed down, and like you said, that kind of scares you away from the lane. You shove it and then just back off. But now that you know it's out of the picture, you can play more aggressively in the lane, or you can at least leave 23 alone, right? And you can see Largo head. Well, actually, I thought he was heading through the Twin Gate, but actually he stuck around a little longer.
They're looking for Mac mid here, and they have the damage if they can get them. There's going to be the Searing Change into the Sharpshooter. Just barely gets out. Nicely done. Lorna should, okay, I was going to say should be able to escape, but no, perfect spell layering there on top of, that Frog Stomp gets the kill. Top lane, they lose jabs, so Requiem into the Shackles. Pretty good combo. We've seen that one before.
Yeah, he's farming up that Midas. He actually did build it in time, so he didn't lose too much gold for that death. And Mac now heading top as well. The supports have done a lot this game for Nemesis. Again, not fully converting on as many core kills as they would like. They have managed to get the Ember a couple times, though, I will say, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Side lanes are starting to really climb, though. They'd like to find a kill there if they could, but the runes keep going to Lornoff. I don't think Mac has had one yet.
He got an illusion rune.
Yeah, but that's like
that
the
was
worst.
about
Okay,
it.
yeah,
and
that's
then they like
worst
denied
one
the
for
regen
Storm.
rune or whatever. But nothing, no like power runes. When it comes to
Arcane
Ember,
rune is still in
though,
the picture. Maybe you can get that and do something.
Arcane rune should be next. Have we seen haste? We haven't seen haste, so it's like arcane
Haste,
or haste.
Invis, Arcane.
Yeah. So when it comes to Ember, this is a hero that legitimately doesn't really need that much net worth. Like, we've seen games where Ember is like the poorest of the 6 cores and still doing the most damage and having the most impact in fights. So when your Ember is like relatively even and it's a good Ember game, I do worry, you know, about what he's going to be able to accomplish around this time. And didn't exactly find the Largo here in the bottom lane. Good catchy lick to remove some of the damage. The Doom comes out, manages to catch the Huerta underneath the tower to get the Sharpshooter as well. A lot of damage, trying to TP to safety. He does just TP out. The Searing Chain's not quite there. Amar is dead. Searing Chain's out onto 3, but he's deep underneath the enemy lines here. Bushwhack does connect, but with the Brew Split, there's nowhere left to go. Shadow Shaman looking to join the fray. Even Skitter coming through now. Requiem just veers them away. It's going to be offlaner for offlaner. And we'll full retreat now. Look to turn their attention to Tier 1 tower. I forgot he had the shield rune the whole time. I guess catchy lick, right? We saw him immediately dispel Flame Guard, so.
Yeah, and if that didn't exist, I think Ember might have actually gotten quite a few kills there, because although you lost the Doom, like, everyone was starting to burn down. But the Ember Guard getting taken out of the picture helps to reduce the damage a lot, so not the worst in terms of trading heroes, but you do lose a tower for it, and that means all the Tier 1s are now down for Nemesis, whereas Falcons has all of theirs, and they're fairly healthy. Maybe that top safe lane's like half, but it means it's hard to make these plays now, because as you try to, anywhere you go, they're going to be able to rotate on you, so we're going to need to see Nemesis like make a concentrated effort, not just reactively, but actually take some of these towers to balance the gold a little bit, to give themselves more space to make plays. Otherwise, it's going to be a classic Falcons fashion, you know? It's like, hey, we got more of the map, time to just farm up a gold lead.
Yeah. I mean, they're up to 4,000 gold advantage now. Snake King very close to his Blink Dagger, which is going to cause some serious issues for them this game. They're looking to come through the Twin Gate at the moment, topside. Look for potentially that Shackle into Shadow Fiend kill. Jabs, no ultimate anyway, so we'll see if he has the duration here with the wards to trap him. It should be enough. Raise 1, raise 2, gets the catchy look to safety, so he's going to be okay. Just back away. Good save there from Yanwell. Now, I do worry because Doom at one point had Cloak Aura queuing up Pipe. I think he's going back for Midas now instead first. So he will still get the Pipe eventually, but Amar just looking like he wants to kind of stay on top of the scaling charts here.
I think he's seen Brewmaster's Midas. He's like, I want one of those as well. And although he wants the auras, I do think like if he gets the gold for a refresher later on, that's gonna be really good because there's so many good Doom targets this game. Brewmaster, Storm, Largo. Honestly, you take out Tusk, no saves, that's good. Morta can't transform. She loses like half her damage in a fight.
This is a big rune. This is a really big rune. We'll see which one it's going to end up being. It's the haste for Mac. He grabs it. The shackles are there. Requiem being held on the top side.
Ends up whiffing.
Yeah, ends up whiffing, but Amar has made his rotation in now, looking for a target. Can't really find one, and they will back away. Meaning the last rune will be Arcane. So we know Arcane is the next rune. We knew it was either haste or Arcane this time, which is why we see such an emphasis from the two teams trying to find it.
Radiant are scanning.
Radiant scan
He knows he's in trouble.
Do they have the catch here? They're going to go for the snowball. Amar is pretty fast with the phase boots, the drums, the actives. Shards will connect. They got him. Nice chase there. Good punish. Great TP in from those scans. Top side, they force the ultimate out of Jabs, but he will be able to survive just fine.
Yeah, that's a good call. They knew they were looking for 23. A Doom on him could be a kill, but good positioning behind a tree. Early ult, so that even if he does get doomed, it's no big deal. And the support's already there to help provide the control to finish the kill. And you mentioned Morta's, you know, kind of a slow hero. She's not too far behind the SF as we get into the mid game, and you know, with a kill onto Doom, you know, you get a little space. You got the Maelstrom already going, Dragonlance finish, so she's starting to reach those item timings she wants. Morta's like a 3-item kind of carry. That's when she starts to get really scary. Still a little bit behind SF though, who did have a very nice start. Speaking of, look at the Roche, nice and early. You don't really think of SF as an early Roche hero on his own, but with some extra damage from like Serpent Wards, the negative armor is pretty helpful.
Yeah, they will get it. I mean, the ability to just continuously stack up raises as well is like, even from carry Shadow Fiend, where you're not really investing into spell damage, like the raises do just continue to stack and give you some really good scaling damage against the Roshan. All right. Well, Aegis into the hands of your Ember Spirit. That's the best case scenario. He's going to be the one taking advantage of this, putting this to good use, playing aggressive on the front line. We saw him, you know, get caught under the tier 2 tower earlier, but it's going to be difficult to kill this hero twice. Especially now that he has Mage Slayer is done. That's a big pickup this game.
Yeah, I also like it because there's only so many things you can dispel as Largo. And then you gotta think about...
They're going to go for him, but yes, Searing Chains into the Remnant out. Well played from Lorinov. And he's got that Arcane Rune we were talking about, so it is bottled, available if he wants to use it. Doom is closing in on this pipe. He's got another Midas usage here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like once he has these fights become incredibly difficult for Nemesis.
especially in combination with the Mage Slayer, right? It's
Yeah.
two different ways, and AoE since it's on Ember, essentially.
And
So it's
Cloak Aura.
two different ways to deal with the magic damage. Cloak Aura as well.
If he gets another Cloak Aura upgrade, like when the, I think he's, I don't know when he can get it, but if he does get the Cloak Aura upgrade to like the next tier, it's just even better. That's one of the things I just never seem to remember, like the timing on when creep abilities upgrade. You just have to like click them and see where they're at, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. If it has to do with the upgrade cycle, it would kind of line up if it was 15 minutes, similar to other things.
Yeah.
But I have to double check that.
If he finds it again, he would get tier 3. I know that right now, so it would be 1 level higher. Searing Chains here, a nice dive to find the Shadow Shaman behind the tower, but Max in pretty deep, and he's gonna have to spend the mana to run here, because that dude is looking for him. Florida on the front line, continuing to play aggressive. He's got the Aegis. They're looking for the opening. It's a lot spent out of Nemesis so far. We'll see if what they want to do. I think you probably got to cut and run here. Jams will go ahead and throw the Cyclone. He should be fine. Crit. Is he going to get the Bushwhack? He does. They find the Brewmaster trying to escape. There's going to be the Vessel into the Sharpshooter. You're not making it through that gate, my friend. Good read from Crit there on the Hoodwink.
Get one for your troubles, because otherwise that was a pretty good move from Nemesis.
Got the tower and everything.
Yeah, tower, Shaman kill. And this is into Aegis, right? So like it's pretty good to find these plays. Losing Brewmaster makes it sting a little bit, but I think you are just kind of making space for Muerta, which unfortunately gets caught out here. Can you no
the silence? Dude, that's a big issue there from Amar. Walks into the calling silence, but it's up to Ember and Crit now that will instead just rip through this backline. They take down 2 in exchange. The Searing Chains, as well as the Vessel, did so much heavy lifting. This is where I think Amar wishes he had bought the pipe instead of the Midas there.
It is the downside, right? You'd have had pipe, or maybe you have a blink to get like the actual blink doom off. Instead, you're slowly walking in. Even with drums and phase boots, like that's plenty of time to react to. So get the silence, can't actually do. Once again, in a lot of these fights, the doom is not coming out.
Okay.
He has a safety rim down, right?
No, he doesn't, but yeah, it's still like, I think he's fine. Yeah, it's a very heavy commitment to kill him, and he's gonna find himself a regen rune bottom.
Dude, Lorinov is killing it on these runes this game. He's gotten most of them, I feel like.
Crit's been scouting him. Crit's done a really good job at scouting and protecting runes when Lorinov wasn't there as well. Okay, is that BKB done for the Ember? Not quite. He's
yet,
20 gold
but
away.
yeah, it's right around the corner. So, Pipe, Cloak Aura, Mage Slayer, BKBs, and a lot of your damage is magic. Hoodwink, not benefiting from any of those things though, so at least they'll be able to find a quick kill on Crit. More galvanized stacks, always appreciated for Storm Spirit. He's at 13, that's actually not too bad.
I really like the Shadow Blade pickup.
Sneaky.
It's a really good item on Shadow Fiend. It's name synergy more than anything.
Wow.
Oh my god. Sometimes you just blink into a snowball. That hurts. That was a very dead Tusk otherwise.
He's like, there's gotta be a ward. There's no way he just does that. But it was just, sometimes things just luck out your way.
Yeah.
Q gonna be very happy with how that went down.
1 more minute. Power rune. We'll see where it's going to be. Bottom side. Hex comes out from Snake King, but Kenji looked there to save him. Searing Chains onto 3. Just going to go in aggressively on Lorinov. He got the amplified damage. He wants to put it to use, and now with Amar coming through, just going to add fire on top of this already burning team. Aggressive blink again from the Shaman. Gets those shackles, takes down both supports. This should be a tier 2 in the mid lane. See what else I can get done with this.
They're gonna be happy with the tier 2. They drop the wards pretty quickly. I can't imagine they're planning to go tier 3. Maybe you poke it a little bit, but
yeah, Yeah, I thought they might save the wards for maybe the tier 2 top. Like maybe look for 2 sets of tower, like 2 tier 2 towers, because the top lane was kind of pushing in, but they'll happily just take over the jungle.
I think they saw Ember top, so they were trying to find Shadow Fiend there, but quick reactions.
He's got some backup. Dude, the amount of damage reduction that's going to be coming through from the side of Falcons with this itemization, I don't know how you play into this. Like, the pipe's done with the Cloak Aura. He's on his way to the Crimson Guard, which is almost done. You got that Mage Slayer like you talked about. BKBs eventually as well. Like, how does 23 actually kill anybody when in these fights? Maybe I'm still underestimating the amount of damage cards I can do, but this is a lot of spell damage reduction.
Right now, it will be a little tough, but as she picks up more and more items, like, even though her thing is magic damage, her physical damage is not bad if it's late game. And I think she's got several Pierce the Veil stacks, which, in a way, like, the more of those, which is infinitely scaling, counters some of the magic resistance in the late game. But there is this timing, like you said, for Falcons, where they are super strong and just need to actually continue to act on it. They have a 10k gold lead here at 26 minutes, which is nice. It's better than it was last game for Nemesis, at least, though. The problem is, to the damage reduction, like you said, it's requiring them to bring a lot of heroes to get these kills, which is why they're dropping in farm compared to Falcons, who can play around the map a little better with the Remnant, right? You see him, like, he's heading top once again to split push, and he can always join his team pretty easily. BKB for Storm. Getting pretty close.
It's definitely a much closer game here this time around. Like, they actually have the kill advantage, but you're still down 10,000 gold. It is a relatively long Roche, which for Nemesis, probably the best possible scenario. I think you do not really want to fight into Falcons at the moment. Even though you just got, like, your Storm BKB, I do think you are very susceptible to, like, jumping in and still getting doomed and dying. They have a ward. You're on 23 bottom. They don't really have the team nearby, though. They are smoking to the top side.
Javis has been playing top a lot, so I think, you know, they might be looking for him, but he's actually joined his team for a smoke. Maybe they can finally get a rune mid for Mac. He has not had many this game. 28-minute rune could be perfect, though. Could get you a big fight into
taking the outpost. Lorna actually scouting some heroes out here. An immediate zip up to the high ground. And it's another big rune. This one bottom is the Arcane. For Storm Spirit, this would be enormous, but they don't feel confident going for it, so it's going to go into Lorna again.
If he knew it was Arcane, he might have gone for it, but yeah, he's not willing to take that risk. I don't think he's known fully where Doom is, because Doom was smoked through a lot of that, so he's just too scared to zip in and then you get caught. Fair play, but it does mean Arcane Rune over for Ember. You're set up again for Roche, which will spawn in about 30 seconds. They were really hoping to find something there.
They've got a really good ward on the left side of the lane here. If they catch the Storm Spirit long enough to go for the Doom, it would be huge. Crit with the Glimmer Cape. They got him. Bushwhack comes out, but guess what? Nolamar doesn't get... He didn't use it! He was definitely in range. Did they lose vision somehow? Was there a Glimmer Cape that came out? Like...
There wasn't any of that. It might have been, like, sometimes over the tree lines. It's, like, kind of funny with the cast range. That definitely felt like he could have doomed there.
He didn't lose vision, surely, right? Like...
I'm not sure.
Weird. Okay, they'll pop the roar and bait the Roche attempt, looking mid, immediately going into Doom onto jabs. That is what you want to find. Snowball Buy them a moment of space, but the Requiem will fear them as soon as it's done, and they will go for 2 kills right away to start this fight. Now, Mac needs to be careful, has the BKB available, but we'll give this one up. 2 kills into the Roshan. Happy for that. Plus, you know, 2 presence and Dark Lord stacks for the Shadow Fiend, right? Those last 2 presence stacks make team fighting very difficult.
Yeah, which Observer pointing out didn't even really use the auras in that team fight. That was just such a clean jump with the Doom this time around. So you need the split to happen. You got to lift some heroes up, cause some chaos. Without that, you can't even try to take the fight. So Aegis and Banner over to the hands of Falcons. I wonder if they push right away. Usually you farm a little bit, look for a pickoff with Aegis. Catapults are here. This is a really nice time to push with the Banner. And they are pretty strong, like 15-ish, down a little bit, 14-ish K. It's kind of enough to brute force if you want, though that's not usually Falcons' style. You know, they're like...
they'll take Tormentor first, and then look for something.
Yeah, they like farming it up.
They're almost to the Shadow Fiend BKB. Like, he has Aegis, which is fantastic. He has his 20 talents as well, which is a ton of damage. But they'll take the Tormentor and farm to that BKB, and I think with that BKB, we'll probably look to try and go aggressive. Scorched Earth Shard for Doom. Not like the worst shard, honestly. You just don't typically like to buy this because there's so many other items Doom actually needs, but this will give him some sustain in the fights.
These kind of Brewlings are... There's like more things than usual, right?
Yeah,
so maybe
exactly.
a little extra healing. Now, downside of Nemesis's draft, like, they had better playmaking this time around, and we see it reflected in the kill score, but the lockdown is still not the greatest. So a hero like Ember Spirit,
oh my
poor
god.
Tusk.
Crit just throws the boomerang and is like, that'll be good enough. Tusk does get the blink out thanks to the snowball, of course, but you can see just the damage from the Shadow Fiend is very much an issue for this team. And another power rune for Lorinov. He's ready and waiting at 32 minutes, gets himself the shield rune.
As long as he keeps his distance from Largo, I mean, that rune's pretty good. Can have the whole thing removed by Catchy Lick, so can't commit as hard as he normally would. Which is, that was the point I was making right before that. He's been able to play very aggressively, split push a lot. He was doing it with a Huskar last game, but this time with an Ember Spirit, it's just not easy to lock him down long enough to kill him, especially now that he has the BKB. He's got the Mage Slayer, he's reducing your damage. So he's been able to keep all the lanes shoved in, which has, well, one, it's just helped them farm, right, in the usual Falcons way, but it's been hard to make plays on the side of Nemesis when your lanes are constantly in your face. It's too obvious when you try to do things. Where's 23 on his farm? Trying to get a Mjolnir.
There's a smoke bottom. Snaking. Gonna find the kill here with the help of Lorna. Very easy for the Ember Spirit. This topside crit makes an immediate TP. Gonna try and look for an opening here with Skitter and see who's playing on this side of the map, and a little bit afraid maybe to walk up to the high ground. They have some vision.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, Skitter. I mean, he's got the Aegis, and the rest of the team I don't think is too far away. Does get the Force Staff to the other side of the Ice Shards, and he's just gonna turn around and just take down Q himself. Primal Split was committed as well from Jab, so he's got to get these out of here. No one was really there to help finish off the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, you can kind of see where if they weren't so far behind, the two of them alone could have popped Aegis, right? They got him down to like the last couple hundred health. So if your Storm has one more item, if Shadow Fiend has one less item, right? You finish the job, you pop Aegis, you get out. But that's, you know, that's why Falcons likes to farm up first. You just hit these nice power spikes, that extra item, which is the BKB on Shadow Fiend, gives him the power to stay alive, and here you are pushing with the banner, the Serpent Ward. There's not really much you can do to stop this. 40 seconds still on Aegis as well. This will just be the barracks down. maybe 2. They're gonna go straight to mid. I think you can try one more fight on Nemesis. Their cooldown they need.
Radiant structures are
I think so. I think Mjolnir's being delivered, and I think you're gonna have to give it a go here.
20 seconds on the Aegis is gonna be probably the green light to kind of like leave on Falcons. Yeah, they don't want to stick around past the Aegis timing despite being pretty dang strong. So they'll give it up. They're like, all right, we got a lane, we got a tier 3. If they can get out cleanly, they're going to be really happy about this. And it looks like they will. They tried to make a little bit of a play there to the Ember, but very slippery hero. They'll grab both Wisdom Shrines. They'll grab themselves an Illusion Rune for a Shadow Fiend. And they are unpunished with this whole play.
And this is getting close to Ember. Well, they were. Yeah, that's the hard thing. You know, props to Lornoff. He's been filling his job this game, which is shove in lanes, force them to respond, and live as much as you can. You know, they caught him twice in the early game, but I don't think he's died since then. No. And he's been split pushing nonstop, which speaks to how hard it is to actually kill this Ember when you've got the Zip Vortex, but in the time it takes to close the distance with Zip, someone like Lornoff can easily react to that. You have the Blink Walrus Punch, and that's your best initiation. And that's kind of it, you know? Like, Frog Stomp doesn't really count. Dead Shot is pretty tricky when they're, like, being punched. You know, Vortex pulled, you might miss that. Even if you land it, it still might not be enough to finish the kill, and then you're out of crowd control.
Yeah, the dude is so tanky. It's unreal. Finds another Arcane Rune. He's got his Aghanim Scepter completed now. So Arcane Rune, Ag Scepter, Ember Spirit. This dude's going to be all over the fight. With an 18,000 gold lead. Like, Falcons could sit back and farm it up. I think right now it's like get bottom tier 2 tower, open up the high ground once more, and I think you just dive the base. Like, I think you are legitimately strong enough to just go in off the back of a Doom and kill whoever follows that, who decides to, like, you know, try and contest them. Ward placed aggressively, a smoke coming outside of the base. They are going to get the vision there. Mac goes in, looks for Snaking, doesn't quite get it, and Zed just has to zip away, and Amar, oh, they find 23 on the Muerta, just doomed up. She pops the ult, trying to do what damage she can, but look at the Ember Spirit, just deletes both of the support. Skidder now falling low, forced to BKB. 23's done a lot of damage, but his ult is now expired. His BKB is expired. Can they get out of the fight with the kill onto these heroes? No, 23's dead. Lorna is still quite healthy. Doom, he's gonna tick down, but he's back on the Shadow Fiend, does quite a bit of work. A refresher into a second ult here from Jabs, trying to get Skidder, but protected by a Glimmer Cape and the Shadow Blade. Largo trying to run down crit, but we've kind of continued to forget the fact that Lorna has not been pressured at all in this fight. Jabs, his ult's about to expire, throws a boulder, gets the blink away, trying to TP. They find him, and they've got the shackles. It's a full team wipe at the end of the day, and a dieback on your Largo.
We kind
of It's the Lorna show, man.
Yeah, we kind of see some of the idea of the Muerta in that fight. Like, she did do a lot of damage into everything we said, right? Like, all the damage reduction for her ultimate, and still, she was pretty close to killing some heroes. So, you know, maybe if this game was a little bit closer, that is the Nemesis comeback right there. But for the way Falcons, yeah, but I mean, if he's on his own, right? Like, he can't do it literally all on his own. So maybe if she was a bit more farmed, if Falcons a little less farmed, that's, you know, that's the idea of the carry Muerta. But Falcons has itemized for it, and because of that, they all barely live, and then they turn around the fight. They clean up the megas now. Nemesis looks like they're gonna hold on and, you know, try for one more desperate fight.
Arsenal 2-1 at least. Okay, Crit. All right, you know, they're just watching some you know, football in the background right now. Oh my goodness.
Falcons will chill now. You can see they're feeling pretty good about their chances in this series. They'll wait for Roche to close this one out with the Megas. It's tough to imagine what they can do. I do think, okay, here's what they got. He's got the Crystallis on Muerta. That's where this hero really shines. If they can somehow hold on till Daedalus, I don't know, maybe, you know, Pierce the Veil with a Daedalus crit is insane damage, especially when buffed up by, like, Largo, Tusk, all of that. You know, maybe someone on Falcons gets overconfident, goes in a little too far. Maybe the punch lockdown is honestly enough, you know, if you get lucky with the Daedalus crit at that moment. Delete a couple heroes, do that, like, 10 times. Boom, you're back in.
Okay. The Scythe on Hoodwink, a little bit scary. We saw the Satanic actually have a lot of impact in that last fight, kept the Shadow Fiend alive. We'll see what happens this time, as they're going to look for the third Roshan. Is it third? I think that's third Roshan, right?
Yeah, third. They did a pretty early one with the Shadow Shaman.
That was right, yeah. Mornov almost has an Eye of Scotty. Not an item we see all that much on an Ember. Oh, come on, guys! Don't forget the Roshan's banner. I know you've got Megas already. I mean, he did for a moment. He straight up walked to the high ground before realizing I was gone. So that's good. I was like, that. I know you got Mega Creeps, but this is, you know, kind of makes it even more important to get the banner. How do you protect your tier 4s from Mega Creeps?
Yeah, it'll be pretty tough. I guess you can at least run Brewlings into it, maybe to clear out the ward, but then you're using Blue Mantrol for that. Here comes that Muerta damage.
He got the Satanic off. He's getting away, but Mars forced to beat KB. Okay, that was very close. That was a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be.
I thought that was a cheese for the moment. He was just healing that much with the initial Satanic hit.
Yeah, it was just a couple hits from the Satanic.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to it, right? Like, if Muerta was just a little... If she was the one ahead of Shadow Fiend, then you're getting that kill. But I think that's the glimmer of hope for Nemesis. That's what they're saying. Like, look, he's so close to doing it. We just got to get him, like... Get him this Daedalus, get a little lucky with crits. You know, go do some crazy comeback here.
Yeah, almost to the Daedalus. It's pretty close. The hero does a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. It's just, you're very much have that window to do damage, whereas Shadow Fiend's window is kind of just perpetual.
Here he comes. His Satanic, it's all he used defensively. He never used the BKB, so he's back.
Trouble here on the bottom lane. Crit goes in a little bit too far, gets punished for it. Ember Spirit, though, seemingly unbothered by the state of this. Where's the snowball? There it is. Ends up just being 2 kills. Jumping back and forth with that Shiva's, doing so much damage. To try and get aggressive here. He does have BKB as well as a Greater Lotus in the backpack. Fear into the Doom. The Muerta's gone, baby. No way out of this one. Shackles gonna prevent her from doing anything. Well, 90 seconds on the sideline now. You're missing your big damage dealer, but Max doing some heavy lifting here. Takes down the Shadow Shaman. Needs to get out of here. The cheese, unfortunately, not able to be used. That Cyclone's about to expire, and this was the second round of the Brewmaster's ultimate. Up into the fountain we go, as that's gonna be the end of the game here for Nemesis. A full team wipe as the GGs come out, and Falcons will take the series 2-0. Very convincingly, they're looking good with the stand-in.
Yeah, that was some classic Falcons despite the stand-in. It was much better for Nemesis in this game number 2, and there were a lot of moments the Muerta almost did enough damage, and it makes me think back to the 2 times she died in the lane and missed like a pretty big creep wave. Going back, you know, a bit of luck finding that Harpy creep so early gave the Doom such a strong presence in that laning stage, and then a lot of those early runes getting denied away from the Storm Spirit, either going to the Ember or just, you know, a support taking it. And, you know, maybe just...
finishing the job, but just a little behind on her and all the other Nemesis heroes.
Yeah. But this is like where, you know, Shadow Fiend has a little bit of an easier way of playing the fights, right? Like he has Satanic. There's plenty of targets for him to hit. If the Muerta is, you know, fighting him one-on-one, right? Muerta is going to win. But we see in both of this attempt and the one later at like the bottom twin gate, because Skitter has like at least one other target to hit, he's going to live with the Satanic. And it's so close. It really was. Despite 20,000 gold behind, you know, they almost get some very clutch kills. At the end of the day, though, Falcons are really, really slick team. Not an easy team to kind of outmaneuver, outplay in fights. And this is where Lorna just kind of cooks. Like, he's so far ahead. Does not really need any help from his team to get these kills.
Yeah, he faced a little pressure early. He had those, like, 2 deaths that honestly weren't that bad because I think they killed Storm first both times. Either way, it was like okay deaths, and then he did not die again throughout the game, despite being very aggressive in the way he was split pushing, being the one to set up kills. Like we see his in the end here, 12, 2, and 12. You know, he's very active for the team, making a bunch of space for the Doom, the SF to farm up and get all those items that we've been hyping up that help them win these fights.
And he's just most damage dealt by like a landslide. No one's even close.
He was doing a lot.
He has twice the amount of damage dealt as the Shadow Fiend this game, and almost 20,000 more damage than the Muerta, which is the next highest in the game, right? Like, this is what we're talking about with Ember. Like, we see... You see the opener is like Largo Storm Spirit, and you're like, yep, I'll take the Ember. Yes, please. Like, I will always take Ember into Storm Spirit games, but it's his itemization that really enables this, right? Like, going... He went for a really early Mage Slayer this game with that Spirit Vessel and just gave him so much tank to play around, made him a very difficult target. Yeah, really well played from Falcons once again.
Yeah, that's some of the benefits of the Shadow Fiend as well, right? Because you get to pick it first, and it's like, yeah, is it going mid? Is it going carry? You don't know. So you pick that Storm Spirit, and you allow Lordoff, who we see on the screen here, you give him the Ember Spirit, the Chain Gang counter to the mid lane, and clearly a lot of impact throughout the game as well.
Yeah, without a doubt, the standout player. It's been it's very rare that you see Ember Spirit like top net worth in a lot of games. Like he even though he's like playing into like the rough kind of start of the lane versus the Storm Spirit, like you said, like it's not uncommon for Embers to kind of be like 4th, 5th, 6th on net worth, but still have like a ton of game impact. But when your Ember Spirit's top net worth, you know, the entire game, this hero is just going to take over, and there's not a lot that you can do, especially as a support, right? Playing Tusk and Largo into this, and he has like a Shiva's. Like, what does Largo get to do in this game?
Yeah, they had some answers for the Ember, but Lockdown was a little bit lacking, which is ultimately what let him get away with so much. They had like some Dispel, some like Control, but not enough. So, yeah, at least better showing, right? Improved through the series, and it's only the first series of the for them, so they can hopefully take some lessons away from it. And pretty, you know, Falcon. You lose to Falcons, you're like, oh, come on, guys! Like everybody loses to Falcons, you know. It's like it's not, you know, we can bounce back.
Yep, we've got one more series here today, so we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with our final series here for Wallachia Season 7, Day 1 of the group stage, man. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, here to PGL Wallachia Season 7. We are getting towards the tail end of Group Stage Day 1, and we've got our final series here, Heroic versus Yandex, about to begin. And both these teams, I think, actually is going to make for a really fun game. Like, you have Yandex, which has had some really highs and lows. Heroic is maybe coming in as a, I wouldn't say like a wild card team, but they do have like very specific heroes that they like to play around. They picked up Tai Lung recently in the mid lane and moved Whisper back to the off lane. So they've had some like roster shuffling. I'm a little bit curious to see how they're going to look in this event.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of like uncertain because they really went through a lot, like Whisper to mid, then back, and then here and there and everything. But I do think some of their recent events, they were starting to pick up and people were seeing like the potential. Like they were throwing a little bit as part of this like recently formed teams, and people were like, what are they doing? Like they're actually winning, but then throwing. But once they started to cut that down, they were looking pretty good. And I think that's pretty understandable as you're making all these changes, right? So hopefully some of the time off in between these events, you get to talk, figure out what you got going on, get Tai Lung accustomed to the team. The last thing they played was actually versus Yandex, so a bit of a revenge match here because Yandex beat them 3-1. So we'll see what Heroic learned from that series. I think that's one they lost where they were doing the like mid Enigma, which I love, right? I love that they're exploring this stuff, but sometimes it kind of falls flat when you're not quite on the mark.
The mid Enigma that Whisper used to play definitely caught a lot of teams off guard, and I think it's a strategy that Heroic still really believes in because they play around it well. But if you're going to run the mid Enigma, it does mean that you need to give Whisper in the off lane a much higher damage hero, right? You need to give him something that it can kill heroes. And I think for Yandex, they actually are just a team that probably plays into the Enigma quite well. I think naturally this is a team that has like a lot of flexibility in their lanes. They have some really good playmakers with Soxa. DM is standing in the off lane for them. Am I not, if I'm not mistaken, correct? He's currently here for Natus, which it's kind of interesting because like DM, you and I were like kind of surprised to see the change where he kind of got taken out of PVISION's like primary roster. Because he has such a pretty long standing with the team, has had a lot of success with them, but here he is standing in for Yandex instead. I think he'll make a good fit.
Yeah, I think DM is a very solid player. I think the reason that PVISION changed was not due to skill, but like just you need the players, the heroes they play to like fit together. And it's like prioritizing DMs versus 9 class, and they ended up going 9 class. But DM is still a very good player, and we'll see what Yandex can do with him, since Yandex has looked sometimes the greatest team ever, and then sometimes kind of like a little lost. They are also relatively recently formed, although it's now been about half a year. So that's where you really want to start honing in on the consistency element. I'm sure the players are happy to have found success because that team is made with a lot of players that just, never reach that top level and win some events, but they finally got to experience that. Now it's all about consistently doing that as everyone has their eyes on you and studying what you're doing and what you like and the heroes you play. And now you have to handle that information overload.
I do like the response of the Warlock here versus Shadow Fiend, like having that guaranteed stun on this hero in the middle of the team fight is always good. We also know that Warlock is a great pairing for the Shadow Fiend in lanes, where if you don't feel like the Shadow Fiend is, gonna have a great lane, you can sometimes just throw the Warlock in and give him sustain. They go ahead and ban out Beastmaster, Enigma, which these are like iconic heroes for Heroic. We already talked about the Enigma being flexed mid lane and off lane, but Beastmaster also fills that role for them. They play a really mean mid Beastmaster for Tai Lung. And both heroes really good against the Shadow Fiend. So I understand the bans. Force Heroic to kind of do something a little bit differently here. They'll ban out the Centaur. And this does mean heroes like MOUZ are still available. Great team fight contribution. I think plays well into Shadow Fiend as well. I think you could maybe make a case for a MOUZ in the second phase here.
10 seconds remaining.
But
a lot of these
maybe going for something more
initiator
flexible here.
Maybe. A lot of the initiator and aura building offlaners are actually getting banned out. So
yeah,
if you don't grab Razor's probably the best offlaner left, and then maybe Batrider, which some people have been it's been gaining popularity.
Yeah, Batrider's being ignored right now. It's actually kind of surprising. Did you get two really strong supports though, like Warlock, Jakiro? Pretty impressive in terms of a support duo. The question from Yandex is how they are going to respond themselves, so they go for the Marcy. Okay, doesn't have to be the position 5, could be the position 4, but in general, great pairing with the Shadow Fiend. Good at getting on top of heroes like Warlock.
And getting away if you need to, right? Like Jakiro and Warlock are very annoying in these fights with all their slows, but pick me up from support Marcy can just kind of bypass all that without even having to itemize in a particular way. So it's a nice tool to have along with that combination you mentioned. And here's another one. You now got the Bristleback being picked up, so you can deliver him straight over to these supports. They're not going to have a good time with Bristleback bashing away.
10 seconds remaining.
There's a lot of physical damage. You need to pick up some armor aura builders or some kind of anti-physical damage hero. I'm open to the Razor. Okay, actually that works because Batrider should have an easy time running down these heroes. Yeah.
This is probably
and that is something
Whisper
is really good at. Yeah.
10 seconds.
I imagine if it is Whisper's Batrider, like Jakiro Batrider, not like the strongest lane, and because you don't have a ton of stuns, but you can't also really engage into this either. Like if this is Marcy Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, I don't know how Marcy like can really engage against these two heroes. Because I don't think you're ever going to be like full HP to just kind of jump in and let the Shadow Fiend do damage. Like if you jump in, they can just turn and maybe kill the Shadow Fiend instead.
Yeah, I wonder if you can pick up a... Who's left with a Dispel? Oracle's kind of out of meta, though it's kind of good versus Batrider. Abaddon, maybe? Though we see more core Abaddon.
Yeah,
and that's been nerfed a bit.
I wouldn't hate that. Like, moving Shadow Fiend mid and picking up, like, core Abaddon. But
your crowd control's just so lacking.
Yeah.
Ursa.
And there's the Ursa. That's a really good Ursa pick.
Oh, for a second I thought that was Yandex's Ursa, and I was like, really into Batrider? But it's for heroic, and that should be... once you get on top of Bristleback and SF, you can definitely kill them. You could get kited a little bit, so that's like a little scary, but you got the help of Batrider lassoing people to you, and your lane should be fine thanks to Warlock.
Yeah, Ursa Warlock's a classic.
Disruptor.
We'll go the Disruptor here. So
that'll
probably
lane well into the Batrider.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably the 5 position, right? So Marcy Bristle off lane, which gives you a little bit of like fighting or saving potential into the Ursa, whereas like Disruptor might be able to create some space in the lane against the Batrider.
Yeah, I think I'd like any kind of playmaker now in the mid lane, because you need someone to give you that glimpse info. It could be Bristleback kind of just like running in there, but I don't know. You know, one of the classic Spirit Brothers I think could be nice from that mid lane.
Heroics turn to ban.
Okay, Primal Beast ban is actually very important. They have absolutely no way of dealing with Primal Beast this game. That would have been a really big issue.
I guess that's true. They have Disruptor to start. That's why I was a little surprised to see it. But I guess once you have the BKB, then there's like the others can't do anything about it. So
Yeah.
you could just go for that first.
They really have prioritized getting rid of like BKB piercing stuns that can allow them to all in the Shadow Fiend. And I think that is important when you're planning on running a Shadow Fiend carry, which it's probably Shadow Fiend carry. I think up at this point,
10 seconds remaining.
there's no reason to think it's going to be mid lane. So with that ban as well, to me it feels like there are like trending towards a Shadow Fiend carry, and they're really trying to protect it from getting just like dove and killed. Sniper ban. That is a Tai Lung classic. Tai Lung really likes his sniper, and it would be 24th pick for Heroic if they want to go for it. So smart heads up play. They've got the respect bans coming in here from Yandex, getting rid of the Meepo, the Enigma, now the sniper. Heads up
You still have
drafting.
to consider it could be Batrider mid.
Tai Lung does play a really mean mid Batrider as well.
Yeah, maybe you
That's the benefit of this team on this hero. Like, they have really good Batrider players in multiple lanes.
Yeah, maybe someone like Puck or Queen of Pain could be all right for.
Radiant team pick.
Storm Spirit Ember bans. The thing is, I think you have to pick the Puck on Yandex. I think if you don't pick Puck, I think Heroic is going to take the Puck.
And then you don't have enough control for the Puck. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. If you take Queen of Pain, and they take Puck, that's not a great matchup either.
Yeah. Like, what do you do when Coil comes out and he just, like, finds Disruptor or Marcy? Like, what do they do? The Puck is, like, Tai Lung's classic hero, too. He's actually been destroying teams on this hero.
What's there to counter Puck? Huskar's out, Sniper's out.
Maybe Lesh.
Yeah, Lesh could be okay. Sometimes you see, like, Tinies.
Yeah,
or Dragon
Tiny and
Knights.
Dragon Knight are both in. Maybe you just look for Dragon Knight and go corrosive damage and just play per that. Not the best into an Ursa, but
Heroics.
Yeah, you could do it really one-dimensionally and pick another really
Spirit.
fast-paced hero. Okay,
That's heads up.
Yeah, because now if they do take Puck on Heroic, Void Spirit has a decent matchup into that. But it's still the hero that kind of jumps in first, causes chaos. If you decide to go Ags, it'll be pretty good here. I feel like you prevent
Tai
all
Lung's
this
still gonna
backline
pick
from doing
Puck,
anything.
dude.
I think
still
he's
gonna
willing
do
to,
it.
yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think he cares too much. I mean, Void Spirit, it has been good, and people have gotten better at playing him. What other hero? I mean, there's a lot of options.
Timbersaw?
but That would be pretty nuts this game. Okay, mid Razor actually, unless they want to go the offlane Razor.
Or
But
is
mid
it?
Razor sounds way better. Yeah, mid Razor into the Void Spirit. This is a rough lane for Chira Jr. now.
It's pretty cool. It's kind of crazy to see Razor make it all the way to the end of a draft, actually.
24 pick Razor, yeah.
Yeah, he's been so good, but yeah, I mean, they left him. No one took it. And he's like, oh, yeah, you kind of forget about it a bit.
Dude, I feel like the hero
that's-
draft is so good.
It could certainly shut down the Void Spirit, at least to start. I do think there's a lot of pressure on Whisper, because he's really the only playmaker now for his team, right? Like, everyone else kind of follows his lead. So if he has a bad game, then it's not, like, even if you win the other lanes, you know, you're just, like, slowly running at people. Kind of fast with Razor, I get it. But, like, you know, they're just going to back away from you, especially with Glimpse and, you know, Pick Me Up and all that stuff. So
That's a really good
Whisper
point,
has to do well. And, I mean, he's really good at Batrider, so I think he will, but maybe Yandex can put some pressure there.
The Batrider will help, or I'm sorry, the Disruptor will help slow down the Batrider. Like, this has been a classic counter to the Batrider lanes. It makes it very difficult for this hero to actually, like, find openings. But you do have Twin Terror Jakiro in your lane, and Twin Terror Jakiro is really strong. I 100% agree with you, though, and I think Yandex, with how DM typically plays, he's also gone Snot Rocket. There's a very high chance that they just leave DM bottom and try to, like, potentially try lane or like bring this Marcy into that safe lane and shut down this Batrider. I think that is like a must, or at least a potential strategy they might go for this game.
Yeah, at least I would like to see at least a couple rotations that allow it, especially because like Marcy Disruptor setting up for SF raises sounds pretty sick, you know? I think it could certainly pay off if Heroic doesn't have maybe like say the Twin Gates warded to see this kind of stuff coming. First Bloods can always change that though, so we'll see what the teams can get with these early moves. I would be, well, actually both lineups have some really strong level 1 lineups. Could really depend on just like who runs into who. Sometimes you get a little lucky there.
Bright and breezy.
What secret info is this on the map?
It just says Whisper. I don't know.
What was the part? Was that just a giant? Was he gonna write Whisper first with that first W, and then he's like, "Oh wait, I ran out of space.
Yeah,
gotta start
probably
again down here."
It feels good to be this good.
I think in terms of the level 1 team fight, playing into a Batrider or a Jakiro sounds incredibly terrifying, but you have Snot Rocket. And it's like, if you went for Nasal Goo level 1, I could maybe make the argument like that is like the ability that just starts killing heroes. So I think if you're Yandex, you probably want to avoid a level 1 fight here. But we'll see what happens as we jump into game number 1 here. Yandex versus Heroic in the group stage. See which of these teams came better prepared today. I do like both teams' drafts. I think the Snot Rocket with Shadow Fiend is a really good combo, and it's something we've seen Bristleback picked with Shadow Fiend in the past, and I've been annoyed that people have not been taking Snot Rocket and they're building him for more damage instead. So I think, you know, I almost said ParaVision. Yandex trying something potentially new here that we haven't really seen much.
Yeah, I think I've always been a bigger fan of the utility build for Bristleback. I understand the like seeing red, but I like seeing the Snot Rocket. And there's some really good physical damage, not only on the SF, but like Marcy does a good amount, and then Void Spirit is like this mix of spell casting, but good amount of physical damage as a universal hero.
I mean, Astral Step as well just does a ton of physical damage. Like, people forget that this ability is like mostly physical damage.
The battle begins.
All right, 3 runes for the side of Yandex here. All right, as we head into these lanes, we kind of expect the mid lane for the Razor to go quite good for the Razor. I think the first wave, maybe second wave, is going to be okay for the Void Spirit. But once you get to like level 3 on Razor, I feel like that's where this lane starts to get a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, it's not a fun time. Void Spirit at least has the tools to not be killed easily by the Razor, but yeah, this will happen to you quite a lot. You will be linked, and then you'll watch creeps die in front of you. You can change this, though, as many bad matchups go, with some help from supports as they rotate. And Yandex does have better rotating heroes. They got the Marcy, the Disruptor, compared to the Warlock and Jakiro, who are 2 heroes that really like to just stay in the lane more than anything. So maybe that's something Yandex can look for.
We'll see the power spikes at the bottom wave, or this bottom lane as well. The level 2 is going to be a big decider, I think, for both sides. Like, if one team happens to get some extra denies or manage to push the wave far enough and get an earlier level 2, I think Heroic would like to have that level 2 earlier.
As position 4 Jakiros go, this one is annoying. There's a lot to like keep your distance away from him, a short-ranged hero.
Yeah.
But maybe some knockbacks from Whisper can get them close, and then you just apply an insane amount of slows between Batrider Jakiro.
Yeah, if you get too many napalm stacks on you, like you have to just start booking it to the tower. Like there's a single flame break into like dual breath and you will die if you've got like 6 to 8 stacks on you and you aren't close to your tower.
Courier delivery. Helping Sox. He was doing some body blocking there since they're in a very good spot, so that's all he really needs to do. Cost him some health for it though.
Razor continuing to use the static link to just play for denies in the mid lane. It's not like he's gonna kill the Void Spirit. Like, when we talk about this being a really bad lane matchup, he's not gonna kill Void Spirit, but he is gonna continuously out-deny him and make it very difficult for the Void Spirit to get his items on time, get his level 6 on time. Playing for that 6-minute power rune or even the 7-minute shrine is not really like an option for this hero.
We see that damage potential come out down here. For now, just getting him low. The next one will kill you, though, if you let it build up too much. It goes the other way, though, too. Whisper, you got to be careful here.
They did manage to get the Lotus, which is a pretty big swing, potentially. I mean, Shadowfiend's farming very well, though. Like, despite it being maybe not the easiest lane, like, he's taking a lot of damage, he is farming exceptionally well.
This is a hero that doesn't get that tanky, though. So if at any moment you slip up and you get too close to Batrider never lets you build up raise stacks if you didn't hit him as he came in. He just stays on top, burns you down. So, Watson off to a good start, but has to make sure he doesn't get overconfident. See the first rotation going on mid. Soxa looking to help secure some water runes for Chira Jr. He's got to go like try to escape up high ground with this.
Yeah, I mean he's underneath a Watcher though, so Tai Lung, little bit of mana away from his. Yeah, okay, he's gonna force the TP. Topside DM getting beat down from the Ursa, and that will be first blood. Yuma and KJ get it done. Meanwhile, bottom lane, one more auto attack from Whisper, burns down Watson, and the side lane starting to feel the pressure.
They'd all been last hitting so well, too. These kills, very necessary for Heroic. And that is a little bit of a slip up from Yandex, because I think they knew they needed to help out Chira Jr., and they brought over the Marcy to try to help with the rune. Yeah, and we even still see, despite that, like, Tai Lung, you know, still puts the pressure on Chira Jr. He just has to run away, and Bristleback actually gets caught out in the meantime during that. A little bit of a slip up.
Malady? Okay, never mind. He doesn't have any stacks. I thought Malady had some napalm stacks, but never mind. The thing, like, this mid lane, he's doing a really good job at just continuing to prevent Chira Jr. from, like, CSing, right? He's got 21 last hits. Now, Razor only has, like, say, 25, but he's sitting on a ton of denies. So, he has a half-level advantage almost at this point.
Yeah, the thing is, too, like, Void Spirit's recovery is to make rotations around level 6, and you're hoping to get the rune into those rotations, but you've already got enough denies, you're too low. They're going for a kill now on KJ rotating in. Theolacore was also coming in for the rune.
Razor's gonna just kill them both. He got a haste rune.
Never mind.
They will still get Theolacore. He lived through so much of that, and now Soxa on the Marcy continue on some nice jukes, but there's going to be the static link, a little bit of a Shadow Word as well to just help finish the job.
Fiend 2.
I mean,
Heroic
Whisper can solo kill
it.
anybody, right? Like, this is the benefits of this Spat Rider. Like, you stick around in the lane a little bit too long, he will knock you back and kill you. So, 3 kills across the map there as they continue to find success on their carry heroes.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, looking at that starts with a knockback on Batrider, and we've said once he gets close, there's just no getting away. You are done.
Okay, can you stop
can't lose
this
these
Ursa
as well.
Jakiro from killing this? With KJ here going for the
Surprise
body blocks, they're trying to get him out. They got the shrine already. Tylung here as well with the Eye of the Storm running, jumps in on Cheer Jr. The second Astral Step will finish off Yuma. But Cheer Jr.'s committed. He's in pretty deep. And they do have some stacking damage. He's going to go ahead and pop that Golem, committing that Grimoire to do it. And KJ will get himself the double kill. Now turns attention to the tier 1 tower.
I think
And
you
that's
should
where
be
those
able to
early
get
kills
this.
make a difference. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
That Golem's
you have
fresh.
Chaotic Offering and Firefly, not Firefly, so many people overlapping. Liquid Fire here. You're going to have to rotate a lot of heroes to defend it, and I don't know, like what wave clear do you have? You actually don't really have an easy way to deal with creeps. And Whisper down there, now level 6, so if you leave the Shadow Fiend alone while you're defending top, I mean, he might just get a nether kill. Lasso will finish the job for sure.
I don't even know if he needs Lasso is the thing. Like, Batriders, like, in the offlane position can sometimes just hold the point, but it's a kind of a freebie if he was alone. Disruptor is at least staying nearby,
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
so not giving that free solo kill potential for now. But yeah, top tower, it's dead. They'll clear up some jungle camps here with the remaining seconds of the Golem.
That was a huge series of plays from Heroic. I didn't expect them to get so many kills like back to back. You know, like win the farming lane, sure, but now being able to find 7 kills already. It was a slow start, but it's picking up. It'll slow down again, I think, a bit now that Golem's been used. You kind of have 100 seconds where it's like, okay, you know, just like chill a little bit. Let's get the Golem ready again. I mean, if you find a nice kill, you take that for free, but I think you wait for Golem to like really force something.
Well, they have a pre-farmed Razor and a Jakiro right behind him, so they'll continue to just apply a little bit of chip damage here and there. Did go for the mana boots, will go into the Guardian Greaves. This is kind of the mid-Razor we've been seeing more and more, building like these really early tempo auras to try and shut them down. Jump in here, off Soxa does manage to find KJ, who was a little bit too far on the front line. He is in trouble, dead before he can get the Fatal Bonds off, and Delacor is gonna join him. Heroic, very much out of position there that time.
That's why I think you want the Golem before you force that too hard. They're feeling very strong behind the Razor. And, I mean, Razor got away, right? He is strong, but the supports are still supports at the end of the day. They may be high level, but if they are up too far, they can't really escape. So, good on Yandex to find something back. They're still down a little bit here, and Whisper's looking for... I think he's found Watson. He very much
certainly dead. Yeah. Oh, nice glimpse, but oh, he makes it outside of the kinetic field. Pick me up will pull him away. Whisper still desperately trying to find the kill, but won't get it. Turns his attention back to help finish off Malady. So they do save the Shadow Fiend at the end of the day. Yandex, a very clutch play there. Great TPN from Soxa. Now, Soxa might pay for that one. Golem's going to come out. They'll use this to get the tower once this is all done. So very, very worthwhile commit of the Golem.
Very little downtime on this Golem usage is always nice. It is it's funny how Warlock has changed from this, you know, he's the late game winner, right? Get there with the Golem and the Fatal Bonds, and now it's early game Warlock. It is a lot of healing and damage on the Fatal Bonds into the Golem with Grimoire. It is high tempo Warlock gameplay, which the teams that have played the best with Warlock do this, right? This is the second tower down with the second Golem cast. You're getting a lot of control. 3K build up for Heroic. Yuma should be fine here.
They're looking for the glimpse into the static. Well, they don't have Static Storm. He pops the Enrage immediately. Needs to be careful, trying to maybe bait them back in, but he is dead. Tylung pops the other Storm, gets that Static Link, will finish off one. In comes Soxa, nice stun onto 2, but you're fighting into this Batrider and the Shakiro. These guys are far too strong. And Malady just barely able to dodge. Doesn't get clipped. Jura Jr. continuing to get ran down though, and Whisper not even gonna need to commit the lasso. He's certainly dead. Will burn one more auto attack.
You get the Ursa kill. Pretty costly though. Shadow Fiend farming in the meantime, I guess, has his Mask of Madness on the way, so his farming speed will pick up. But this isn't even like the end-all be-all Shadow Fiend game, right? Like,
no,
the Ursa that just got killed. Yeah, the Ursa that got killed is gonna get Blink, just jump on top of the Shadow Fiend. You got the lasso you just mentioned, just run up to him, lasso, burn him down. This mid Razor, right? Just run up to him, link him. You're gonna lose a lot of your damage. So it's gonna be pretty tough here for Yandex if they can't stabilize, which, you know, they at least got a kill. Maybe that's something.
I also don't think they got I don't think they had the mech going into that as well. If they did, they might have been able to actually save the Ursa when he went back. But either way, it's, you know, Ursa's still farming quite well, like neck and neck here with the Shadow Fiend. Despite everything that's going on, 5 to 12, Yandex is not, you know, struggling all that much. I think their team fight potential is there. It's mostly a net worth different on the support and like the Void Spirit. But you have Static Storm now, so we're gonna see them maybe look for a play here with the Static Storm. That's a big opening. Bat Rider would be a huge kill. Belacor and Razor. Okay, another Golem immediately. We'll use that to take down Soxa. Whisper is nearby. Do they just go Roshan? Can they do that
I think
with
they're gonna
Golem
go
and Bat Rider?
mid.
Okay, go to the mid lane. Good call. I didn't realize
You
that tower
could
was
maybe, if Ursa was willing to rotate over, I think you could, but it's just a lot of heroes to go for Rosh, and I don't think you really need a 13-minute Rosh. So I think this tower is the easier, safer play. And I mean, you may have enough time. Like, honestly, now that you're done, maybe you could. If you want Rosh, you could go for it. It will just be slow. Yeah. And it seems like they're more interested in taking over the enemy jungle. Oh. See, do they have any ward tickets set?
Oh, very nice Static Storm there from Malady to cut this off. Now Jakiro, quite tanky, not really dying to any of this damage, and the Void Spirit afraid to really commit. So that is Static Storm down. And Whisper is just going to rush a BKB this game so he can just run in, get his targets, and kill them. You've got the Guardian Greaves done now on Tai Long. They will go for the Roshan now that they see the Static Storm has been spent. Ursa did make that TP into the outpost. And they do know about this on Yandex. They have a ward that scouted this TP, so they should be quite aware that this is happening. And in that meantime, he's going to go try and yoink that Wisdom Shrine instead. So Malady trying to get something done in the time.
Yeah, we see that earlier, the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine play that really worked out for Heroic. It won them a ton of fights, right? We saw kills that would have happened if Static Storm was available. We've seen how much the Golem has gotten down. That has been 3 Golem casts, 3 kills, 3 towers. All right, that's the fast-paced Warlock gameplay that we see nowadays. Yandex wants to try to get a tower of their own, because that's what a lot of this goal difference is right now, is the objectives. Roshan, 3 towers.
They push so slow, though. Like, this tower is not going to die. I was like, they could very easily defend, and Whisper is here to try and start putting an end to this. Jura Jr. will use his first Astral Step away. They're going to TP. Doesn't get a lasso opportunity there onto the Bristleback. Nice Remnant to make the space. So they protect their tower. Ursa will continue to farm bottom. They're having a pretty good time now on Heroic. They're just hanging out.
Yeah. After that, you see Yandex head to the bottom jungle, knowing that so many heroes from Heroic were top, and Warlock drew it on the map, so he knows, like, hey, they're all going to be here if we want to go run at them, and that's what seems to be happening. Like, they're all converging mid. Here's a TP. They might want to try to get this 16-minute rune and then just continue to run at Yandex. Because why not? I mean, you're pretty strong right now. You've got the Aura, the Greaves on Razor. Golem is up again. Kate immediately just dropped it. Like, why not, right?
Oh, man, Malady. He glimpses the Golem, which there is a weird bug with Golem right now. I don't know if anyone else is aware of this. It's been talked about a little bit. If you glimpse Golem, it's one of the reasons Disruptor gets picked in this hero, it always teleports to the middle of the map. So It's a weird bug.
Didn't save him this time either.
Yeah. But it might make a difference later on in the game, like especially if you're like sieging high ground and you drop golem, you just glimpse it and it goes to the middle of the map, and now you have no golem. So it is kind of a weird one, but
what do
either
you
way,
do when KJ is so rich that he has 2 golems?
That is a good question.
Because this is a warlock who is not that far behind the mid void spirit.
Yeah, no, he's so farmed.
He's 5-1.
Solar Crest is done. Yeah. With how things are going right now, Tormentor is going to be pretty important. Oh my gosh. If Yuma gets this solo kill, he has no mana left on Shira Jr., but Yuma does not want to chase. He's completely blind there. But this is the blink reveal from Yuma. He's got that blink dagger now completed, which means this Ursa is a serious threat. Gonna go for the BKB next.
Whisper has his BKB. Well, it's being delivered, but that means you've got about a minute and a half of the Aegis left as BKB arrives. It is time to go
lane. Static Storm is down. Whisper.
He's not here yet.
Yeah, he got glimpsed, but they've spent everything on Whisper, which means Tai Lung just free reign to run down these heroes instead. A lot committed, but you do manage to get 1 in the process. A little Tumbler toy action there. Astral Step number 2 from Chira Jr., but a blink up in 5, and Yuma definitely willing to chase. This should be a kill. No way out, the hungry bear eventually finds his mark. So with this, a 6,000 gold advantage, and you are really starting to feel the pressure of Heroic on the map. I would say how close to Crimson Guard? He is just the recipe away now. He's halfway there.
Yeah, they don't seem... I thought they would push a little harder off that kill, but it seems like they're content to farm up for now. They are getting close. Like, the fight kind of already broke down as BKB finished, and now you're close to Crimson Guard. Ursa is working on his BKB, so seems like they're going to use the rest of this Aegis just to continue to grow the gold lead. Wait for the next Roche, which is like really the big power spike, right? Well, I say that. I see some TPs coming top.
Marcy goes in to try and clear the wave aggressively, and Whisper will instantly punish Soxa for this. Goes for the TP, doesn't even need to commit anything. So much damage coming in through the Bat Rider right now. And Unicorn, Yules. Just to poke some fun here. I mean, DM has this early Lotus, right? But the Lotus is not gonna like save you for long. Like, Napalm stacks up very quickly on Arsonist Bat Rider, especially with these like drums, like BKB builds. So even if he removes some of these stacks, he'll just reapply them.
Yeah,
coming
even
to
if
the Twin Gate bottom. Hold up. Find Malady. Okay, then Malady actually was in a really good position here to break this smoke. Otherwise, might have found the Shadow Fiend Yules to cancel the TP. That should be a nice one there. Going the way of Tai Lung. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Whisper forced to BKB. Going a little bit too far.
It is the supports on Yandex that are tanking a lot of these deaths, so the kill score looks a little worse than it really is. At the same time, it is still good for Heroic, right? That they're finding these kills. At least I guess you could say like, oh yeah, we got BKB out of Bat Rider. We'll get that whittled down, which is what I was gonna say right before that happened. If the Lotus does protect, let's say SF in this case, that is nice, right? The Link and the Lasso, really good to have the Lotus for. But this SF is not super rich, right? So like, I'm not sure you can win the fight even if you are protecting with Lotus, and one such fight is about to be forced here.
It's a really good smoke wraparound, thinking they're going for the Tormentor, but they actually haven't started. The Golem instead is just gonna catch 2 into the Lasso, pulls the Marcy out of position, looking for Chira Jr., who's been completely burnt on mana, 2 dead to start the fight as they now look for DM. He's gonna try his best to get away here. They get the tower, but They just settle for the Tormentor. Will they continue to chase? Looks like Whisper, he's going to find his mark on Malady. Eventually. That's an optimistic TP. Ursa can just turn his attention back to Tormentor now. His Enrage is off cooldown, so he'll just solo it now. Just needs to wait a couple seconds.
I like the idea from Yandex. The Razor Link ends up not doing too much because he gets Requiem'd away. But in the same way, Requiem didn't really end up doing that much because you kind of had to use it in that way. And I think you really need a big kill off the Requiem, and then you take the rest of the fight. I think without that, right, you got Batrider running you down, building up stacks. You got Razor running you down. Either Link building damage or the ultimate, you know, adding in stacking value. You got a lot of spam from Jakiro, from Warlock. Like, Heroic is pretty primed for drawn-out fights, even though that's something usually, like, Bristleback likes. They have more heroes who are better at it. So if you don't get that quick burst kill off of Requiem or Static Storm, it's not going to go your way, especially as you're now 11k down.
I would say, I don't even think your cores on Heroic actually need to be that much over-farmed to have a lot of impact. But the fact that the supports are as farmed as they are on Heroic causes a massive problem for Yandex, because both of these heroes can have a lot of impact against the cores on Yandex. Like the fact that this Jakiro has a Yules, and you have like
Blink.
Yeah,
I like this. Initiating Jakiro.
It's a really, I mean, Blink Jakiro has become a little bit more meta. We've been seeing it a little bit here and there, just because like getting a good angled Ice Path and Macropyre is pretty nuts. Especially when you have like Blink initiators or like really fast cores that he can't really keep up with. Like Jakiro, notoriously slow.
Yeah, Batriders have been skipping Blinks a lot nowadays too. Malady can't keep getting away with it, guys.
That's a
Get your wisdom tries. Yeah, he lost a 7-minute one, and he was like, never again. I will find something on the map. And he's going to jungle back here. This is honestly pretty good for him, right? Because you don't want to fight Heroic right now. So at least you're getting something. But yeah, Batriders skip Blinks nowadays a lot of the times. Whisper does have it because it's good this game. But I like the idea that Jakiro will be the initiator for your team, since no one else really wants to do it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This is a pretty long Roche spawn, I think.
Yeah, Heroic keeps waiting for it.
I'm pretty sure it was an actual 3-minute max duration spawn. Like, which is really unfortunate for Heroic because it could have spawned already. But it's not even going to spawn on the Radiant side. It's going to be moving to Dire.
Dire's top tower.
Very annoying for them. They should still secure it at the end of the day. Not only have they been winning the fights up to this point, but they're actually the better Roche fighting team, in my opinion. Like, between the Golem, the pick off, the AoE from Jakiro. You have some good tools on the other side. You know, Requiem, Bristle, Static Storm, but you're then also behind. Well, we'll see if they can find a pick off first, though.
Yeah, they're going to realize Roche not spawning on the bottom side. They immediately start running top, and they're going to try and establish some vision themselves. They do get a scan here, knowing someone's nearby, and of course it's going to be Chiro Jr. hiding in the trees for now. We'll scout him. Almost connects there on the Blink Yules catch, but jump in, looking for the Razor. You are playing into a funnel here, and that will be a very difficult catch. Now Whisper caught inside of the Static Storm, but Golem's gonna come out catch too. The Razor has just been stacking up damage, and DM needs to get out of here. Will be able to, but on the backside of the fight, it's gonna be a lasso to take down Chiro Jr. They jump in, looking for Tai Lung, but again, you don't want to fight him. He's so dang tanky. Got 200 damage stolen. Now looking into a Blink into the Ice Path. Yules now will catch and isolate the Shadow Feed as his Bristleback will TP away instead. He will be left alone to die, and Heroic grab 3 heroes, a tier 2 tower, and probably the Roche to follow. Ursa will turn back for the Roche right now.
Tiling is so strong. He's zoning the entire team on his own. He's just running in. And if you try to kill him, it's double auras. He's stolen all your damage. He took an Essence Ring. He's got the Brawny enchantment. This is such a tanky Razor who's now about to finish BKB. So you see him right now.
3,000 health.
Yeah, he's just scouting in the front with the Plasma Field spam to scout. They find the Void Spirit that starts this whole fight.
Bristleback does ultimately get away, but you lose your Void Sphere in the end, which is probably the worst kill to lose, actually, over the Bristle.
I mean,
maybe not. I guess he's got less money a little, but...
Bristle is being annoying, but Razor doesn't necessarily need to kill him. He's gonna get a full duration static link, and then it becomes a hero that not only you can't kill, but now you can't fight around the Razor, because how do you go and engage a hero that's just sitting on 350 damage and 3,000 health?
Here's the final outer tower. This is the catapult wave as well, actually, and they have the banner on the Warlock.
Yeah, I think they just push.
It's a great time to go. Pretty early in the Aegis. Sometimes we see teams farm up, but I mean, things are just aligning here. I think why not?
Thrasher just delivered too. So Ursa gets his hands on the right target.
Oh, Gem on the courier just got killed, actually. That's something for you.
Ooh, Marcy, hello. That's a really kind of big blunder, but we'll see if it makes a difference or not, because right now you're still losing that top lane of Rex. Catapulting getting protected by the banner. They just dropped the macro pyre. DM needs to be careful. Then pops the Ghost Scepter, jumps in on Yuma. Yules is going to make some space, but Malady will already be dead, burned down by the Bat Rider. Did manage to clean up the Roche banner. But you now have Warlock Golem. You have BKB done. Do you think they need to get the building? Okay, yeah, they do. They're gonna drop the Golem. You'd be a little bit careful. The Blink Lasso, he's got him a huge Fatal Bonds as well. The team is completely gone. Oh boy, you showed for a second and Whisper will punish you. The Shadow Fiend hits the deck, the Marcy joins him. And that gives them another 40 seconds without any sort of threat on the map.
Yeah, that was pretty sick play from KJ. He dropped the Golem, and at first I thought, maybe you want to save that for when the team goes in. But it almost acts as a bait, because Yandex is like, oh, we can't let that Golem hit. You know, they step in, that gives you the lasso, and then you know everyone's going to react to that, so then it also gives you the Fatal Bonds on the entire team. It worked out really well. You don't even need the Golem for the actual fight. That's the barracks. You still have Aegis, too, for 2.5 minutes, because that push happened so early. So now, really, any kill that happens now is probably another barracks down. I think an Abyssal's almost done on this Ursa as well. I feel like we just saw him get the Basher, but he just picked up a ton of gold, and now it just needs 300 more for the Abyssal. Then any hero showing is dead.
And I was gonna say they could look for Tormentor, but it did end up falling a little bit later than normal, so they've got about another minute before it will respawn top. But instead, just kind of playing bottom, seeing what they might find. Yuma level 20 now as well, a really important talent for him.
Whistle's on the way. Now, Yandex, at the start of all that, they did steal the gem by killing the courier. And Whisper's probably, well, what are you doing? Defend your base. Why are you back there killing my courier? But it does mean they've been able to sweep through, kill a lot of wards. Not helping them here.
He tried to lasso the Bristle, but it grabbed the Marcy mid-pick-me-up instead, so that's pretty funny. Yuma is just going to pop the BKB. He wants Malady. Instant Dispel there, jumps into the Abyssal Blade and finishes the job. And now they get their gem back.
Well, I was going to say that might be their saving grace, that they were taking out a lot of wards, they were getting some vision up, so maybe would let you find the pick off, but now the gem's back, so that's going to go the other way again, back to Heroic, as it was supposed to, by plan.
Oh, does he just go?
Do it.
He doesn't have it. 2 seconds away.
Oh, he would have.
I think he would have too.
KJ's been dropping these non-stop. He does not. I half expected to see him just do it on those Ancients right there. Off cooldown. I have to use it.
Ursa might go through the Twin Gate here to clear the Tormentor and join his team. Like 13 seconds on Aegis. They have no real reason to look for a fight right now. fastest Abyssal Blade so far on the hero. That's pretty huge.
I mean, this is 20k on Earth at 30 minutes. This is very fun.
They're looking for a better hero to go for, which I can't get vision of Watson either using the Shadow Blade. So looks like just a free Tormentor here for Heroic, and we'll see where they move next. Any big items that they're waiting for.
Guess this Tormentor shard for KJ. Besides that, looks like Razor, he's tanky enough. He's decided he's going to get the Manta, which does help some survivability, but it will also start upping his damage. Bat Rider, what's he going for? Shiva.
He's got a refresher already.
That close on it. Yeah, he's already got his refresher.
Blink Abyssal, Chira Jr. doesn't get bashed a second time, but yeah, Whisper will blink, lasso that guy up, finish the job.
And this Void Spirit pick, I thought it was really cool because we were throwing out all those heroes at the end of like what could fill a job, and I totally forgot about Razor because he's been banned so much. But Heroic did not forget about Razor, and that means this Void Spirit pick has just not done what they picked it to do, going back all the way back to the start of the game. So many denies from Tai Lung means that all the levels are late, the Wisdom Shrine gets stolen. Heroic has drafted well and played even better, and it looks like that is coming to a head here. They're being a bit patient, really trying to find this final pick. I think their previous event where they were throwing a lot of leads is really, they talked through that a lot, and it seems like they really do not want to have built up so much of a lead here.
Whisper, okay, he has a BKB. He just needs to get a little bit more space, but no, he's dead. Watson, a massive solo kill, nets himself 1,500 gold.
That's a lot of money. All right, perhaps I cursed Heroic right there. It is just the bad rider.
He didn't just turn and lasso him, but
I guess he assumed the rest of the team was going to be there.
Yeah.
And he was kind of right. I mean, Marcy was not that far behind, which would have helped save him through that. All right, you brought it down from 23 to 22K. This is the beginning. 22 more of those. Honestly, you've only lost one barracks, right? This is very playable for Yandex. You just need to keep somehow finding kills like that, which I think when you lose a hero like that, that is the sign to Heroic, like, okay, well, guys, calm down, you know. Don't scatter too much. Pull it back in. We've still got this. And as long as they do that, they're still in a good spot. If you don't, though, you tilt out.
That was Jakiro. Okay. I was like, I could have sworn I just saw an Ags like on what looked like a support for a moment. Yeah, Jakiro has Blink, Yule's Aghanim Scepter.
This is such a build. This is so sick.
And a Ghost Scepter, too. How do you actually kill this? Delacor is so rich, man. What in the world? He didn't even get the... did he get Tormentor Shard at the beginning? He must have,
He got the first one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The scan. Okay, they've realized that two of their Wisdom Shrines have been stolen, and they're baiting it this time. So they actually come back for this one, but... Nice scan there from Yandex.
To balance out the super long Roche spawn last time. This one's pretty quick. Once it gets scouted. Oh, I think 3 golems in my memory have been on Soxa. Just
At
killing
least solo
Soxa.
supports.
Yeah. I mean, that's to get you Roche, right? You know it's just about
100%.
up. I don't know if they'd actually scouted it, but they know it's around the corner, and it actually is up, so... Yuma is on the way. Golem pushing in top. That'll give you the information.
They know. KJ gonna start trying to scout some things out here with his own Golem. Tai Lung hasn't quite scouted the ward on the hike. Okay, there it is. He gets it now with a plasma field. That will remove any hopes that Yandex has of trying to find this initiation. Aegis refresher, a cheese, and a banner gonna be picked up here for Heroic, and this will be a very difficult fight now. Refresher, Razor, one of the strongest combos in the game, but add that to a Razor who's just borderline impossible to kill right now.
And you got this Macro Pyre Ag, so you can't even take a long fight in that Macro Pyre. The damage will rack up too quickly, especially with Fatal Bonds in the picture. So first barracks, you can fight behind the banner and force Yandex to fight you. The next one, you can fight behind Macro Pyre. This is looking like a really tough high ground defense. But maybe, I mean, we do have, I don't know. I'm trying to think Static Storm Ags, but that is an Ags away from the Ags. I don't know. Can you hold on? You need like, what, 10 minutes to get this Agatives? I don't know.
Is there any catapult still alive? I doubt it, right? At 37? I think they've all probably perished.
Yeah, they're all dead. You can maybe wait a little bit for it if you want on Heroic. I don't think you have to, but you have a Blink being delivered on Razor. I think you're just hoping to surprise with
dude,
this.
Blink Razor's so good.
You're just gonna jump kill the SF, take him completely out of the picture on your own.
Yeah.
And I don't think you have damage on that SF. He's got to be sitting there attacking the entire time.
Dire are scanning.
Yandex just trapped in their base. You see Heroics actually now just like backing up to split and farm. They're really not forcing this. 3 minutes on Aegis. You have time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm curious, like, if there's, again, another set of items that they really want to finish. The Blink on Razor is huge. Yeah, maybe just waiting for the Golem.
Which is up now.
The next set of jungle items also kind of a big deal, right? So we're going to see the Rattle Cage for Whisper. Serrated Shiv for the Ursa, that's a big one. Another Rattle Cage. Okay, interesting that we're seeing so many Rattle Cages.
Bristle's getting pinged.
Oh, they all, dude, they happen to get a drive-by vision here of the Shadow Fiend, and he will just blink right after him on Tylog. He knows what target he's looking for, and Watson, no hopes of escaping. Ursa does, or not Ursa, the Bristleback just TPs out as they're like, okay, thanks. Like, thanks for distracting him, I guess.
That is so unfortunate for Watson. You're shadow blading out just as they gank the Bristleback, and the gem reveals you. Oh no, that is exactly what Heroic was patiently waiting for without your Shadow Fiend. They're fortifying, they're throwing spells, but I really don't think you have the damage to do this.
Yeah, they have no idea about the buyback status, but they're still just going to play it safe. Jump in, Abyssal. They get the Nullifier and the Yules to try and make some space, but Soxa gets golemed once again. He's going to go down. Whisper jumps in aggressively. Lasso instantly takes Malady out of the picture. They're going to buy back now on Soxa, but I think Heroic's realizing this Shadow Fiend does not have the money to rejoin this game. Buyback once again. Second time here. They are doing some good stuff here onto Yuma, but there he goes on Tylo, just jumps in. Huge mags, Macro Pyre just lines them up. A refresher now from Tylog. He's going to force the TP out, and just like that, Shadow Fiend respawns, but the damage is done. 2 lanes of Rax fall. That will give them the Mega Creeps. And you've got nothing left in the tank here on Yandex.
Your Shadow Fiend is back.
Yeah, but they still have like everything, I think, available. Big Ice Path catches too. Shadow Fiend is doing something, but Ursa with a BKB. Tylung comes in. There's the lasso from Whisper once again, and that BKB duration will not matter. That is the team wipe in just a moment as DM hobbling back to the base, but my goodness, what a game one from Heroic.
They're looking real good. Looking to get revenge on Yandex for the last time they played, and if game one is anything to go by, I think they're prepared to get their revenge, because that was a great draft, really well done. I think they won every lane, And I think that's where it really fell apart for Yandex too. They knew they needed to rotate to help Chira Jr., but as they tried to rotate, the rotations weren't working and the lanes that were being left were getting punished. So it was just, you're trying the right thing, but it's completely backfiring on you.
It's like the heads up there from Heroic to know. They're like, oh, okay, well, we're seeing them rotate. Like, we have to punish this, right? And not letting the side lanes, you know, get a moment of, like, to breathe, right? We see Whisper just diving Watson under his tower and killing him. We see DM dying in his tower, you know, into this Ursa. Like, there is always punishments coming through from Heroic, and at the end of the day, I do feel like they pretty heavily outdrafted Yandex here. I think this was like a 70-30 like game just off draft alone. Like this, I don't know how Yandex actually approach team fights into Heroic, especially with the items that they have built here, right? Like even without the heroes, like you're dealing with like a Razor with BKB, Guardian Greaves, like I don't know. It just felt impossible to deal with this Razor in these fights.
We see why he's usually banned in that early phase, but this goes back to having some special heroes, right? Like, who are you banning Meepo versus? Heroic is one of the few teams that you consider a Meepo ban, and they ban it early to make sure they're not in a spot where later on it's like, oh, I need to ban all these heroes, but I also now need to ban Meepo. So you're trying to do it preemptively, but because of that, something big slips through, like the Razor, and Heroic plays, oh, we totally don't want the Razor. It's okay. Ignore it. Forget about it, you know? They sneak it out at the very end to just ruin Chira Jr.'s day in that mid lane. He did not have a good time, and I think you're going to be debating right now. Do you ban the Razor? Do you swap out the Meepo? Do you put something else in there instead? You know, how do you change it? Because 6-39 is not the way you were hoping game one would go.
Yeah, I mean, I can't actually flame the Void Spirit pick, because I think if you give Tai Lung like a last pick puck in a good game as well, I think the exact same thing happens. I don't think this game changes, you know, if he's also playing puck in a good puck game. So I understand why they go for the Void Spirit, but yeah, you're right. Like maybe there's a different ban you need to pick earlier to kind of limit what Tai Lung has the ability to play in these games. But this really was just every single lane performing well for Heroic, every single player playing their role and getting what they need. Whisper, the standout on his Bat Rider, 11, 1, and 18 from the off lane. Absolute monster performance.
He's one of the OG Bat Rider players, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now a lot of people are doing the offlane Bat, but he was doing it when no one else was, right? They're like, oh, it's support Bat, right? Core Bat's no good. He's like, no, give me the Bat Rider. I'll destroy people. And now it's good, right? And now he's like actually getting to destroy people with an OP hero. So there's a lot of things to point to on that Heroic draft. Like, oh, what do we take out? It's a tough banning phase for Yandex. They gotta think about it in this break.
Yeah, I mean it's one of Whisper's like Grandmaster tier 30, you know, heroes, right? Like we've seen this guy play Bat Rider for years, and not surprised to see him pop off on it when it's a good game, right? So we'll see, like you said, what Yandex can do in game number 2, the draft. It's got to start with the draft. So we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with more action here for Wallachia Season 7. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
ploaie, ori nisoare, șai-rai-ra. Nu știu-i ploaie, ori nisoare, ori lacrimi de fate mari. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Floricică de floare, șai-rai-ra. Mi-a trimis neica scrisoare, să-i dau voie să-ți însoare. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Să-ți fie va de păcat, șai-rai-ra. Să-ți fie va de păcat, m-ai iubit și m-ai lăsat. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă, șai-rai-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă, m-ai lăsat ca pe-o străină. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. M-ai iubit ca pe un pui blând,
Welcome back, everybody. We are into our last series of the day here for PGL Wallachia Season 7, and it is Heroic versus Yandex. Game 1, a pretty substantial, I would say, outdraft by Heroic that turned into pretty much just textbook play, winning all 3 lanes, and eventually the game. So a very clean victory from them, but it's time to see what's going to happen in game number 2. And Zach, what kind of adjustments does Yandex need to make? Let's starting with the draft. Like, how do they need to approach this game in a new way?
Well, they do have 4 bans this time because they're gonna be second pick. So maybe you do like the same stuff. Maybe you add Razor in. It looks like they are mixing things up a little bit. They are taking out the SF and the Huskar, but 2 to support Warlock and Trant. I mean, I guess you have last pick this time, so you don't have to worry as much about like getting razored. It does mean the Meepo slips through, so let's keep that in mind. Something Heroic always likes to pull out if they get a chance. Only at the end of a draft, right? You got to make sure it's a good Meepo game first.
Yeah, I like the opening of the Jakiro, right? We saw Thilacor have a pretty standout game on this before, so I'm not too worried about his ability to play the Jakiro. They respond with Beastmaster on Yandex, a hero that was banned last game against Heroic. Now, they did ban it in Phase 2. Heroic will get rid of the Puck and the Invoker. Quite different bans this game, knowing that they see the Beastmaster, the Invoker, Sunstrike, quite good at pairing with it across the map.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they really swamp things up here. Just first pick to second pick. We have different priorities in these bans here, which is cool. I'm trying to think where you go from here, because Yandex can also do the like mid or off lane Beastmaster, so that's a bit of a flex pick there.
I think Heroic want the Ember Spirit if they're gonna.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah, it's always pretty good. Doesn't completely shut down the Beastmaster or anything, so like that'll still be fine if you want to run that mid.
There's the Meepo ban. Yep.
You gotta take it out at some point.
Ooh,
Maybe
Viper
you don't
makes
want
it
that.
through.
Maybe you don't want the Ember now.
Okay, Viper making it through is actually really surprising. I kind of just forgot because it's been first phase banned quite often.
10 seconds.
So this is a really strong 2 like cores for the side of Yandex. But Heroic now have the full draft to try and figure out how to address them.
If you want to play Gyrocopter, you could. I feel like that's always such a safe hero. Like, these are 2 potential offlaners that really want to like run you down, shut you down. You can't shut down a Gyrocopter. You just like flat cannon away. Wind Ranger could also be something you go for. Oh, there it is. Could be the carry Wind Ranger, very likely that we see, and maybe paired with that Tusk, since we did see a position for Jakiro in the last game. There is flex on that, though. You can always swap that around, so we'll see where it ends up. Could go mid, too, because if this is the mid Viper, can't really do much to a Wind Ranger. You'll both just farm.
I would much rather this be the carry Wind Ranger. I haven't been super impressed with mid, and I think for Yuma, like in a game where Wind Ranger is already have decent matchups, I think Wind Ranger is really strong. And I like her against heroes like Viper and Beastmaster. We'll see, though. In terms of the lane, Beastmaster and Hoodwink is pretty strong.
10 seconds remaining.
So they'll have their work cut out for them there.
5 seconds remaining.
I think you're looking to grab another support here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what kind of mid heroes they could be looking for. I mean, you just give Tai Lung his Siggy and go Storm Spirit, you know, like... You could. It's not great into the Viper mid, but in terms of the game overall, it's a pretty good Storm Spirit game once he gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, I was also thinking about that. I was going to see if this last pick had some crowd control on it, and Phoenix is not really, you know. Yeah, sure, okay, the egg, when it lands 5 seconds later, I'm sure you can press zip before then. So I wouldn't mind. You do just have to get through that mid lane, which can be kind of rough.
Other options. This one's kind of older because we don't really see it as much. Yeah, I would say we don't really see it that much. Paired with the Wind Ranger is a little bit weird, but you could go for the Sniper. The other is Nature's Prophet. Like, it's not a hero we see all that often, but it is very good against Viper mids.
My only, well, I guess I would have had the same problem with the Sniper, but we need a playmaker.
That's what I'm saying. You
Either
go
of
the
those
Urn.
heroes are going to come out.
Like, you just go first item, earn Nature's Prophet, and you start ganking at like level 2 and level 3, and you just like Viper then is just stuck mid, and it kind of works. I've seen it been done a few times. It's just that build has gotten nerfed quite a bit, so I'm not sure if they want to consider it. But right here,
I'm kind of
imagine
open
they
to
need
it. As I look at these heroes, I'm kind of open to it. The downside is Beastmaster and Hoodwink are kind of good at finding the Treant and, the Nature's Prophet and getting him killed that way. But you could play it with the high rotations, like you said. Tai Lung does play a lot of Sniper. It's good versus the Phoenix Egg. Keeps the distance versus Beastmaster and Viper.
I was thinking, I was like, unless they want to go for Whispers here, and I was like looking at the pool, I was like, oh, why does Whisper want to play? I didn't even realize this Bat Rider was still in. A lot of flying heroes in this game.
10 seconds
That
remaining.
is true. We need the lore to come into here.
5 seconds remaining.
4 sets of wings and 6 heads on those
Dire
guys.
Team ban.
Can any of them see where this Bat Rider is going to go?
It's probably Whispers, but we have mentioned that Tai Lung does play mid Bat Rider. I don't know who would win in a matchup of Bat Rider versus Viper, but I have to imagine, because of how Corrosive Haze works, that it would be Viper.
Remaining.
I think so too, but I'm also not sure. It's not one you see very often. Yeah, I think it would have been a pain for them to deal with.
Agreed.
You would have been forced to blink initiate, and now you have like Snowball Safe plus Lasso to interrupt the BKB roar that is trying to kill him. So it would have been a pain.
5 seconds remaining.
The Brewmaster ban. So they're thinking about this carry Viper or carry Brew.
Carry
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster is not bad. I think Beastmaster would struggle into the Wind Ranger lane, just because like his boar gives her another shackle target, and then she just kills it in 2 auto attacks. So I've seen the lane played a few times. It's actually a little bit frustrating.
It is Yandex with the last pick, so they'll get to see what they're landing into, which is part of what got them last time, right? This tricky Bat Rider, which could go in who knows what lane, and then you get last picked Razor. This time, it's your turn to do that. Speaking of, Razor actually is still in the pool, though. Doesn't look as nearly of a good Razor game.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, we'll see. Maybe a melee hero comes out here. Maybe you could still do it.
I mean, Heroic definitely could still take it if they wanted. I will say, I was just about to say the Enigma is still in the pool, and it just now gets banned. Oh boy, Tai Lung Tinker. God, I forgot he plays this hero. Dude, Heroic is such an annoying hero to draft, team to draft against. Like, you have to ban Meepo, and then they just 23 pick Tinker you. Like,
yeah, they've been a team of cheesers for sure. That's always in there. They have a number of cheese heroes from like every role. Okay, you need more gap close. Beastmaster cannot do this on his own. He needs some help here.
it has to be like Ember or Storm here. Storm's probably the best, and then you run like offlane Viper, carry Beast, and then pick like a Storm Spirit. Unless they want to run the carry Storm Spirit, but I don't know how much experience Watson has playing it.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have Beast or Viper there.
I mean, you need... I mean, or you can go Dragon Knight, I guess. Pick like a carry Dragon Knight and just try and find the Tinker that way. Can you play Dragon Knight into a Bat Rider lane? Not really. Oh my gosh.
Seems kind of rough. I think it has to be like Storm or Ember. It has to be a Spirit type hero. That is not the Void I was thinking of.
That is a hero of the Void. So here's the thing with Faceless Void. It is an old school counter to Bat Rider, like a really old school counter. But that was like, like the way it used to work is like he would press like, Napalm and then like Firefly, and then you would just time dilate him and you could just walk away from the Bat Rider. You don't really play like that on Bat Rider anymore. You just do damage over time and just play around Flame Break. So like he at least shouldn't have like you shouldn't be able to like as easily dive and kill the Faceless Void like they did last game versus the Shadow Fiend. But I don't think it's gonna have a great lane versus the Bat Rider, especially with the Jakiro being here again.
That's what
Maybe
I
the
was
Phoenix
thinking.
makes a difference, though. I don't know.
Maybe, but yeah, the thing is, like, when do you time walk versus the Jakiro's
that's
damage?
what I was gonna
it's
say.
It's like when is it? You can cut out half because like Liquid Frost plus Dual Breath, it is a lot of damage. You can dodge some of it, but it takes like 4 seconds to do its damage. So some of it is still going through, and if he doesn't want to commit that, he'll just hit you with Liquid Fires. So I don't know. You don't die to the Bat Rider, we'll say, but are you having a fun time into Jakiro? Malady is gonna have to do some lifting there to make sure you're having a good time in that lane.
And Phoenix is a strong hero, and I will, point out the fact that Watson is probably the best, or at least one of the best Faceless Void players out there. So if he looks at this game and says it's a Faceless Void game, I will tend to believe him. I just worry that we're going to see something similar to last game where your lanes might get ran over, because it should be a good lane for the Wind Ranger and it should be a good lane for the Bat Rider, at least in my opinion, but we'll see what happens and see how it plays out as we jump in to game number 2 of Yandex here versus Heroic. Any interesting facet choices? It is going to be Drinking Buddies this time. Probably the better one with carry Wind Rangers often.
Can you translocate her out of Chronosphere?
I think so, because it's technically a blink.
I'm not sure on that one because it's been a little bit since I've seen this.
it is a blink. It's not like a 4-staff. Like 4-staff, you move like 10 units or something. Blinks, I think, work. So we'll see what happens. That would be a really unfortunate scenario if you like chrono a Tinker and he just gets the translocator out of the chrono, but especially like if you try to like catch multiple heroes, like say you get Tinker right on the edge, right, and he just translocates out, that would be rather unfortunate.
Maybe he'll
nice move from the
translocate
Hoodwink. And then just sneak up behind and take that.
I feel like I see Soxa do this like every other game.
He does it all the time. He might pay for this though. He's walking right into the Jakiro. Shards, unfortunate. Good juke there from Soxa. But will he make it away? It looks like he will. Okay, we'll give up the chase. Wow, he actually takes no damage from this too. That is nuts. Gonna head top now on the Jakiros. He knows he needs to get active. Mid lane, Tai Lung does have the laser, so can always make sure to drop the poison attack stacks with that.
Or hide behind a tree.
Yeah, good use of the tree, right?
Chira Jr. should do well in this lane to start. Like you said, Tinker has some tools to stay alive. The real thing is, like, you just need to get some levels on this Tinker, and then you can farm way faster than a Viper. And you can't really lose your tower once you have March of the Machines plus Rearm. So then Viper is trying to rotate, which is always, like, a little weird.
I love rotating Vipers. Very good, you know. Incredibly slow hero, but this is Tinker just kind of trying to get as many denies these first couple waves as possible, because once you have, you know, level 3 on the Viper and you have 2 points in poison attack, not as easy to kind of sustain this lane. And like you said, you kind of just go and play around like shoving lane and stacking on the Tinker instead. Has opted for the barrier actually at level 2. I kind of like the idea.
I don't think you want to shove the lane yet with March of the Machines, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Oh boy. Here's that situation we're talking about, Todd, where it's like, when do you time walk, right? Like, he just keeps burning him, and once you have like, you know, 2-3 stacks or 2-3 instances of the napalm on you, you probably just have to leave. But now Jakiro just gets to walk in and start doing damage instead. There's the time dilation, though.
Yeah. At least the nice thing about time dilation is after Jakiro throws everything at you, he technically has 3 abilities on cooldown for your time dilation. So, you know, that's something, but it is prepare to buy tangos in this lane.
I'm kind of surprised how low the bottom lane is for Heroic. Oop. Tai Lung playing very much on the edge here. Does not want to give up that flag bearer creep, but he might have to. Yeah, very unfortunate for him. Good moves there from Chira Jr.
There's a lot of denies this game. I'm looking at this CS.
This semester has
table.
9 already?
Yeah,
I mean, some are boars. I've seen 2 board denies, but still.
Gonna be some slower level 6s potentially. Now this is kind of how the first game started too, and then as people started moving around for the 4-minute runes, that's where Heroic absolutely popped off and where it was getting kills all over the place. Yandex, as long as they're a bit more careful.
They have the Lotuses on Heroic in the side lanes, like both of them. So I think that's a thing you always have to be aware of. Like, it's a pretty huge exchange in terms of health. God. Yeah, this is where it's like the time dilation in theory works great against Batrider if he's using multiple abilities, but he's only just attacking you because of his innate now, which he used to not have.
Yeah, he's not even taking another ability. He is just using our napalm right now.
Yeah. Yeah, now that Tinker has March and can just shove the wave, it gets very difficult for the Viper to actually put in damage. So Tinker should start pulling away in this lane. Top side, first blood for Thelacore. Gets him on the blood grenade, and that last auto attack, Whisper, tosses the tip over. Watson, you need to be careful now, because they could start stacking up some damage here as well. Yup. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ow.
Yeah. It's so
Ow.
much damage.
This is post-time walk, avoiding some of that damage.
He
Still
healed
down
like
to a
300
third.
on the time walk and almost died still.
I mean, that shows some of the value to the Faceless Void, right? Almost any other carry would have died to that. So you live, but are you farming all that well?
Was it
Not
worth
really.
it? Would you rather have died?
Or I'm thinking like, you know, back to that gyrocopter type hero, right? You like shove the lane way faster, jungle a lot sooner. Would that have been better for you? Thelacore, since he did so much damage top, it's actually down here, but taking a lot of damage himself from the boars. Barely gonna live.
They very much overestimated how aggressive they could get in that lane. Meanwhile, Yuma, doing some serious work, knows that there's a full 20 charge stick on the Beastmaster though, so does force the stick. Thelacore should have
Round
some
two.
regen coming in though. Yeah, so he'll be able to get back in fighting action and look for the rotation to the 6-minute power runes. Actually
A little
smoke for this.
slow.
They want to
Okay,
make
yeah,
sure
actually,
they're
they
there.
do need to smoke, yeah. They were gonna be late.
They scan. They know exactly where this hoodwink is. Power Root is going to spawn bottom in Invis, but close enough to a sentry, and they'll place down a second one just in case. Great bushwhack into the Viper Strike. Cheer Jr. should get a kill.
You get 2.
And he will make it out on Soxa. What a sick play. Absolutely massive from the side of Yandex. Completely turns around this mid lane where Cheer Jr. might have been struggling a little bit. That's a lot of experience for the hoodwink as well.
Even we can even say some economic damage, using a sentry to try to get that kill, instead beating a double kill over to that mid Viper. That is kind of the reverse of what you were hoping for from rotating that many heroes there. So this is a flip from game 1. Maybe this is what Yandex needed, because they did not have very much fun in that last series. This time,
yeah,
things looking a little better.
I will say I am surprised at how much farm this Faceless Void is getting. Despite the death, like, he's actually doing really well CS. 7-minute shrines are going to spawn. I think both offlaners are just going to take these. Well, no, it looks like the Jakiro is making his way over, maybe. But, no, okay. DM will take it. Whisper will grab the other. Closing in on his drums here.
Beastmaster's pretty rich. This Helm of the Dominator is going to finish pretty soon. And that's kind of the name of the game for... Well, it's kind of funny because Faceless Void is like the late game carry, right? But the other heroes are pretty good early, and you want to apply the pressure because Wind Ranger carry is a decent laner, but then she's not that scary to start. And neither is Tinker, right? He really wants to farm up. They're trying to like scout stacks and steal them. It is going to cost Malady his life.
Oh,
Doesn't
nice
get
ice
denied.
path. It was
And
very
actually they're
close to
gonna go
getting
ahead
the deny, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and secure the stacks now that it's been scouted. They don't want to get this stolen. Even if
wins the
Tinker's
power
not
rune.
getting it, as long as you get someone on your team for it.
Ooh, haste rune. KJ is going to force Soxa to take it. I mean, not the... Like, Viper is a hero that doesn't typically play for power runes, but taking them away from the Tinker is also really important. Haste is one of the ones the Viper would not mind picking up, though.
Yeah, that actually does lead to a potentially rotating Viper.
I had no idea that had a custom attack animation on the hoodwink with that set. It's actually kind of cool.
Yar.
All right, bottom lane with the Helmet Dominator done. DM's got his Troll Summoner. Tai Lung's going to show up from the bottom lane, start popping the March. There's going to be the Shackle out from Yuma. Even an Ice Path, Shards, everything to try and block him up. Snowballed as well to follow, and he's going nowhere, man. DM is just stuck here forever. The chase continues. Now Thelacore trying to finish the job here, but a nice turnaround. Gonna bring him low. They'll keep the Phoenix alive for now. Big rotation in from Heroic to punish this, though. They did have to bring 4 here. Did you manage to keep the tower alive?
Chira Jr. since he's not rotating on the Viper. He did push in mid though, didn't finish it. It's down to about a 4th health left. That is how you want to punish Tinker. When he rotates the jungle, rotates the lanes, you want to take his tower. And the sooner you take these outer towers versus a Tinker, it helps a lot since the level 1 teleport can only go to buildings, right? So you're removing his options. He is getting closer to level 12, so it's going to mean less soon. That's the nice thing about mid Tinker. You pick up the levels a lot faster than support Tinker ever did. It's still nice to get these towers, though, which is why he's trying to defend them. He's trying to show up and keep these towers alive as long as he can.
Yeah, I do not blame him for wanting to keep these towers alive. Immediately back to the mid lane. Needs to be careful, though. The Beastmaster is starting to move in. Good vision of Malady here. He's just going to go for the Sun Ray to try and TP out, but no. Great use of that Shackle to cancel it. Yuma will get himself a nice little kill there. DM will probably look for, I would imagine, mid lane with this rotation, right? He's coming here with the Viper. It's going to be too difficult, I think, for the Tinker to defend it by himself because of the threat of Roar. And now that he sees him, yeah, he immediately has to cancel, so Beastmaster will get the tower.
He definitely wanted something, because he was rich. He had a fast Helm of the Dominator. They tried to play behind him. That was the 4-man rotation from Heroic. We saw it defending it. He needed something for all his efforts.
That is a very sad hoodwink, but Boots of Travel TP in from Chira Jr. Macropyre comes out to try and clip the hoodwink, but not in time, maybe regretting holding that ability earlier.
Pretty happy hoodwink now.
Yeah, very happy hoodwink. They're going to look for Chira Jr. though, maybe coming in too far. Whisper with the rotation now, as well as the Tinker. Surely he's going to die. Yeah, there they go. They get the kill now. Beastmaster tries to hold them at bay.
All right, maybe it would have been better to just lose the hoodwink now. It's now wrapped back around for Heroic to pick up a much more valuable Viper kill. And keep the towers alive. Well, okay, mid tower did fall to the Beastmaster, but both side lane towers still up. And honestly, those give you more access to farm anyways. Yeah. So those are the important ones for Tinker.
The Midas is done on Watson. So right now, I think he's pretty happy with his state in the game. Like, he's farming perfectly fine. He's ahead of the Wind Ranger. Has an early Midas. We'll see if it ends up having the impact that it needs to, because you're gonna need some big Chronospheres this game, and you've got to find the Tinker. Someone has to find the Tinker, whether that's him or the Beastmaster, but you can't just play this game with him being allowed to just drop marches and all these things in fights.
I think you're hoping the Beastmaster can do it, because you kind of want him to go in first for Heroic to be like, oh, we gotta save him, and then that's how you get the big Chronos, right? If you're trying to initiate first, it's pretty tough. I think you still do it if you find the Tinker, just because it's that valuable of a kill, but Beastmaster can force the response a little bit better to set up the Chrono than vice versa.
Really trying hard to kill the summons here on the bottom lane. I think they did get the Helm of the Dominator one, but not the Boars. Dude, there is an upward trending graph for Tinker, if you haven't noticed. Like, I looked at this hero maybe a minute ago, and he was very close to, like, top net worth with these other heroes, and now he is really starting to pull ahead, and I feel like this is a ticking time bomb for Yandex if they do not address this fast enough. I just don't know who it's gonna be.
That's the thing, right? It started well for Yandex. I see the idea.
Oh,
nice snowball
great
save.
snowball.
That's what I mean, right? Like, they're trying. They're bringing the Vipers. They're bringing the Beastmasters. They had good starts in the lane, but they just haven't been able to convert that to anything. And it's Heroic actually coming ahead, reacting to these plays. And then they don't even have to force much, because they're like, yeah, we got the Tinker farming, you know?
Yeah.
So
they get the kill, they get the Helm of the Dominator, and now they might get the tower. Faceless Void is here to take the Wisdom Shrine. This is something Heroic has definitely struggled with the last couple of games, though. Or I guess last game and into this one, is they have struggled to secure the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, I will say on the flip side of that, I think Yandex has put a lot of attention to Wisdom Shrines, more so than a lot of other teams, and they're constantly stealing these things away, which is good to do. We'll see if it's enough in this game, since right now, 6-3, it's an even game. One side's got a Tinker going in late, the other side's got a Faceless Void. Hard to say who that actually favors. Like, they're both very powerful for different reasons.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I will say for Heroic, it feels like they have more scaling from the other heroes than the side of Team Yandex.
I think there's like a bell curve where Heroic is going to become incredibly strong at like 25 to 30 minutes. And then if it goes to like 60, you just have Faceless Void, who like realistically is probably the strongest hero in the game. But getting there is going to be difficult. Chira Jr. came in really far for this, and now Whisper looking to chase him down, has the lasso, has the Boots of Bearing, pulls him in deep. Here come the TPs. Shackle is there. The egg is down as well, but they get the kill just in time. So a 1-for-1, but trading the Viper for the Jakiro is not going to be what you wanted.
No, it doesn't feel great, though maybe your silver lining is there is no attention being put on this Faceless Void, right? Because you're responding to all this stuff. He has been pretty free. He is choosing to join down bot. Does he see Tinker?
He got him inside the Chronosphere, but can you kill him? He has a translocator to the high ground. Time walk away. Blink in 1 second. Tylog? Bruh.
No way.
They have no idea where he went. He has no
my
TP
God.
and no mana, so Tylong is just walking away right now.
They know he had no mana, so they're really looking, but he's already got Blink up again.
I cannot believe he lives. He just has to wait for 20 mana and he can TP home. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Translocator to the high ground, baby. He knew it. He knew what he was doing.
That was such a good idea to rotate at that point. You stumble into the best kill you could find, but they couldn't get close enough on the roar, and you're losing the Viper instead. Oh no, that was so close to greatness for Yandex.
Dude, I mean, this is like one of those things, like a slightly worse Tinker player probably dies there.
Yeah, you're facing the wrong way. You translocate her into the Beastmaster.
Yeah, right? Like, or just, like, he just knew exactly where he needed to get to. Ends up getting chronoed, and it was a really smart rotation from the Faceless Void to do that, but yeah, my goodness. Faceless Void does not have the damage right now, right? He's got a Midas. This hero doesn't do much right now. He needs a lot more items.
At least the stack will help him get towards those items. He didn't have the Maelstrom when he made that play, so maybe if he had that, maybe he could have had enough damage, but now it'll be back to farming till Chrono's back up. Maybe he'll try again then. In the meantime, get the Ags build for Chira Jr. There was some move away from this, but I think this game it makes a lot of sense because of how much uncontrollable damage is alongside a Heroic. They seem to be slow. Like, they tried to play fast. It has now backfired. They've missed that window. They're slowing down to get to pick up the tools they need to address Heroic, which is going to be the Blink for Beastmaster, so you can actually roar these backline targets, and this Ags for Viper.
Whisper, well, I'd say he's found a target, doesn't want to commit too far, though. On the other side of the fight, they've managed to find DM. He is all alone. Focus fire into the snowball. In comes so much damage, but there's the Chronosphere. Can they keep him alive? It's going to be a blind, and the March of the Machines is just destroying them. Oh, no. Watson can't play the game. He gets a 3-hero Chrono. Pew, pew, pew. Tai Long. Tinker is too much.
This is such a dirty pick.
It's so good, man. It's so good.
Yeah, once again, it's Yandex, trying to make these plays, trying to rotate in behind, but Heroic just feels like they are one step ahead. even though this time the lane started better for Yandex. Like, I think they were ahead a little bit. But otherwise, Heroic has had the answers. They're doing
this is like
live
into an. It's like Chronosphere, Phoenix Egg, and you're like, surely this fight is ours, right? We got Chrono, Phoenix Egg, and then there's just this march of the machines killing everybody, and Tai Lung is not in the Chrono.
He's the hero you've got to catch. I mean, they were trying to like. I don't think they're even expecting to win the team fight, right? They're jumping in there, picking up a kill or two, and then getting out again. So that's why it's like, okay, ignore the Tinker, just finish up the Wind Ranger. But still doesn't have that much damage, and the blind on the laser is just like, yeah,
4 points shield too.
You wanted to kill a teammate? I think not. I am good Tinker. I'm not just building pure damage. I am helping my team. He is building pure damage, but he's also using it to protect his team.
Yeah. Bottom lane, DM gonna get bounty here. Shackles right on the money from Yuma. The focus fire damage is there. They will get the Helm of the Overlord as well. KJ getting tapped. He's like, good play call there, buddy. Great rotation. Yeah.
He's been doing really well. And I think you needed to, right? Once again, the supports are a little bit, or sorry, the cores are a little bit greedy. So the supports had to kind of pick up the slack. And in the last game, it was the Warlock where, like, 3 ults, barely any downtime, 3 kills, 3 towers, right? He was all over the place. This time he's on the tusk, moving around, making some great saves, making the plays happen. Rewarded with the Tormentor? Yes.
Dude, he does. It's such a good Ice Shard game, too. Like, Viper actually doesn't get to play the game if he gets caught in those shards. Like, yes, you have, like, Faceless Void who can time walk out of them. Like, you have Sharpshooter and Dive and stuff, but if you have already committed those spells, the shards are a death sentence.
Yeah, it's just extra control that you like to have, especially with the March of the Machines going everywhere.
Cheer Jr. did actually rush the Ags. I did not realize that. So he does have Dive Bomb.
Yeah, that'll at least help him get out of the ice shards, like you said. But if it's down, it won't, won't help. And you kind of have to use Nosedive pretty early. Okay.
Immediate jump top side, snowball. It's there. He's gonna save him at the last second, but can you get him out? Boots of Bearings up. He goes for the lasso, ends up finding the Viper. He gets out with the pipe. He's alive. Faceless Void deleted by Yuma, and Chiro Jr. nowhere to go. Heroic just toying with him at this point. Yandex can't catch a break.
To compare it to KJ's Warlock, 3 ults, 3 kills, 3 towers. I think this is 3 chronos, no kills, and sometimes the enemy kills you actually instead.
Faceless Void died in all 3 of them. Or no, he died in the last 2, not the first one.
Not the Tinker one, but yeah, he has been dying in these chronos. That's like reverse chrono.
Dude,
you might as well have taken time zone.
How close is this? So he has Lotus, 20 charge 1, and Boots of Bearing, plus Essence Ring. Like, he got so close to dying here. It is insane. Pipe just coming off cooldown as well.
One of the nice things about the Bongo Boots, right? The regen does not get broken the way Tranquil did, so throughout all of that, gained probably 100 health from the Boots Bearing.
Oh my god, he has the shard on Tai Lung now. Base. Warp Flare is going to make this game impossible.
Oh
I forgot about this ability entirely, dude.
Dude, he's going E-Blade as well. So you're going to go in and Chrono, you're going to get blinded, and then either you're ethereal or your target's ethereal. Oh no. Viper 2 is also pretty much, well, I guess he's doing the Axe build, so not fully right-click the way Viper usually is. Oh my god.
How do you play against this? It's actually so obnoxious. They're gonna go for him bottom lane. They do manage to catch him, but he's caught from the Ethereal Blade right now. Does get the refresh, looking for the barrier, gets the blind. The Axe just deletes this Hoodwink, but he's low. Snowball is gonna bring him in aggressively though. Chira Jr. burning down to Yuma here. Can the rest of them escape? Oh my goodness. Okay, nice TP out there from the Beastmaster, but they have caught the Faceless Void again. The low cooldown of these Warp Flares just gonna root you in place over and over. Dude, how does he just play this without panicking here, dude? Like he sees Faceless Void, he sees all these other heroes, he's just is like, yeah, I'm fine.
He knows he's unkillable. He knows it. Like you mentioned, you have to be a really good Tinker player to do all this, and he knows it. He's done the math.
Socks are dead. It's absurd. Oh no.
I'm gonna say I'm having a lot more fun watching Tinker people than experiencing it myself.
Yeah, being on the receiving end, never fun.
I think everyone can relate to experiencing the Tinker, and it can happen in pro matches as well. Tai Lung is running away with this one. And I mean, his team is doing a lot too, right? They made a bunch of space for him. He spent a lot of time farming, but he is online, and this is why they were willing to give him that time, because he's doing so much with the gold he has.
And they've got a lot of really good teamfight items built on the rest of Heroic, right? We saw the pipe from Whisper. We now have BKB done on Yuma as the Aegis expires there. So they're bringing a lot of teamfight to the table. They scout him with a power shot. They knew DM was here somewhere. Shackle comes out. There's going to be the Drinking Buddies. 4th player again. Homie didn't get to move at all. And we'll finish up the Helm of the Overlord creep as well. An extra 200 gold for that one. Soxa avoiding death in his own triangle. Nice escape from him.
Watson's now farming Heroic side of the map because they're always on his half, but Whisper is actually over here. Good luck, Watson.
I was like, he has to TP, but Delacour is ready. Just on the side of the Chronosphere. Watson has nowhere to go. And Tai Lung TP's in with a laser. He's got an E-Blade now ready to go. Okay, never mind. He's got a Viper to go kill. He'll pick up the E-Blade later. Shackle connects to the one tree on the top of the map. Come on, man. This game is just falling apart. Tai Lung is not done. He really wants this squirrel.
Kayasan's really paying for itself. He's really pushing the extra mana on this.
He has Dormant, Curio, plus Greedy, dude. It's actually so perfect for this Tinker build.
Finally gets his The courier's been chasing him around. He's like, please.
He's like, stop moving, please.
Why did you even call me? You can just teleport home.
We'll see them move to the high ground here as they've got themselves a catapult. Yuma protected by all of the barriers.
They're just chipping this down. Chipping, I don't know. What's a stronger word than chipping? Because it's going pretty quick.
Chunking?
Chunking? Yeah, that sounds good to me. Although Sven chunks, you know, it's like one hit and then like it's all down. You know, like what's fast chipping?
I'll get back to you on that one.
Is whittling?
Whittling? I mean,
Still
whittling is
slow.
a patient practice. We'll see. They do manage to just dive the Hoodwink, get the kill. Viper Strike was thrown onto Yuma, but relatively unbothered as he's just got all of the sustain in the world here. The March of Machines making it borderline impossible for anyone to consider fighting. And with this, a full lane of Rax and a quick disengage from Heroic. Roshan up in 30, right? Like you could easily just chill, wait for next Roshan, and then end the game with that one, right? I don't know how you kill the Wind Ranger twice if she has an Aegis.
Yeah, they're picking up. So, I mean, you need several things, right? You need, like, the BKB on Faceless, which he needs because he's been being blinded, he's getting E-Bladed, but then the E-Blade could be used to save. So then you need the Nullifier, which Beastmaster's building. So you'll at least be able to line those up. But then the question is, do you have the damage to actually get the kill? And then can you get it twice, like you said? Especially as you try to steal the Shrine, but Heroic... You can't steal our shrine 5 times. We'll stop you this time. I didn't know you could even end up there.
Oh my God. Watson's like, let me play the game, please. Just gets forcibly shoved around the map until he dies. Like, I actually, this feels so bad. He gets the Shrine of Wisdom, but it's just so rough.
Right, Roche now then. Now that we're done killing the Faceless Void back there, now we will get Roche. Yeah, I really don't know. Yuma even has a Lincoln BKB. now the Aegis. You're going to have E-Blade behind you. You're going to have Matrices behind you. You've got another Blink Jakiro this game. You got Snowball. You got Solar Crest. You got Lasso to interrupt someone trying to kill you. I'm with you. I don't know how you get through all of this. You try to be sneaky. You try to steal shrines. You try to like farm the enemy's half of the map, but they found you, and you're just gonna have to keep trying anyways. Like, you don't have a better play. That is the play. You mentioned it. You know, like, this is the bell curve. This is where Tinker's insanely strong. Can you make it to the 60 minutes where you wrap back around?
It's gonna be a long 30 minutes if they if they manage to do that. We'll have to see. With the Roche banner and just the kind of ease of execution for their high ground siege, like, you're quite a bit away from the BKB on Watson, which is absolutely necessary if he wants to be able to play this game. And I think Heroic should be able to just slowly push through this bottom wave and onto the high ground. DM's looking for that nullifier, a great item when you're playing against someone like Tinker, but he's almost to a Shiva's guard. He's holding his... Oh, he goes for... Bro, the game's gonna end before the next item. I can't believe he actually went for the Dormant Curio again. That is crazy to me.
I wish
Did
I
he
had
have
seen what
really
his
no
options
options?
That's what I wish I had clicked in time. I don't know. Maybe it was like Serrated Shiv, Gunpowder Gauntlet, Unrelenting Eye. You know, like...
I mean, Unrelenting Eye would be hype.
That's all the walks he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, just like Viper slow and all that stuff, like, he just doesn't get effective.
True. I think the only thing you really want there is Whisper of the Dread, and maybe GD Pollen back, but I don't think you really need him, so he's like, yeah, Dormant Curio. Maybe it's just a flex, dude. You know, like, yeah, I literally don't need a neutral item. I'm just gonna finish the game with Dormant Curio.
Yeah, I was like, they really do not want to give up this. Oh my gosh, jumps to the high ground. Nullifier reveal is there. There's going to be a great use of the Chronosphere, and Tinker is going to die finally inside the enemy base. He's going to buy back everything committed from the side of Yandex, and now Heroic. The Aegis at home is what we call buyback, you know?
That was as good of a situation as you could ask for Yandex, but that is all the tools you had. That's why he's gonna buy that here. Like, that's kind of risky on Tinker, but they're feeling confident that they can set themselves up to win the game here.
With his lasso, pulls him in. They get the blind onto the face of Void. The first slow into the second laser as well. And Tai Lung is happy to keep this damage rolling. Yuma does not mind losing the Aegis here, gets a full reset. Did manage to take out the Jakiro, but can you keep this lane of racks available? It's gonna be difficult. Tai Lung continuing to go aggressive, wants to change. He gets warp flared back to the start of the dive, and they get both of the supports. You cannot escape. DM.
Unfortunate warp flare.
I mean, that's going to be a very optimistic TP. Gets canceled immediately from the warp flare. He's looking for him once again. Does not have the mana, has to TP on home. Meanwhile, your tier 4s are dying to Whisper, who has stacked up full napalm charges on these. He's just ready to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? He's an objective gamer. He's looking at these guys chase for kills and rolling his eyes. He's like, yeah, okay, I'll do the job. I'll finish the game. Just kidding, I'm gonna get involved too.
You'd really like to get this last lane of racks. Don't want to commit too far. You did die on, or you'd have to buy back on the Tinker. So likely just play a little bit more defensive here. Get the mega creeps and disengage on the side of Heroic. They do get it. Range Rax dies just in time, and the disengage begins. But can Heroic, or can Yandex actually catch anyone? That would be big. They do manage to get the bushwhack there onto Yuma. Still has a BKB available. Looks like it's not going to happen. Meanwhile, your throne's exposed. They did finish those tier 4 towers, so you have to back.
BKB done on Faceless Void.
I'm listening.
Nullifier on Beastmaster.
Uh-huh.
The tools are online. We now begin the greatest 30-minute hold anybody has ever seen. Okay. if Tai Lung screws up and dies, it is a dieback. And a Tinker death is like 2 times as painful as a usual death. A dieback on Tinker is like 3 times as painful. So if he dies, you do get a lot of time. And you just have to keep doing that forever until you manage to win the game. You don't sound convinced. You're not saying anything.
I'm not... You know, I'm not saying it's not possible. There is the faceless void, right? And we could always talk about BKB, Chrono being an option. I do worry that there are too many targets you have to get in this BKB, and they have now caught DM, and he is one of the more important heroes. And catching here the Nullifier into... Okay, he gets 3 into the Chronosphere, but he's stuck inside the Macrophire. Only Whisper is gonna die with the egg being committed. So Whisper can buyback if he wants, and that is egg, BKB, Chrono, and a buyback from your Beastmaster.
Phoenix Midas. I mean, he knows, like, if we have any shot, it's going late, so I'm kind of for it. Let's see what, let's see, 4th Dormant Curio for Tinker, mayhaps.
Oh,
I gotta say,
you're right.
Faceless Void has Whisper the Dread. And I gotta ask, like, what were his options?
Yeah, I mean, Mjolnir is pretty good. Time Dilation, like, these abilities actually do decent damage, but... Yeah, I imagine not the most ideal.
That's quite unfortunate.
All right, surely Tinker has picked an actual jungle item now, right?
He needs a couple more Moonstone, Madstone. What are they? There's not even good tier 4s for Tinker, actually. Like, really.
I mean, there's got to be at least an item that lets him not die, right? Like, there's got to be one defensive item that he's thinking of.
Slow
what about
resistance
the mandible,
and evasion.
Bro? Just tiny Tinker running around.
True, you just can't see him. You just can't.
See him. There's just a giant barrier, but you can't
Dude,
find the
you think he's a machine? There's so much junk. You're like, look at this tiny little robot.
Jump in, lasso finds the hoodwink. There's gonna be the roar, but the pull back into the ice path. They caught him. Viper Strike is out. Nice time dilation, but Tai Lung, he's found the faceless void. He's gonna be forced to BKB, but he's down to no HP. Has to try and stand his ground, but he's just dead. Walrus punch to execute him. There was no Chrono, nothing available. Heroic just steamrolled through Yandex in this series. Tai Lung Tinker, you're not gonna forget it next time.
He didn't even end up with a neutral. He never got the. He needed one more Madstone. He ended with Dormant Curio.
Who needs him? That's a crutch. Neutral items are a crutch.
They make you weak.
I mean, there's so many things to talk about that Heroic do right in this whole series, but in this game specifically, it again kind of comes down to the side lanes being strong. Like you have, Batrider, Jakiro doing so much pressure in this top lane constantly, and Windranger is left bottom to just kind of free farm. Like they never really put pressure on this hero.
Yeah, I also think these are 2 games where Heroic's draft just feels a lot scarier. It's always been a strength they've had, but they haven't been as consistent with it. And I mean, this is the first series, so we'll see if they maintain this. But they have always had a bunch of cheese picks from all their cores. So you pick stable supports, you pick some flexible cores, and then it's like, okay, you got to think about Meepo, you got to think about Razor, you got to think about Tinker, about Huskar, about Broodmother, right? The list goes on and on of the wacky last picks they can do. And I feel like this is twice, Tinker and Razor, that honestly, it's like, yeah, everyone else is doing their part, but the draft alone makes it so hard for Yandex.
This is the one death that they have this game on Tai Lung. He tried to just go in and instantly kill Saksa. He almost did. He almost did. It was very close. But knowing he has buyback, the play kind of backfires, but he just comes back into the fight, ready to go. They have nothing left on Yandex.
If he told me no, that's intentional bait, I'm gonna feed to just bait every spell and then we'll win, I would believe it.
I'd believe
like,
it. I'd 100%
really-
believe it, yeah.
Yeah. They had nothing once they threw out every spell like that. I think that was the first promo that actually got a kill, too.
Yeah. And then he still dies. Like, shortly after, when he came back in, it just warp flares him, right? Like, the warp flare in this game actually does so much work. It is crazy how much these heroes are actually going to struggle with that ability.
Yeah, this is teams watching. I don't know. What's the lesson? Take away Batrider. That flex pick is too. It's like all these flexible heroes.
Yeah.
It's all these flexible heroes that make you uncertain where things are going. That let Heroic then get this sneaky last pick. I almost think you have to only ban flex picks, but there's too many in the current patch.
Yeah, but then they just get the meta heroes like Jakiro and Wind Ranger and Tusk, right? Like, who are all really strong, and Yuma goes 16-0 and 11 on like a free Wind Ranger game, right? That's set up from having two great supports to play around, and it feels like there's obviously we're kind of glazing Heroic here a little bit just because they look. This is a really, really impressive series. Like, both games, drafts are really solid. Execution-wise, pretty much flawless. Like, both games as well. They didn't really make too many mistakes. Yeah, I've got to give credit where it's due. This was an absolute beatdown series from them.
Standout player for sure. And it's not just him. It is the team.
Kill participation.
But yeah, this is what you want from your new mid laner who came in, right? He's a very young player, but clearly pretty good at Dota. And if you let him have some of these later picks, he is going to perform. Game 1 was the Razor. Game 2 here, the Tinker, looking very good. They are not always consistent on Heroic, so I feel like this is a really good showcasing of the peak that the fans know can exist for Heroic, and they're like, yes, please play at this level, this kind of drafting, this kind of execution, no throwing, please, no throwing. This is like peak Heroic, and then sometimes they just struggle to maintain that. So we'll see if this time around they can keep it up. And of course it gets harder as the event goes because like more and more people study the draft. You know, they're going to have the Tinker in the mind, the Razor in the mind. They're going to think about these Batrider bans. So we'll see if they can maintain that throughout the event. But if they keep doing the way they're doing it, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think very impressive series for sure. As we take a look at the results for the day, all 2-0s from start to finish. Very impressive from the teams that won, looking very dominant, at least in these last two series. Like, Falcons, a very convincing 2-0 over Nemesis. And, of course, Heroic, what we just saw, very convincing over Yandex. We'll have to see how things change up overall, because when it comes to group stage, it can kind of flip back and forth very easily. It looks like a schedule on the Xtreme's having a very different day over there. They're going the distance. That is very, very funny. Liquid and Bet Boom still underway on the A stream. Spirit getting the 2-1 over Xtreme, but we'll see how that ends up going. They've still got a whole other series. Tundra versus Na'Vi to wrap things up is actually super cool, because I know there's some memes going on around the stand-in scenario for Tundra, right? You know, we'll see how he ends up fitting into the team. But, you know, I mean, he might be a great stand-in. We'll see. I think there is very, very good, very high potential.
Can't play on a team, but can stand in. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Either way, it's gonna be cinema. So, very fun day one for us here on the B stream. A little bit of a quick day, but some really fun Dota.
Yeah, it is like the 2-0s are always cool to see, like a team staying strong. I hope tomorrow we'll get some best of threes ourselves so that we get to see even more Dota, because the games are pretty fun. Even though some of them were stomps, they were pretty fun games.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, that's going to do it for us here on the B stream. We want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure to go check out the A stream, and we will see you here tomorrow. Same place, same time for more of PGL Wallachia Season 7. Have a wonderful night.
Carbon soare, la 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 la, la 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 la. Să-ți